Peace and respect, everyone. Welcome to Demolished Doctrine, the beginning of the end of religions, a continued conversation from Sammy Jenkins' channel where William Freeman just asked,
I asked, what do you think about the term archangel?
okay, there are some proprietary terms in the text. Archangel is one of them. They're said in several ways because the position is kind of multifold. Also called priest. Sorry, Catholics. Also called peace and respect. Welcome, Thunder Dwarf. Also called archangel, priest, king. That's the other one, king. So these are prior Christs. Some of them are really, really old. And those are the names you know.
You mean like Michael and stuff
Yeah.
like that? It's a Lucifer
Yeah.
also.
Yeah. Yeah, you only
All
know
right,
the
so
oldest names. Yeah. We
these are
only
these.
have record of. Go ahead.
So Lucifer was also one of the Jesuses or one of the kings.
Well, yes, a king, but never a Jesus, apparently. That's how he thought there could be better. In fact,
He thought
I
there could be better.
thought there could be better than heaven, yeah.
Okay. All right. Are there some verses that you lean on that's the reason that Lucifer fell?
It's an extrapolation. Um, the quotes, I will become as the Most High, you know. Um, but from what I can see, in order to be the Most High, you have to be the Most High of a specific species, which is why he set out to start a hybrid species.
Okay. I mean, I guess if I'm wearing my filter, I can
Yeah.
see that. It's requiring a bit of a
Go ahead
it's
and call it a
taking a leap.
stretch. It's okay.
Yeah, it's a bit of stretches. I mean, I
Peace
can
and
see
respect,
that,
Mac, the human in Cryptomeria.
but I mean, it's not conclusive that that's what he meant by that because in a lot of ways, he was to be like the others. But if he wanted to be like the Most High would be the Force or whatever, which wouldn't make any sense. And the way that I understand your whatever you
Yeah,
call
he
it, your
thought it could
system.
be better if there was a singular individual in charge, apparently. And he tried to be that individual.
And so
So,
there was like a vote to just be like, no. What
well,
happens to him after rejection?
oh, okay. So I draw also from the book of Enosh, for this, because it has more detail than anything else. Um, okay, so a third of his angels. So how many archangels were there at the time? I don't find that anywhere, but apparently quite a few. And then a third of his angels agree to this, and they bind themselves in verbal contract and promise that they're going to carry through with it, because he was like, well, I'm not going to do this on my own. I can't do this on my own. And I need people to help me, and we're going to start a new thing. And a third of his angels, not a third of all angels. That's a mistake. So I don't know how many all of his angels were, except for that it counts in the book of Enoch, the ones who fell are 200. So only 200, or thereabouts, if that's a round number. Kind of hard to tell. Might be exactly 200. Agree to this thing.
What is the gematria meaning of 200?
Oh, hold on. I've got that in my notes somewhere around here. 100 means God elect. That's what the word 100 means.
Hillary's came out of the
And
bushes on you.
Yeah.
yeah, you did. That's cool.
Yeah.
Where'd I put that? Oh, there it is. Okay, so 200 isn't its own thing, but 2 and 100 are unity and God elect.
Okay. So unity of God's elect.
Yeah. So that could be, if it's gematria, it could be expressive and not 200 at all. But with the assignment of him as a god, the followers of that god were in unity, and it could mean exactly that. I never thought about it, but it would make sense from within that frame.
So if I could push forward with the Lucifer narrative just a little bit, if he's convincing these others that he can do this, but he needs their help, and they're
Yeah.
willing, does that mean potentially that they found some dissatisfaction in heaven?
Or he persuaded them that there could be better. It
Now,
doesn't
the other
necessarily
question
mean there
is,
was something that wasn't uh, at least good enough already.
well, the other question is, what's wrong with better?
I suppose there's nothing wrong with better if it were actually better.
But to say that he's wanting to try to do a better thing, how is that? I mean, that should be something that everyone should always try to do is improve to do something better. So why that shouldn't alone be unless unless you're saying that it was all vainglory. But at the same time, you got all these others that are, you say, persuaded.
Mm-hmm.
I suppose after living there, though, it's not like they didn't have a point of reference.
Yeah, they didn't have a point of reference with a sample of one. That
No, I'm saying that they're already in heaven. They're already on the crafts. They're living this life and have been living this life, and they make a decision to fall, like to go with him to do this new thing.
yeah,
And in their minds, they seem to believe that he can do this thing.
sure.
So, what would
Which
make
each
them
they
believe that
chose.
that's possible?
The biblical quote is which each they chose. Um, what makes him think that's possible? A lie?
No, 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 no. What makes them, those that follow him, believe that it's possible? Like, what is it about
It's a
Lucifer
it's a
that?
it's a good lie.
Well, I mean, something about his character must have engendered trust,
Well, yeah, I
I'm
would think so.
belief.
I'm gonna go beyond that. What is it about this life, right? This that can't this life that can't be better than it is, right? What is it about that life that they find lacking enough to find a reason to make something that could be better?
I don't find anything anywhere that specifies that. Okay, so this is all eisegesis. Some of it necessary, and some of it goes so many steps far out that I have to say that it gets into guessing. Okay, and I want to
So then,
define when I'm guessing.
how do we
What's
know that there's a legitimate gripe against what they're doing and it's not just one side of a story?
Well, for that matter, how do we know? Not that I don't want to answer that, but how do we know this isn't just an admission of guilt to seem more honest?
Explain.
It's in our pride we say things like, "Oh, never admit you're wrong," but no, that actually doesn't cause empathy. It doesn't cause understanding or trust. When you might be wrong, and you probably are wrong, and people think you're wrong, and you won't admit it, that actually destroys trust. So if I can say something like, "I once hid in a shrub with a 9 mil, waiting to murder a guy because I wanted to sleep with his girlfriend," then you go, "Holy crap, Richard, that's really bad." And I'm like, "Yeah, I know, but I'm being honest with you. And now you're more likely to trust other things I say because I admit something really bad about myself."
Okay.
So it could be just that no one ever left heaven for any reason. And this is just a, I mean, if you want to look at it critically, this could just be an admission of guilt to seem more trustworthy. I mean, if we're going with the
But that's what I'm saying.
Aldebayo
Admission
thing
of guilt by who?
by the authorship.
Okay, so they're in order to further kind of like push their side of the story.
Yeah, that could be. I mean, if we're looking at the Old Testament critically and considering things like Yaldabaoth and things like that, then yeah, let's
Well,
look
not
at
just
all
held the
of it.
bed. Don't
But
get me wrong. I'm still wearing my Richard filter. I'm just saying,
right,
how do we know that the crafts that we're talking about
yeah,
are telling the truth about even with the scriptures and those that brought those forth? How do we know that
yeah.
they represent the ultimate truth?
Okay, the best evidence that I have is consistency from within all the stories, and no particular story. One particular story wouldn't matter to me, you know.
Well,
And of
okay,
course,
but
I
that
can't
doesn't mean
prove the
that.
future. And I think it's, in a way, it's beautiful. Peace and respect, Marty Camejo. It's beautiful in its own right that we can't tell.
Well, no, because you've already admitted that they are far more advanced than we are and
That's
understand
the
us
idea.
far better. So the idea of being able to manipulate us and know what it would take to preserve certain things and to reinforce our belief in things, all of that can still happen and also have
Sure.
a malevolence behind it that is not
Could.
revealed to those who are being fed the narrative.
Right. That's the part of beauty I'm talking about.
How is that beautiful?
Because you're left choice.
All right. I mean, it
You're
doesn't
left the
in
ability
your
to
view of
freely
things, it
think
doesn't
about
matter.
this. What's that?
Right, but like yeah, but with your thing, it doesn't matter what I believe or
Yeah, with the
I
with
mean.
the involuntary inoculation of end times, all that goes away, but we have it until then.
Okay, all right.
So I don't think everything even needs to be answered actually, but I think it's
Well, it can't
interesting to
be.
consider what's the most consistent way to look at it. Peace and respect, Copperhead, whomever you are,
Right.
um,
I'm just saying it can't be
and
answered.
Ox. What do you mean? Well, that's why I said some of it's necessary logically, and all of it's eisegesis, and some of it's not logically necessary, but is just inductive and likely. You know, and I want to
So
identify what the difference is there. Go
without
ahead.
being rude, I'm trying to
You're
insinuate there
never
may
going to
be
be
a
rude.
I could
Just don't
be.
worry about that.
Okay.
Not
I just
not
don't
by
I mean we
accident.
we we talk about our own biases and stuff and I
Sure.
dig into the text and I mean despite the demiurge and all that stuff I'm looking into, just wearing your filter, but maintaining my skepticism and distrust for a lot of the documents,
Sure.
I, I wonder, is it possible that we're not getting? I mean, we're definitely not getting the side of the rebellion. The other side of the rebellion. It's so vague about what the issue is. And so
I
we're
don't
assuming
know
that
where
the
it's vague at all.
okay because you were assuming okay, it's pretty vague. And that Lucifer says that you say he wanted to do something better. He thought he could do better, right? He wanted to be as
Yeah.
God. But we're
Yeah.
not talking. You said as the Most High. Are we talking about the Father? Are we talking about like the elder of all the Jesuses? Because attaining to do something better should not be anything. I mean, what's wrong with allowing someone the freedom to do that unless what he was doing was somehow endangering heaven in a physical sense, not just in a trust towards the elders.
No, it's all about disrupting the genetics of what a human being is, so that they can ascend body and all. That's what it's about. Making a bloodline a new bloodline. That's what
All
I
right,
think
so
that
that was
story is about.
you're okay. So we're saying that his plan seemed to involve making his own contribution to the inhabitation of the earth, right?
Yes.
Because he believed that these beings that he's trying to create could be greater than the ones that heaven was trying to recruit or
I
build or
don't
whatever.
think greater than, just necessarily different. I think all this is very species specific, and that if you begin a new species, that's a different thing.
Okay, but he went to do this thing. He went to try this thing. He did not have permission, right?
Permission. Nope, no
Permission to
permission.
do this thing from the elders.
Probably didn't feel like he needed it, but oh, okay, go ahead.
Okay, but no, that's what I'm getting at. It does seem to be uh, what is the word? Secret, clandestine. There's a
Yeah.
clandestine agreement between these fallen ones, or at least that's the story presented in the scriptures that we have.
Peace and
And the
respect,
idea is
Gur.
that so we're saying that he wants to be like the Most High, and in doing that, he tries to make his own. He wants to interbreed with mankind, right?
The
And
okay,
say,
so like in the King James, it reads, "And the sons of God saw the daughters of men." But the word God right there is actually Elohim. And although I assume Lucifer is extremely ancient, in order that he have different blood and start a different bloodline, he has to be definitionally not the same thing as us, but very close. That
well, he
that
was
can
created
interbreed.
perfect in all his ways and all that. I mean, like he was up there on the as far as genetics goes,
Yeah, I think so.
right? And so he tries to breed with whatever we are. And now, is there any truth to the idea that the what they produced was some sort of
I don't know about the
monsters,
monster part.
giants,
I don't know if that's
Nephilim?
a good description. Oh,
Well,
okay,
get me
so
there.
okay, so first of all, what got translated as giant is actually fallen ones, or ones who do falling.
Like the Rephaim.
Yeah, the literal word. Yeah, um, and it doesn't really mean giants. It's thought of
Earthbound,
to
right?
mean giants. Well,
I believe it's Earthbound.
Earthbound is actually pretty good or necessary from the idea of falling from the higher place. Yeah.
Okay, so what what are these things? How
That's a
would we
great
identify what they
question.
did?
You know, I've actually still got a conundrum that I need resolved by prayer on this particular topic. Um, that it doesn't make sense to me. I don't
Well,
have a full explanation of it. In
can I
that
can I pick your
the
brain?
the word God right there is Elohim, where God used that same way. Elohim was actually Satan and his kind, and then it
But
calls
look at the
these.
results of.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I'm just
It.
very motivated by the topic.
Yeah, yeah, great,
So
lovely.
the results that it says that came from this intermingling was men of renown, like
Yes,
great men. And this seems to
yes,
not we add a negative tone to this. We add this negative idea that they were somehow, uh, you know, uh, when it says that men of renown and mighty men that they were somehow terrible,
yeah. I don't
right?
think they're terrible. It's
Well,
just
The
it's
word
a
terrible
different
used to be
bloodline.
good. Like
Yeah,
Ivan the Terrible and
that's
Ivan the
that's
Great
also
are nearly
true.
the same. Yeah.
Well, I just threw the word terrible out. I don't know that that's included. I'm just saying what it says is that they were the results were the men of renown, mighty men on
Mhm.
the earth, and it doesn't
Sure.
necessarily. Okay, so these whatever was created there seems to be mightier than the inhabitants before, or the
It
ones of the.
in
Okay,
practical terms, you only need to be 1 foot bigger than somebody else to be a lot more mighty than they are.
Well, I don't think he means it like that. I think he means like we put a negative connotation on it, right? Like we
Well,
equate
that
them with
too.
these terrible giants or cyclops, but for all we know, they could be more like a demigod, right? Like a Hercules or a.
Right.
sure. That's
It could
actually
be, but
the reference I was going with.
cool. So I think that's about intent and what you do with your strength. Do you use your strength to help others up who are weaker, or do you use your strength to overpower them and subdue them?
Yeah. Do you think that's what it's talking about there?
Yes, I do.
So, okay, so Lucifer and his angels breed with mankind. They create these men of renown or whatever, and this is, but somehow they're weaker because of their, like, I'm trying to figure out why they're demonized. What's wrong with them?
Okay. Well, first of all, church tradition doesn't know what to do with the story. That's one reason they're demonized. Another reason is because of, tribalism. Well, they're different, thereby they're wrong, right? And the idea of exclusivity from within these religious doctrines also plays into it. We're God's children, they're something else, and you get all that thrown in there. So I mean, I'm like you. I want to look at it more open-mindedly than that and say, well, what's really going on?
Okay, so can we do that together a little bit since it's heavy on my mind right now?
Sure, why not?
Okay, so to judge Lucifer's actions, you kind of have to look at what the result is. And if
Sure,
what you're
that's what you
saying was
should
that
do.
and if his rebellion was to do something better, and he was cast, or they did this thing, whether he fell out or whether he left on his own to do this, because you say, that the story is that they were cast out of heaven, but then you get the idea that they agreed to go and do this. Maybe
Wait,
they were
wait.
blocked from
Where'd you get
return.
cast out of heaven? Where'd you get that
I said
from?
that's the story.
Oh,
That's
okay. Well,
what that's
that's a terribly different topic.
okay. I know, but as far as him being some sort of rebel or something like that, rather than just trying to innovate something new. All right, but the point is that what the result of the action seems to be mighty men, men of renown.
Uh
All
huh.
right, and then after they do this, the Father floods the earth somehow with people or whatever, because
I
it's
think those
related
are
to this thing.
unrelated. I think
No, it's
those.
it's
Okay, that's talking about time frames. And within what I see, the text identifying about itself, flood just means large population. It's just saying that even before there was a large population, this happened. Okay? And after that. It
so. How does
happened
that
then
resolve the
after
issue?
that, too.
So how
What's
does
that?
it resolve the issue of this other breed?
That's why I kind of said they're separate topics. It's just talking about time frames. Like, how long ago was
Okay,
this? Well, before there was a bunch of people on the planet.
all right. I don't know that I can adopt that from just the way that I read the text right now. I'm trying, but to
Okay.
me,
Well,
I'm trying to find out what Lucifer did that was wrong and what the results of his actions really were and why that would offend the father and the fleet.
okay. Um, all right, cool. Let me see if I can get all that sorted out. That's a lot, actually. Okay, so from what I can understand, they are or were, no, they are, because they're imprisoned waiting for the end for their punishment, or at least they did have to wait for their punishment. It's hard to tell which one it is. Although the genetics continue in us, rarely, but they're there. These were sons of which god is my question, because I think they weren't our kind, or else it wouldn't make a different animal. So they were close enough to being us, they could interbreed with us, but that doesn't make them the same animal. It doesn't make them the angel you're thinking of. It doesn't make them good angels ever at any point.
Uh, what? Wait a minute. Now I'm confused because I was trying to use your filter, so I don't think angels as being anything special other than just more advanced than we
Powerful
are.
beings. Just more
Right. So
advanced, powerful beings from somewhere else.
okay. So when you
Okay?
when you when you say about the angel I'm thinking of, I'm trying to wear your glasses. So I'm,
Yep.
I'm trying to see it through your.
Okay. Well, the text, when it uses the word angel, it only means powerful being. It doesn't identify where they come from or what their intent is. Okay? So I think these are sons of Satan, that god, which we are close enough genetically that we can interbreed with and produce offspring.
Okay, well, when you're calling Satan that God,
Yeah.
and God in the way that we look at things, there's no supernatural power. So this is another father of
The,
a different
yeah, the
group
eldest of
of,
that kind. Yeah. Which is why he
and
set
that
out to
kind was the
make a new
bovine,
kind. What's that?
and that was the bovine people.
Yeah, whatever bovinidae type whatever thing, but we've got some of their genetics.
Okay, all right. Now,
Close
how does
enough.
this relate to the? It can't relate to the fallen ones because they're a different. They're the same kind as the Father and Jesus and all that. So this would be a
Wait,
separate
the
group.
fallen ones are the
In
same as our angels?
yeah, Lucifer
I don't
was
know
he
why.
was
I don't know why I
because
should adopt that.
well, okay. So you said that Lucifer is one of the elders. He's an archangel, right?
In the sense that the first, eldest, most original, powerful beings, but that doesn't make it necessarily the same thing as human being.
Well, whatever class the heavenly host is, he is amongst
Like
them.
the
He's an
habitation of
archangel.
heaven? No,
Yeah.
I
That
do not think they were ever part of the habitation of heaven.
then where was Lucifer? Where did
I
this
believe that
character come from?
he is a child of the one we refer to as Satan, and this all happened a very long time ago on the original planet.
Okay, now get me to Satan because this is what I'm trying to get at. Is he like the Father?
To his
Just a different species.
Like the Father.
Like
You mean
yes,
the head, like
in
the
hierarchy,
ultimate leader?
in hierarchy
Yeah, he's the ultimate leader, which is
of
why
his
one of
own
his
fleet.
children, in order to start a new thing, had to start a new bloodline. And it wasn't hard for him to get the idea of doing that because they had just, I don't know how recently, they had just made mankind by accident. So now he sees this new thing that's intelligent that they can interbreed with and start their own thing. It's not much of a stretch. It's
No,
not,
I
I
kind
mean,
of
those
see
are
it.
like,
I kind of see it.
that's not what I mean by
That's
stretch. I mean, it's the next logical thing to do if you wanted to become your own Satan.
okay. So okay, all right. So it's still that's the idea that the bovinidae sorts, they're not as smart. They're not as technically proficient as the ones. What can I call the ones
You could say
that are the
just
good
our
ones?
heaven. You could just say our heaven.
Okay, our heaven. Uh, they're trying to catch up, or are they just what kind of differences can you tell about these children of Satan?
Well, they're genetically different. They probably don't look very different in appearance. Um, they're well smarter and more advanced than we are technologically. Um, so, in those kinds of ways, we are not a challenge to them.
But they would
We
know that they are of that line. There would be no question. It's not like, surprise, you're of that line, wrong line.
They would know they're of that line. Surprise. No surprise.
Right, like I'm saying,
For us,
like
it's a bit of a surprise. The leftover traits that are in some of us, that's going to be a bit shocking.
oh, so you
All right,
think we have
so
some of those leftover traits? Okay, I got it. Okay, back with you.
Right.
Sorry,
because they were breeding
distracted
with
by
us.
work.
The
Yeah,
majority of us don't. It's extremely rare, and
I
it
do.
is the original sin, and that's what original sin actually means, which is why there's a cause, a need for an earth and the suffering because of this event. But there's something about purity of bloodline that anybody who has that disrupted body, their body has to be destroyed. They have to be given a totally different one, which is not the same thing as they're damned. But they have to be given a different body
Okay,
to
so
be in
so then
heaven.
Lucifer appealed to inhabitants of our heaven to go with him. Is that right?
Lucifer? No. Him and his
No.
angels.
Okay, so then who did he rebel against?
His father,
The
Satan.
devil. He rebelled against him.
Yes. Yeah, but it
Okay,
screwed
so
us
now
over
now
in the.
no, that's fine. Actually, that's still I'm trying to fit it into the things that I understand, and that does kind of fit into. I mean, I don't necessarily see the spaceships and stuff yet, but I can
Yeah,
still
yeah.
kind of understand how that lines up with a lot of the things that I've been learning here recently about the nature of these different
I
entities.
would think so. William, if you if you want a story on what Lucifer is, what the evil god is, it's the book of Ezekiel. It's the truth about a liar, which is why Ezekiel matches nothing anywhere. Um,
Tell me more about
within
that.
sure. Um, First, let me say it's definitely talking at the beginning about technology. That the angels move like a bolt of lightning. Now, whether Ezekiel sees a physical, energetic discharge or not, it's hard to say because he says like, right? But they just disappear from one place and they're already somewhere else. All right, and when he faints because this whole thing is freaking him out so bad, some invisible force picks him up and sets him on his feet. And once he's recovered from that and he's looking at stuff and he's starting to describe it, he describes things that move, and they move in non-random and guided, intelligently guided ways, flying from point A to point B, that are like a wheel within a wheel making the sound of rushing wind. And he describes wings and shoes and breastplates and wheel within a wheels. And he writes all kinds of details about that stuff, that the wings aren't for flight. They're touching each other up in the air. They're just for show. They don't flap or anything. But the wheel within a wheel things cause the flight. And the angels can actually turn in their breastplate, in the thing that's holding them up. They can turn in it. And even though they might look somewhere else, they still go where it's intended that they go. And then he says something super important that no Christian will ever preach on, ever, ever, ever. As to the living animals. What? Yes, as to the living animal, the angel itself. It's like this. But the point of that is that everything else wasn't alive. And then it goes on from there. So non-living, moving, intelligent things. You put a label on that. I don't care about the label. And then this God does not fit the same description as God on his throne elsewhere in the text. Okay, so you've got a true dichotomy, two different descriptions. All right? And then of this one in Ezekiel, it says that Ezekiel gets to see his face. Rest of the Bible, no one can see the face of God. He gets to go to the heaven of this God with this God, spending, I'd approximate in real time, about 30 hours face to face. Like they're talking. They see each other and stuff, right? No fire, no brimstone, no smoke in the... None of that. No burning bushes, none of that. He's talking with this guy, right? Takes him up to heaven, where in heaven he sees the abominations of man. Rest of the Bible, there can be no abominations in heaven. When he's done with that, he's told to go and testify to the city, which he never does. apparently he's too freaked. He does go sit in a public, like a restaurant, maybe a pub, a bar. Does go sit there for like 2 weeks and says nothing to nobody. He does that, but he never did testify. And how is he told to testify? Eat bread and drink water, cook the bread over human dung, complains, the God changes his mind. Cook it over cow dung instead. Like, that's significantly better. It's still not clean. Lay on your side on the ground, eating this bread, sipping at the water in a very, very metered way, so you don't run out and you don't quite starve to death. Do you know what happens
That
if a
sounds like
human being...
trolling. Yeah, that's just trolling. They're just laughing at him at that point.
You see what I'm saying? If you actually did that, you would die. Like, things would crawl into your flesh from laying on one side all the time on the ground. Right?
Yeah, I always looked at that and I was like, that's a freaky thing to tell somebody to do.
I'm telling you, cut
Like,
all the hair
it
off
seems
your
impossible. Like, how would
It
you?
is
You'd have
impossible.
to defecate. You would have to go to the bathroom. If
Right,
you
what are
eat
gonna
bread,
turn
even if
in
it's
a
cooked over the
circle, turn in a
Yeah,
circle to move away from your own poop. What are you going to do? All right?
yeah, that's crazy. Oh, that whole thing is
Then he
crazy.
tells him to shave his head, part his hair into 3 parts, burn one third as a sign, cast another third to the wind, and chop up the last third with a knife. What? Okay, if you hear enough
Why
about
is it
sacrifices
included?
and you don't know what it's saying, that doesn't sound so weird compared to the sacrifices. But dude, this is witchcraft.
Yeah, I can see that because I mean, you're cursing people too in this.
And the most compelling piece of evidence that something ain't right in the book of Ezekiel, the term Son of Man, reserved for Christ, as Christians will normally recognize, is used a total of 50 times in the King James Version. 30 of those times are only in the book of Ezekiel. By the way, the book of Ezekiel is not 2/3 of the Bible, but it's 2/3 of the use of that particular phrase, where the one in charge is calling the prophet Jesus. How is he making that mistake? 30 times.
Yeah, that's one of
Because
the
he
things I
doesn't...
noticed too. The
Yeah.
overabundance of the usage of that term in Ezekiel.
Yeah.
It's like a
Yeah, it's...
constant reiteration of the idea that you are son of man.
Right. Okay, so none of that makes any sense in comparison to all of the rest of the text, yet it has the depth in it that it can work in an end times scenario, that could make sense in that place time, that it's got, I'm just going to say, it's got the necessary depth to be not just some bullcrap work that some person wrote. But on the flip side of that coin, it's technology. The angels, quote unquote, the angels are wearing false limbs. What's that word?
Prosthetics.
Prosthetics. And their foot ends in the foot of a calf, a cloven hoof. It's not a human foot. So, to me, it's just like screaming, hey, pay attention, something's weird here, right? And Christians will slam their fist down on the Bible saying God hates you, God's going to get it. Well, that God does hate you, I agree.
Yeah, there we go. Now we're talking about something about the influences that you see from this type of. See, I would call it a spirit that whatever this type of idealism.
Yeah.
You know, the angry, warring, combative.
Yes.
Like, yeah, because I've been observing that more and more, how combative and how hateful those that are motivated by this force is.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's really childish.
We already know the childish self-protection, prejudice, tribalism that we see in small sects of Christianity, and we know some of the zealots. Okay? But if they're in their brain, they can make Ezekiel Yod He Vav He. That's how hateful they are. Peace and respect, Stephanie Helms. You see what my point here? They are so hateful that they will take a book that is about the adversary and make it their God.
Well, an urge, a reaction to the idea that it's not that there's only one God, right? And then there may be more. These two things are conflicting ideas. So there's no way that they can process a power like that without saying that it's that one God. Everything has to be that one God.
Right. Peace and respect, TP and DT. Yes, but it depends on how you're using the word God. And like a King James onlyist or a Jehovah Witness, it's just Jehovah, 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 Jehovah. No, that's wrong. Those aren't the original intended ideas, which is why there are different words for these topics in the most verifiable, most ancient texts.
See, you and I agree on that. I think we have a lot of likeness in that as far as researching and saying that there's stuff here that's not consistent as far as the character of the one
Absolutely.
that's being worshipped. So, but I mean, I'm still struggling, but I get more and more familiar with the way that you see things, and that's helpful. But I'm not, I still think there's room to consider that there's other applications of what this means.
Peace and respect, Skyworks Metabun. Yeah. Okay. So here is why I'm settled, and I mean, I need 30 hours with each individual brain to explain why I'm settled on this.
No, you
But
don't.
I'll take
You
what.
you have evidence sufficient for you.
No, I mean to persuade the other person to see it the same way is about 30 hours, maybe more. But what I'm saying is the rationale for my confidence in this particular position over all others, and there's plenty of them, right? Is that it's universal, having explanatory power that if something were wrong, it simply wouldn't have. Having predictive power that if something were wrong, it simply would not have. Never mind the whole, it also works in reality, it also is plausible in physics, and these things could actually happen, even the future stuff. But for those reasons, those three reasons alone, I don't see anything even close to it that works near as well. And I'll give you an example. When the Christian says there was a water flood on the earth, right? Not only is there not sufficient physical evidence to such an event, but it's also against the text in the way that it's defining the usage of the word, in a usage definition of the word waters. It's self-defeating. And I see that on the words waters, stone, sword. And if you think about all of the prejudice, hateful, and also slave, if you think about all of the Christian accusatory, tribalistic, prejudice, hatred things, those are the words they're using. But it
But they
defines
use
how
that
it's
term.
using them, and then they ignore how the usage definition. I spoke over you. Sorry.
Okay, but no, I spoke over you. I'm sorry, but I just if we go too far, I won't be able to relate. You're saying because no, I don't want to do the you're saying thing. So
Okay.
when Jesus is talking to the woman at the well about the water
For
that she will never
instance,
thirst again if she drinks the
yes.
water that he gives. Tell me about that.
Well, it says water, not waters. He doesn't offer her
So
waters.
plural. So when it's plural, when it says waters, it means peoples.
The reason that when they translated it to waters is because it is juicy things, plurals, several different kinds of juicy things. So they translated that
Uh,
waters.
okay, now
But
wait.
but then It's mayim. It means juicy things. And then
All
there's a
right.
separate word which means H2O, the kind of thing that pull fish with a net, and you float a boat on it. It's a different word. But they both got translated water into English, and that's just not the right idea.
Okay, when it's talking about, I want to say his name is Naaman, Nehemiah, whichever the general is. I think it's Naaman
Okay.
that has leprosy or whatever, and the God tells him, or the prophet tells him to go bathe in the river 7 times in the waters.
Sure.
No,
Sure.
that's at that point when it's talking about waters, despite it being translated sometimes as plural. There's a way to distinguish, I suppose, that
It
it's.
means people.
So how does he bathe 7 times in people?
He returns where he tried to become separated, and he has to endure seven occurrences of it. What's the actual name there mean? Did you look it up? Because
No,
that'll
I
help.
sure didn't because I didn't even know for certain that was the right name. I'm doing this off of memory from my truck at work, so I think his name is Naaman.
Okay.
N
So
A
say
N
as
A.
best you can remember.
He's. I know that. I'm trying to think of the prophet that he speaks to. Um, Gosh, I wish I was more familiar with these names.
According to the Bible, Naaman was a commander of the army of Syria. He was a good commander, and he was held in favor because of the victory that God brought him. Okay, so this particular guy, he's not a Jew, right? But he's in
Where is
God's
he
good
found?
favor.
Where in the Bible is he
Hold on a
found? Just for
second.
my own reference.
I'll have it in just a minute. That is in looking, scanning, looking.
Only because I know if
Second
we're just reading a
Second Kings,
summary.
Second Kings,
Sorry,
beginning of 5.
Second Kings. Okay, all right. So the Second Kings. This is just after the Judges, the time of the Judges, right?
Time is a funny thing in the Bible.
Oh man. All right. The period. The idea of the Judges. Crap. The Book of Judges. How about that? Never
Book of
mind. It doesn't matter.
Judges.
I don't want to
Yeah,
even talk about chronology with you because I get so
right.
confused.
It's
All right.
they did the
Tell me
best
about
they
Naaman.
could when they compiled the work, but it's not in chronological order. It's not even supposed to be.
All right. So
Okay.
he doesn't have leprosy. That's symbolism.
Okay. The word Naaman is 2 words. Ne and Ammon. Hebrew origin. Deeper Hebrew origin. Please stop. Here we go. Primitive root. Being agreeable. Okay, so in the idea of being agreeable, to be pleasant, derivative final word, pleasantness. Okay, so he's being called pleasantness. That's what his name means. Now, he's leprous, but he's righteous, and he has to spend 7 occurrences in the waters to become clean.
Are you reading the
And God
text from
likes
the
him.
scripture? Are you reading the
And
scripture, the
yeah,
text right
I'm
now?
reading you the definitions and the base storyline.
Okay, I just wanted to know for sure that it uses the plural term waters or whether it says water.
I didn't look yet. I'm
I
still
just
looking
wanted to make
for it.
sure because yeah, I'm not rushing you. I'm just trying to maintain my frame here in my mind
Sure.
that I need to cover that before I jump into anything
Isn't there
else and make
isn't
the
there some
assumption.
kind of search you can do like on the page you're on to look for a certain word? How do you do that on Blue Letter Bible? Anybody?
Oh, good Lord, I don't know.
Okay. I'm just gonna visually scan. Here we
I just
go.
figured,
I saw
yeah.
it. Leprosy. I saw the word leprosy. Okay. And letter rent clothes.
And I think it
Pure
might be
mental
beneficial to know the name of the
let's
prophet that he's
leprosy.
dealing with.
I'm trying to get the keywords. I am.
No, it's just an idea. I was thinking about it. It may end up
No, that always
helping
helps.
me understand. Yeah.
Okay, it doesn't say he has leprosy. It says he's scourged. So you have someone in God's favor
Plagued.
who's for 7 times and he's scourged. I mean, are you hearing this? I'm trying not to say it.
No, I want you to say whatever you're supposed to say there.
It's a story about Jesus. It's an Old Testament
Okay.
recollection of Jesus.
All right. Pleasantness. He goes 7 times.
Yes.
Okay, so Jesus goes 7 times to the Jewish people.
In the waters, 7 occurrences. Those I take them as being years, because his prophecy, his total time in service is 7 years. The time of his testimony 3.5 years, or half of 7, for really good reasons. And let's see, the prophet's name.
No, go back to that. You said his time in service was 3.5 years or 7 years.
His time in testimony is
His total
is
time in
3.5
service.
years. His total time in service is 7 years. That
Okay.
is, he's
So
the white
just like
horse.
Jesus. Yeah, just
It
like
just
Jesus
sounds
there.
yeah. I think it's just another story of Jesus. There's so many. The book is littered with them.
Yeah, but the idea of 7 times, either perfection or something like that, he goes 7
That's
times. Either
right.
it's literally 7 attempts to bring this to people, or
Yes,
it's
7
symbolic.
occurrences, the perfect number of occurrences of a thing. Yes,
Well, and that would be to achieve the desired goal of it.
right.
So 7 times, which means as many as necessary.
Ooh, Elisha is mentioned in this story. 2 Kings 5:9. The word Elisha, I already know. It means my God is materialism.
Okay, so the message comes from Elisha to Naaman. So make it make
This
sense
looks
because
like a
Naaman goes
conversation
to him.
between. What's that?
I said
Naaman
Naaman
goes
goes
to
to
him.
him.
Yeah, that's because he has to provoke him, and that's going to
Provoke.
be because Jesus has to go and piss off the Antichrist to get himself killed.
The
Part of
Satan.
it's part of his job description. No, the Antichrist, not the Satan.
And what's the difference between those two?
A human being who is most coherent to Satan is the Antichrist during end times.
I see. Influenced by that motivational force.
Yeah, his God is materialism.
Okay.
That's what the word Elisha means, which is why Elisha calls out the bears in the New Testament.
Elisha's a prick.
I noticed.
Yeah. Like who prays because somebody insults them, like, do something, God. They're making fun of me. You know, I'm like, what is that
Well,
about?
he's bald, and they tell him, why don't you go up to the high mountain, meaning heaven? Of course, if he's the Antichrist, he's all against the alien invasion and preserving the earth, so of course he's not going to heaven. He recognizes immediately that they're making fun of his total position, not just his bald head. Christians don't even talk about what the mountain means in the rest of the text. So it says 3 times in 2 other places in the Bible that Satan is going to call out, and only Satan will call out wild beasts of the field against Israel. And here you have a small pack of reluctant children struggling with God, and the bald guy sends a bear to kill him. It couldn't be more obvious, in my opinion.
So then that means the prophets of the dark force or whatever,
Sure.
the Satan, they are included and recognized scripturally as prophets of the Father mistakenly, right? Because the writings are kept in the same tone.
Yes, it is. It is kept, and yes, there's a majority of people who look at it as if, because you'll hear Christians defend. What was that name? I just said Elisha.
Yeah, about the bear and all that. Yeah, Elisha.
Yeah.
Well, they defend Balaam too in an indirect way when they quote what he says, that God is not one to repent. God is not a man that he should repent. But this
Yeah,
seems to
but
be
he's a
a
bad guy
guy
that
that is a
says it.
prophet. Yeah, he
Yeah.
seems to be a prophet of materialism because the whole thing is his greed and wanting, glory and material rewards for his service. Like over and over again, it's offered, and he's tempted
Sure.
a lot.
Absolutely.
So
Stephanie, I think you're normally very, very knowledgeable about this text, and I know that you're serious. I would not take any of your comments on this flippantly, and I'm not now. The word Elijah, you might recognize, ends in the Hebrew nickname for God, Jah, where Elisha does not.
but didn't one inherit something from the other?
What? Which story is that?
Wasn't
Give
Elisha
me
the
more
one that
detail from the
received?
story.
Yeah, yeah. I believe that Elisha trained under Elijah and asked for a double
Yes, he
portion
does.
of, right, and he wants a
Does he?
double portion.
Does he not? Does not the Antichrist imitate the Christ and want some of his reward? In fact, doesn't he want double his reward?
Okay,
I
but
mean, it
what's the
makes good
mantle?
sense. What's that?
What is the concept of the mantle that see there's this
It's a
weird
clothing. It's a clothing piece. It's the part that goes on your
a
shoulders.
disguise. Is it a disguise?
You're a pretty quick guy, yeah. He's imitating the other one.
Right. And I always kind of felt that there was a bit of difference in their approaches to things too. Like Elijah and
Maybe a
Elisha,
little.
a little
Maybe a
bit.
little different approach.
But to have his mantle, he still was treated with honor and respect as
He is
though he
treated with,
was a
and all the world will wonder after him, and who can fight with him? Yes, absolutely. People will be persuaded. Meanwhile, he's riding the coattails of, or riding the back of, in the case of Balaam. Yes, he's selected by God.
Now
Yes,
tell me
he's
about the
there to
donkey.
do a certain thing. The donkey is she
The
ass,
donkey.
and a she ass is only a good thing. It's sure-footed, it's strong, it knows the way, it's cooperative. I know those things aren't true of she asses, but it's because it's talking about humans,
Mm-hmm.
and anthropomorphizing the animal as a human. Same way we use the words ox, referring to a big stubborn guy
Okay,
today.
so tell me what's happening in that scene where Balaam is on the roadway to go to Balak,
Piece of
and at
cake. Jesus Christ is the she ass, not a red-haired ass. Red-haired asses are bad, and they're males. But is a she ass, is dependable, is nurturing, is a hard worker. The she ass, or Jesus, sees the angel. Of course, on his back is this tyrant who thinks they're in charge, but they don't see the angel. And by the way, the angel's there to kill the tyrant.
okay, what is okay now I'm in a whole nother trying to Jesus sees the angel that wants to kill the tyrant and is trying to warn the tyrant.
That's right.
Not okay, keep going.
So the she ass keeps trying to turn off the path to save the life of the she ass is so loving it wants to save the life of the one who's beating it.
Damn it, Richard. Okay, all right. So my head hurts. Good God. Okay, so this is an allegory about what Jesus goes through,
Yeah.
right? But this is predictive, or is this post facto?
Well, it depends on how you look at it. Predictive to this earth.
Why would these events happen in the same order every time on each earth?
Because
Without
the
being
angels because the whole thing's a big setup taking advantage of human nature.
by heaven or by the Satan?
By our heaven, yeah. They're doing this on
What?
purpose, yeah.
Why don't they just finish off the Satan, and so this cycle?
I actually, that's a good question, and this is completely what I think is true. I can't prove a word of it. They won't kill.
Mate, okay. Even for
won't.
good, even for good.
They hold
So,
autonomy and life above that. Apparently,
so
they won't
the
kill.
beings of light
Dude,
won't or can't.
look, as soon as our angels advanced sufficient that maybe they just did nothing but run away for 1,000,000 years. Who can tell? But they were smarter than their oppressor. Were able to get sufficient craft, escape the situation, outsmart them in the process, and outdo them with their own technology. And maybe they ran for 1,000,000 years. Meanwhile, they're improving on the technology, apparently. They could have turned around and killed the oppressor anytime they wanted.
It seems like it would be immoral not to.
I don't know. My morality is not the morality of our heaven. And it says so
Right,
in
but
no uncertain terms.
if someone aboard the ship was to or if someone was to disagree with the tactics being used, as far as the moral nature of continuing to allow the slavers, to continue enslaving.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, because this goes down to a moral issue that we face on our own planet.
Yes, we do.
So that's what I'm saying. Is it moral to allow the slavers to keep enslaving, or is it more moral to address the issue once and for all? If you have the capability, wouldn't you have the obligation?
On a planet scale, sure. On a
I'm
galactic
suggesting that
scale, ah,
I'm suggesting they are moral but do not have the capability to take on maybe numbers or
but
whatever
but
the situation.
but
Maybe
that doesn't
the breeding.
explain why. Okay, you can hypothesize something like that. It's absolutely fine. However, it's gonna cause you problems. I'll point out the problems. Michael and his angels war with Satan and his angels. Michael only loses 3,000. He defeats an entire fleet and loses only 3,000.
Okay, so they're not above fighting them. They're
They
just
do fight.
too,
They do fight when necessary. Yeah, and they do
but not
kill when
effectively enough.
necessary.
Oh, so they will kill.
They will kill when necessary. I guess when they're forced. I said it too much as an ultimatum before.
Self
They,
defense.
well, they'll be defending us when they do that, and we are really helpless.
Then that lends to, if that's what you're doing, if you're fighting these things, you're willing to defend us, then why not defend all by eliminating the threat
It's
if
a
you're
great
capable?
question. I absolutely cannot answer that. I have to guess.
Well, we can assume that there's an actual struggle going on that is not decided. That
Oh,
is there. The enemy is formidable, even though the
I believe
intellect
so.
of,
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, if it wasn't formidable, it wouldn't continue to be an issue. So
Right.
there is to be gained. There's things to be gained and lost by both sides.
Yes, I absolutely think so. They want their slaves back. That's us. And we want our independence. Now, okay, I'd rather be independent than a slave. So I agree with that paradigm idea. I want to go to heaven and travel the galaxy and not be a slave. That's what I want for myself.
I hope discernment keeps us able to identify righteousness against, the kind of shit that we would say is immoral.
I think we I think we stand a much better chance when there's no material restriction. And I think our biggest problem is the planet that we are stuck on because it has a total surface area. There's limits. And as long as we're in Egypt, which is the word limitation, as long as we have limited resources, we are going to find ourselves in this situation. Because there is the idea of at least a perception of a reality that since it's limited, there is not unlimited amounts of iron, for instance, or property to grow corn on, for instance. and it's just true. It's not unlimited.
Why are historical places and stuff utilized in these books? If this is just I mean, throughout what we call our history, right? Like what we
Sure.
think the world has been.
Yeah.
We have these stories that seem to line up with locations that are real to us and lines of people that are fairly real to us. How much of what we read, because we're just talking about Balaam and Balak or whatever, how much of what we read has any basis in actual history when we talk about the Bible?
My opinion, there's real history in it, and that's irrelevant. But it's ultimately they're all animism. It's talking about natural surroundings, real events, and real people, and some made up, in order to tell a larger story. Which is why I say that all religion is cryptic prophetic animism. Every bit of it. There's no exception.
So is Moses a douchebag?
No. It's not.
Okay, I was just wondering because I like sometimes I read about the God that Moses is serving, and I'm like, you seem to be not recognizing that this God is not opposed to having all kind of emotional trauma inflicted on his people to
Okay.
get what he wants.
In order to make that reading plausible, you have to accept some amount of Christianity.
Or I could just ask you how you read it.
Okay. Uh, uh, Name a story, one in particular that you haven't heard me, that would actually help clarify this idea.
Okay, so Moses is within limitation. He's in Egypt,
Yes, but he's a
all
guide.
right, and he's a guide, and he's guilty of some sort of sin. He murders supposedly one of the limiters.
Yes.
Okay, so when he one of the oppressors or limiters, he murders, and then he is outcast from limitation,
Yes.
Egypt,
Well, he's still
and
in limitation. He didn't get to leave quote unquote Egypt. He's still in limitation. He's still limited.
I thought that he went out and found a wife amongst the nomadic people that served a god that he didn't know.
Okay, how far along is that in the story? Because that's like after the Exodus, right?
No,
She's his half
he
sister.
Let me
So
see.
he would have had to still been in Egypt because his mom sent him down the river for Pharaoh's daughter to find. So he would
That's
have
a good
had to
point.
been. Yeah.
okay, but no, he goes out. I think her name is Zipporah, right?
Okay, let me
Jethro is her
clear
father,
something
the
up.
the, the leader
Let
of
me clear
Midian
something
or a
up.
priest
The
of
the
Midian.
place of
Okay,
limitation is the whole place of limitation. So Egypt is
the
the
earth.
word Egypt is representative of the place of limitation in the larger view. So
Well,
I
that would
can
be
say
matter.
the whole earth. That is, we are made a little lower than angels. We don't get to
Nah,
go and do cool stuff. We're limited. We don't know everything
that's
we
the
need to know.
cosmos. That's all matter.
What is all matter? All matter is limited.
Yes, even if you take a human and you rocket them off of the Earth into space and to
True
another
story.
planet, they will still be corrupt and limited.
Yes,
It would not change their
absolutely.
ability.
But still, I think it is only addressing this particular limitation that we're experiencing right now, and as a comparative, at least. I'm not saying that our heaven even has to be perfect. It only has to be more perfecter than this to be
Well,
really attractive.
wouldn't entropy automatically say not perfect?
The thermodynamics, that kind of entropy.
If you're wearing out, if the matter is wearing out, and it's not just human flesh that wears out, but
Right. Well, then you have to
so what I'm saying
recollect
is matter is
and
imperfect.
yeah, but you have look, a garage kept, waxed, lubricated, oil changed, not abused car that was well made in the first place and well maintained could last an entire human lifetime and more, and they have. It doesn't mean it was made perfect in the first place, and it's not subject to entropy. It means somebody maintained it. Because there's intelligent interference against entropy. Entropy can be defeated in
Even in the
pockets.
universe, as far as
I
is
said in
dying.
pockets.
Oh, in pockets. Got you.
within the scope of that intelligence's power.
Hopefully you
Entropy
can
can
see,
be
Richard, that
defeated.
I am trying.
I definitely see that you're trying, but I, I I don't want you to think that I think you have to adopt this.
Oh no, I know it's irrelevant what I think about it. I mean,
Yeah, I believe
you say
it's
that
really
when the
irrelevant what I
time
think about it.
comes, right?
Yeah,
When the time comes, a choice will have to be made, and being able to identify what is righteous and what is unrighteous should be the guiding principle behind a decision like that.
sure. I think the most advantageous position to be in is a conspiracy theory believing alien alien, extraterrestrials believe in sign carrying take me away aliens hippie is going to go to heaven easiest.
Whatever it is, the idea shouldn't bind me. Whatever idea that even my own belief shouldn't bind me, because then
I
I'm binding myself to things.
Sure, belief is a piece of paper I hold in my hand, and I look at other pieces of paper, and I'm always going to carry around the one that I think is best.
Right, but the mistake I think would be to refuse to look at other pieces of paper and compare them.
That's the mistake. That's right. You always have to read every piece of paper you run across.
And that's why I don't mind being associated with you and doing this without any kind of worry about what other Christians might think, because I
Right on.
gain a lot out of these discussions. And I think
Peace
if
and
they would
respect,
give
Math Pet.
what you, I think if they gave what you were saying a chance just on face value, there's much to be learned, even if they don't subscribe to your overall view. Just your
Yeah.
examination into these issues is worth listening to.
Um,
And that's
it's
not
it's
meant
a
in any sort
weird
of disrespect.
no. It's a weird kind of personal selfishness that tends to carry through my family. That I desperately do want to be correct, but I don't want to believe I'm correct. I want the actual correct.
And that's common from what I've found amongst all the heretics,
Sure.
those that are deemed heretics, including my friend Hillary's here, which I've been very impressed in his boldness to say difficult things. But I don't detect any malice
No.
or intent to deceive amongst any of those that the Christian fundies seem to be calling heretics. What I see are honest searchers. So if an honest searcher to
Amen.
them is a heretic, then I would rather be a heretic.
No kidding. Yeah, like being closed-minded and doctrinal and unable to consider new ideas is the best thing. Whoever decided that? Like it's not
Okay,
the
but
best thing
remember,
anywhere else, you know? Nowhere else in life is that the best thing.
right? We chain ourselves to ideas and we devote ourselves out of pride, I think, and refusal to admit that, or at least that's my case. I can't speak for everyone, but there's a lot of pride that goes into, hey, I think I figured something out, and you hold on to it, and you then when you discover that you haven't considered all the possible variables
Sure.
and you could be mistaken, it's sort of it's there's a choice right then whether you're going to hold on to these
Mm-hmm.
traditions and beliefs out of pride and refuse to look further, or whether you're willing to take the risk to your ego and your the way you see your intelligence by going, yeah, I've been wrong. I've said a lot of stupid shit, and I
Of course we
recant
have.
a lot of yeah. So I just had to do this. Might tickle Hillary's. I just had to do that with Freemason. It used to be my boss when I was a bail bondsman, and I used to give him shit all the time. I mean, all the time. And now that I've done a lot of research, I had to text him and be like, brother, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I recant everything that I said. I didn't know enough to question or not question, but I didn't know enough to criticize. And I'm sorry. And he was very cool with that. He didn't even expect that of me. But
Right on.
yeah,
Good
it's
for
just
you.
like going back and trying to repair all the damage I've done with my misguided ideas.
Oh, I don't even know what masonry is. I mean, in any real way.
Well, I don't think any of us can really know what it is, but we can read what the Freemasons have written about themselves. I think Hillary's is the one that really recommended that I dig into morals and dogma.
Yeah.
And I think I sent some of that to you. I know you listened to some of it, but
Yeah.
overall, I didn't detect any malevolence whatsoever in there. There was just a lot of facing realities and hard truths, and looking for the righteous path through those things is what I found so far.
I did have one unfortunate, which one human is no sample of what a group is, right? But I did have one unfortunate experience with a Mason in Clarksburg, West Virginia. He said that he was, I can't recall exactly, around the number 30 level. And everything that I said to him, which I was like 3 weeks old in my walk, so I was like brand new, and I was just trying to figure out who knew what where. So I went to Catholics, I went to Baptists, I went to Masons, I went all over the place, right? And just asked them questions and said, "Hey, do you guys, your group that you're in, whomever I'm talking to, do you guys carry the observation, blah, blah, blah?" And I just spit stuff like I spit to you, right? This guy just went, yeah, we already know that. No matter what I'd said, he just goes, yeah, we know that. And I went, really? Because you guys don't act like you know that. You guys act like you know something different. I'm not saying the knowledge you have is useless. I'm saying you don't act like you know that, like you act on it.
What specifically?
Oh gosh, I don't even remember what it was, dude. This is like
Okay, and he would have been a 32nd degree.
This is like mid
But
2012.
you've spoken to Cerberus and you've spoken to Hillary's, right?
Okay.
Yeah, we're both Freemasons.
All right, they're both Freemasons, and
Okay.
I can tell you, I'm learning Hillary's, and I'm very fond of Hillary's. I've known Cerberus a long time, and despite all his contrary behaviors to everything that I try to put forward, he destroys everything that I try to do. I'll say that I don't
That's
know
just
a better man. I don't.
yeah.
He's, as far as just being like really motivated to be the best that he can be. Cerberus
Yeah.
is one of those that I put in high regard because of that.
Right. Right. He's bright. He's sarcastic. Hillary's strikes me as not playing those kinds of games, having fun in that way, but has fun in different ways.
Absolutely.
And I don't say one's worse or one's better. I don't know that. I can see the intelligence in it, in both of you guys, and I don't know. I wouldn't think that being a member of the Masons made you that way, but it might be part of the reason that you're a member of the Masons.
Yeah.
If it was a detriment to their progression, or at least with Cerberus, and I've grown very fond of Hillary's, but I'm still just learning, because you can't go with your first impression all the time. But I think if it was something that was detrimental or limiting in any way, that I think someone like Cerberus would separate themselves from it.
Yeah.
Because his decision to not lie, that I don't think it has anything to do with the Freemasons.
Right.
So I mean, if that's internally generated a desire, then someone that's like that, if they detect that they would have to lie or something like that, they wouldn't. I think they would separate themselves from that to salvage their integrity.
We have a principle of promoting excellence, but it doesn't include a stance on lying either way. So that's a decision he's made for himself.
Okay.
And if you listen to him reason about religious things, he has his own ideas, but he's honestly reasoning not just he's not coming from a position of knowledge. It's just a position of I guess encouragement to reason. That's everyone's like, he's so contrary. He always comes in. He's just providing an opportunity for people to reason with ideas and to challenge their own beliefs, even though he doesn't divulge any of his own beliefs really. Although if you ask him, he can't really lie about it. He can just choose not to tell you.
Yeah. I mean, we're always welcome in honesty to say, I ain't answering that.
Mm-hmm.
Midnight Sparkle, give me some camera. I know you just asked and I just did it, but
I shall return.
all right. Thank you.
Come on, Richard. You know it's me.
I
Oh,
I
great.
suspect it's you.
Well,
I do not know it's you until I hear your voice responding in time.
well. Uh, I cannot believe that William left. Hopefully, he'll be back.
Probably
You left
connection
because you
issue.
came in, so no,
Yeah,
not as
I
long as you're
know.
here. I'm totally
I,
kidding. I'm
I know.
totally
I know
kidding.
you are.
I was just seeing you pop up backstage, and he said, "Just a minute, I'll be right back." And he didn't know you were backstage yet, so I don't think that's the causation. Hillary's.
Mm-hmm.
Would you kindly, because I don't, I've never asked you very many questions.
Okay.
Would you tell me what this sounds really atheistic? What we need saved from, if we need saved, and how we
We
would
need
be
saved from
saved.
ourselves, and
Okay.
um, we need to be given an example of someone who's been saved from themselves.
Cool.
Well,
Okay. So
I
is that
kindly
is
present
that
to you,
Jesus
sir.
mythicism?
It
And if
could
not,
be.
why not?
It
It
could
could be.
be. Yeah.
Okay. So
But
you're undecided on the. So you're agnostic on the position of the historical person. Is that
no,
what
I'm
you just
pretty
said?
sure. I'm pretty sure there were several historical persons. But if we had only a myth, that would be good enough. And
Okay.
even in the text, they could say, this is a mythical person, but this is the ideal person, and that would be good enough.
Okay. Guys in the side chat, please try to be gentle and patient with each other. That's what I want to encourage, real conversations. Not that I think anyone's really been unjust with each other, but there's been a couple times got kind of close. And I appreciate your patience. Um, Next thing, if we are saved to remain on the earth. We're saved in the immediate sense in society. We could do better.
We're saved from our presumed limitations.
From our presumed limitations. That's an
Uh,
interesting statement. And which limitations do we assume that we have that which we actually do not?
that we're only animals and nothing higher. That we're bound to this earth. That we're bound to keep repeating the past rather than learning
That
from it.
matter is all there is.
Yeah, things like that.
Okay.
The things that we cannot measure, we shouldn't presume. I mean, we can have a loose presumption, but to rule out anything existing outside of just the material, uh,
Yeah.
I think that's coming from a place that we're just ignorant of a lot of stuff.
Yeah. I think we're used to thinking of ourselves, human beings on this planet, as being like the coolest thing ever anywhere
Well, we
because
are.
we're the coolest thing we see here.
We are the
Now,
coolest thing ever.
I'll agree with you if you mean ever on this planet.
Yep.
Okay, well, assuming that is assuming a lot. Because if I took this planet in total mass of stony or rocky planets in the universe, what percentage is this?
Mm,
Infinitesimally small.
Yeah, and that's a bad sample. It's just a really bad sample.
So, midnight. You a Freemason yet?
what was that?
When do you start your membership with the Freemasons?
I, I don't know. I definitely would like to be a Freemason.
Not
Hey,
enough
y'all
to
keep this rolling while I
ask
go smoke
one.
a cigarette.
Okay.
Oh, for sure. Yeah,
Well,
apparently not enough to ask one though. That's all you have to do, right?
to be one, ask one. Okay.
Hmm. But you don't. But you're not sure, right?
No, it's not that I'm not sure, but it's just I don't you know don't the Freemasons only take the best, like
No,
people that.
no. We
That's
seek to
not how
make good
that
men
works.
better. So, are you a good person, and are you capable of being made better?
Yes and yes.
There
I
you
can
go.
vouch for Sparkle. He is definitely a good person. But he's also at the same time a shithead, which makes him just human.
I am a shithead.
A shithead. And it has nothing to do with you being the same color as milk. Right? I don't care what color you are, except for that you blind me. And you have no body hair, and you turn into lightning and disappear to the clouds when you get upset. I've seen the video. Okay, I know it's you.
I mean, you know what? I would love to have like those powers. Just
You like to throw forks at people, like from the
yeah,
other side of the room.
yeah,
You don't
right.
need magic powers for that. You can just grab forks and throw them at people. Just get good at that. You don't need special powers. Just get good aim.
True.
Okay,
And
I
just go
tried to.
zap. Just do zap when you do it. You say zap when you throw a knife at them.
I'm not sure what state you're in, Sparkle, but I tried to find gay lodges, and as far as I'm aware,
Hey,
no, I looked
Elijah.
it up. And as far as I'm aware, basically all of them accept gays. I did find an article in March of 2016 about Tennessee voting on
I'm not
whether
in
being gay
Tennessee.
or
I'm in New
banning gay
Jersey.
was unmasonic.
He's in Jersey,
Jersey? Well, I'm sure
so
you'll find.
yeah, all of them
Yeah,
are gay in Jersey, so it's cool.
ask any fireman.
You guys are fucking assholes. I love you.
I
Thank
bet
you.
you do. Bet you do. And he said fireman too, so I know you're thinking about big hoses.
Yep.
Sparkle's like, leave me alone. You like the attention, don't you, Sparkle?
I mean, I'd be lying if I said I didn't.
Right, and you should be a Freemason though.
I know. I
You should
should.
do that. You should just take the leap. Give them a call, and if they say, "Hey, you're not good enough," then that's okay. That's okay. Throw forks at them.
How dare you say I'm not good? I'm not good
Right.
enough.
What about this power? Zap! A handful of forks at one time.
Ah.
Ever seen Powder Bitch?
That would be hilarious.
Just when you show up the first time to meet him, wear a cape and don't explain it. Don't let them bring it up and be like, "What is it weird?" Abracadabra.
I doubt that they'll ask.
They're just like, "Nice cape."
Yeah,
Be
they
mine.
may ask. They may ask, "Is this a formal or an everyday cape?" As long as you say formal, you're okay.
You need a cape and like some sort of like utility belt.
And they'll probably hand you a pair of white gloves and say you'd probably like to wear these too.
Right.
We'd like to replace your belt with this apron, but you can still wear the belt, like a bandolier. But I think isn't some of the ceremonies done in darkness or something shit like that?
Yeah.
That's not fair to the other people in the room if he comes in though. It just ruins it.
Yeah, I go in.
They blindfold him and try to lead him around, but they're all blinded too.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
He's the only one they tell him to put his pants leg back down. I can't see.
Okay.
Or is that not something that's done in the lodge with pants leg?
Oh no, it is.
Okay. Is that something I was supposed to say?
If you're not a member, so it doesn't
matter. That's right. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, but it's a safety concern because somebody's got to lead him around, and they're all blinded by his radiance.
Yeah.
Hey, Will,
Maybe they
what
need
if
like
you
welding
join?
helmets. Oh, I'm thinking about it. I am thinking about it. That I was talking to a Freemason earlier today, and
Nice.
considering I just want to finish setting up my my homestead so I have time to commit to it.
Ask one, be one. I love that. Mason.
And the idea is consent, right?
Yes.
You have to invite them in.
Like vampires.
Exactly.
I
Exactly.
mean, I definitely
And
am a
then once,
vampire, so.
well, nobody's gonna bite you. I mean, you're the closest thing to sunlight we have at dark. Vampires are like, oh shit! It's like noon.
Well, I put the email address and phone number on in the public chat if you want to look into that, Sparkle.
Look at that. You asked one and one helped out.
That's right.
And
Wait, hold
what
on,
if
you put
what
it
if I
public
suggested that?
or private?
Public chat
Yeah.
on Richard's stream.
So Hillary's, would I be right to say that it's almost an obligation if one asks that a brother help him?
Yeah, once you're a brother, then as long as doing so doesn't do more harm to me than the amount of help I'm doing to him, then
Oh
yeah,
no, that's not what I mean. I mean to someone who asks, someone
a
who's
non-member.
outside who asks. Yeah,
No,
when
if
they
it's a non,
ask.
no,
So if they ask to join, you have no obligation to help them find a resource.
no,
Also, that's out of the kindness of your heart. That's cool.
yeah,
Thank you.
I did,
you're welcome.
yeah, because I was just wondering maybe you had some deep like bigotry towards albinos, but you suppressed it to extend the offer.
No,
Well, if you don't have some sort of bigotry towards albinos, I don't want to know you.
well,
Even Sparkle doesn't like
bigot,
albinos.
yeah, maybe bigotry in favor of, because I'd really like to see that.
What
Like to see him
albinos?
walking around the lodge like a spotlight. Yeah,
They just keep putting him on a lampstand. Sit here.
What is wrong with you people?
Uh, Richard left us alone.
I mean, that's true. He did leave us alone because he's a
He
mean.
trusts too easily.
Well, yeah, he's a mean poopy head. I don't know. He's not. He's cool. I don't know what the. He's
I bet he
definitely a
could
good
be.
person.
I bet if you pushed the right buttons with Richard, he could be a mean poopy head. Richard has that tone, It's always very calm and understanding, but you can hear it get elevated, and you just sense that there's plenty more behind that if you keep pushing.
Yep.
He might not want it to come out, but I think if you pushed it enough, that he'd be a force to be reckoned with, because he's way too smart. You shouldn't really want to fuck with anybody as smart as Richard.
he's an '80s dad. He's calm and cool most of the time, but he knows when to put his foot down.
Right
Wow.
betwixt your buttocks.
Yep.
Sparkle got dumbfounded thinking about the term betwixt the buttocks.
Mm-hmm. You just imagine a foot in there and thought, man, that'd be amazing.
As long as they're Adidas.
Mm-hmm.
Sex,
Oh.
butt sex.
Wrote a song about it. Want to hear it? Here it go. I wonder if the rules in the Old Testament apply to the spaceships.
I don't know.
Like, because there was all these sacrificial offerings of like bulls and stuff, so that the aroma could ascend up into the heavens.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just like, is this a bunch of vegetarians that are really wishing that they could have meat? And they're just like, let's just hover over the smell. Let's just hang out near the barbecue and sniff it. Is that
That
possible?
would be interesting if they're all eating yeast and having a bowl. Yeah,
Big bowl of yeast.
yeah.
What in the hell? What the
Well,
hell
that's what
is this
Vegemite
thing
is.
evolved to?
But that's what Vegemite is, and there's been thoughts about,
Did you man? Digimon.
No, not Digimon. Not
Vegemite.
Digimon.
Vegemite.
So
Yeah.
that's a yeast. Vegemite is a
Yeah.
yeast.
Yes.
So a Vegemite sandwich is something that I never contemplated before.
Yeah.
Yeast burger.
Yep.
No, hard pass. That's gotta like feed candida. I mean, it seems like that's a bad idea is to eat that particular kind of yeast or any yeast, right?
I mean, once it hits your stomach, it gets dissolved. It wouldn't be a problem. I wouldn't necessarily
Yeast.
lather my loins with it.
Oh, come on. Vegemite crotch. That's hot. That's a whole OnlyFans topic.
Okay, I think I just figured out who Snowball is. It's a
Me.
piglet.
Snowball.
No, it says he's backstage. I'm pretty sure that's Piglet.
You mean Matt Fig?
Yes.
So what makes you think that this is Piglet?
The more that he wrote stuff, at first I thought Snowball was like a sexual reference because it says that he's here for the sparkle. But then he said some more things, and then I realized, oh no, this is probably like Snowball from Animal Farm.
Just the two of us.
Where did it
We
go?
can make it if we try.
I think our audio is looping back through Richards.
Probably.
Not anymore.
He's back now, though. Yeah, he's back.
Just
So
the
who is
two of
Snowball?
us. Matt Fig.
Now they're not going to talk and show who they are.
Yeah.
I'm melting. It's
Yep, there you go.
That soppy
points to
twat.
Hillary. No points to Hillary. Yeah.
Let it go. We'll let it
No,
go.
no, this is not let it go. This is the evil, murderous little snowball rabbit from fucking Pets.
Fucking Pets.
No. That's a different porno that I've seen midnight watching.
No, fuck you.
Which volume? Because I have them all.
Number
The
17.
original's always the best, Willie.
I love
I'm here
Lassie
2
and Lace the
seconds, And
most.
I've fucking downgraded the conversation. Who am I, Wildheart?
Yes.
I can't believe you asked who Snowball was.
I
Snowball,
didn't know either.
Snowball ends up being the scapegoat of everything, obviously. Doesn't he represent Trotsky? I think he represents Trotsky.
Well,
Yes.
you know what?
The propaganda
Yes, he
guy
does.
that eventually catches the blame for everything and is like scapegoated.
Well, you know
Yes.
what? You know what? That's me. So you know what? I am Snowball for another one because I'm a scapegoat for everything apparently.
Little bit of
And
weird
you're an identical
actual
twin of
history.
Frosty.
Yes.
Since Thunder Dwarf, since you know who Trotsky is, I am presently sitting in the room in the basement of number 56 East San Francisco Street, Santa Fe, New Mexico, where the Trotsky assassination plot was hatched.
Wow.
What? You bought
By the
house?
Haagen-Dazs.
That's right. I'm under the Haagen-Dazs.
Yes.
That's
That is
interesting.
crazy.
Do they know that you're there?
Yes, they do. Oh, well, Trotsky
I go
doesn't.
by that place often when I'm in town.
Yeah, I'll
for
send you a
ice
picture
cream.
of the back doors.
Ooh, please do.
So
'Cause
you're
obviously
under an
I've only
ice
ever been in
cream.
the store.
So you're under an ice cream shop, and there's no urge to go up there and Hagen dive in.
I don't really care for ice cream.
Oh, good. Somebody else. Welcome to the club.
I like ice cream, but I don't. I like it has to be like a very mild flavor, and that's not something you find at like Haagen-Dazs, right?
I would agree
But-
with you, Pixie. Yep. Yeah, just
My-
plain, nice.
my-
Yeah.
Yeah,
She just
like
likes
a
cold
simple-
milk.
No, like a simple Dutch chocolate, like a mild flavor. I don't like things that are like super rich, but I have a kid that loves Haagen-Dazs, so
What's your thoughts on mint chocolate chip?
I do not like it, and it tastes like toothpaste.
I fucking hate these Americans. You all say that, right? What's your thought?
I wouldn't
Actually-
say that.
We
It's
don't
my
all say
favorite.
that. It's my mom and my sister and possibly my brother's favorite ice cream.
Have yous
So we
ever
don't all
had-
say that.
Have you ever had an Earl bar? I think it might
No.
be made. Right. Well, an Earl bar is like a really bubbly chocolate. Think a chocolate bar, but Maltesers. You know, like all full of them little air bubbles. and they're
Like
all
malted.
Pardon?
Like malted?
I don't
Like
know.
malt.
I don't know.
Oh. Okay.
Yes, he's talking about a malted. Well, that's yes, like a
Right. So it's a really
foam or a
bubbly, very light mint chocolate. You know, it's mint in the middle and then covered in chocolate. And there's a local place that would like break that up as well as chocolate chips into the mint chocolate chip, which was lovely. And they also did strawberry cheesecake, right? Which was strawberry ice cream with strawberries and then
Stop! You're making me hungry. Jesus
Right.
Christ.
See, none of that sounds good to me. Like
that's
that is
basic ice cream. That's just basic ice cream.
no, that is not basic ice cream. That all sounded like way too much and gross, right? Like
There's a-
I'll have some Dutch. My favorite ice cream is actually homemade ice cream. I like homemade butter pecan and I like homemade strawberry. Dutch chocolate is good because it's very mild. It's not a very rich flavor. But I don't like any. I don't even like cookies and cream ice cream. Like I don't like it.
Well,
But I don't like frosting.
And this local place that I'm talking about did make their own ice cream. It was like a wee small boutique. There was a place that opened up that's mainstream, like a mile away, and they charge double the money, and they can put gummies and shit and all that madness into it. And I brought my wee girl there one time, and it was like we just got mint chocolate chip with some sprinkles and strawberry sauce, and the woman was like, "This is does not want to get anything else? Like with a whole fucking no, there's just
Welcome,
Faisal.
Math Pig, and also Faisal.
Faisal,
I'm
Akhlan
Snowball.
Akuya. Akhlan Akuya.
Sorry,
I
what
like
did
the
you
way
say?
Hillary figured me out. Sorry.
I'll just wait longer.
Oh, you want me to say it again?
Yeah, please.
No,
Okay, Akhlan Akuya. Hello, brother.
All right. How are you doing?
Doing well. كويس الحمد لله. وأنت؟
I don't speak Arabic per se, but
Oh,
if
okay.
that's what you're trying.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Making an effort to connect deserves no apology.
Making my way downtown.
Arabic is
Hello.
not my first language, but I do read Arabic enough to read the scripture as we the Quran, but not necessarily as a conversation.
Okay.
Hillary's, have you read Quran?
I have read a translation of it into English.
Okay.
Do you
any questions
know
you would
Arabic?
have?
Hillary?
I know very little, and I've forgotten almost all of it.
Oh, okay. And if you were to pick up a copy of the Quran, would you be able to read through it in Arabic, or is it
No.
like
No, it would overwhelm me.
That's fine. No, there was a very interesting conversation about ice cream going on. I don't want to intrude upon that.
What's your favorite ice cream, Faisal?
Believe it or not, I prefer mango flavor and strawberry.
Now, is that ice cream or sherbet?
Ice cream.
Really, I was gonna say strawberry sounds like ice cream, but mango sounds like a sorbet.
Maybe because I don't know. Maybe it is a sorbet. To be very honest, I don't know too much of the difference. They taste the same to me.
The base, I like how it's put together. I think one is water based and the other's milk based. If I'm not mistaken. Sherbet is a whole nother classification.
So definitely not water based.
Okay, so it is an ice cream. Interesting.
It is an ice cream, yes. And it most likely has to do with where I grew up. I don't know if any one of you has ever had the opportunity to taste mangoes.
Mhm.
Not the kind that you would get out in North America. It's I would say it's just a shade of what the real taste is like. But if you've ever had the opportunity to get mangoes from a tropical place, and you would definitely it's a taste that you would definitely won't
Um,
forget.
I had mango in Cozumel.
Yeah,
In where,
real
sorry?
mango it's like
Yeah,
pine sol, only delicious.
it actually no. I would say the mango there is better.
So the mangoes, they're different types of mangoes, different varieties of mangoes. I grew up in Pakistan, right? And within our country, you would have over 100 different varieties of mangoes, right? And I'm talking about different varieties when they taste different. There's literally a whole culture on how you eat mangoes. Um,
Huh.
some of them have to be squeezed to eat. Some of them have to be cut. Some of them, so it's different ways that you eat mangoes. Generally speaking, those are the two main ways, right? Whether you're squeezing the juice out, like you would suck it out pretty much,
Mhm.
or you cut it up and then you eat it. But uh, when it's mango season, which is normally um, around about April, end of April, all the way to October, like you would you would have different mangoes at different times, and there's a whole culture around how you eat them, how you enjoy them. We would have parties just to enjoy mangoes. The whole point of the party is for people to come in, guests to come in, and you get a whole crate full of mangoes, and people would just eat that
And crap like a goose.
pretty much.
Okay, so I got a two-part question. One base, one for clarity. And I'm going to interpret that into one sentence for you, one question. Faisal, if you're willing to answer, what was the catalyst for the development of Islam in the Arabic nation?
So, like, you're asking a Muslim this question, so I will answer like a Muslim, right? It developed in Arabia because God chose Arabia. That's it.
I thought it was going to be something like that.
But Allah
I
sent messengers to all the nations. It's just that that was the last one.
Pretty much. That was the last one, right?
yeah.
And every nation has had a messenger. Like we Muslims believe that Jesus was one of the messengers, the sort of the penultimate messenger. Um, and before that, Moses was a messenger, Abraham was a messenger, David was a messenger, Noah was a messenger.
I've
So
heard some Muslims say that, um, and do you personally believe that there is what the Christians would call a second coming of Christ?
yes, there is.
And on that, is he allowed to, in your belief, is he allowed to correct old ideas?
He will, and
He
there's a
will.
couple of
Okay,
things
cool.
that the Muslims believe in, right? So, firstly, the second coming of Christ is not as a messenger anymore because the religion itself has been perfected,
Uh-huh.
right? So he will come, and one of the things that we Muslims believe in is that he would rectify the Christian belief, right?
I believe
And
so.
there's sort of a hint about this in the Bible as well, where Jesus, when he's approached by these people in his second coming, they come and say, we cast the devil out in your name, we did this in your name, and we did this, right? And he's like, be gone from me. right? He just shuns them away.
Yes.
So that sort of is a hint to what would happen, because we Muslims are not the ones who do all the things that are written in there. It's a
Right.
Christian who go ahead
Yes.
and say, we're going to cast the devil out in the name of the Son, right? Or in the name of the Holy Spirit,
Right.
or in the name of Father, right? For
Right.
Muslims, we're very monotheistic. So that sort of falls in line with what we Muslims believe in, because when he will come back, he would basically, the way we word it is that he would destroy the cross,
Yeah.
right? Essentially,
Yeah.
the whole mysticism around the cross, that
Right.
uh, Jesus was crucified or that he died for our sins, that would all be destroyed by his own hands. So he was sort of cleaning his
I'm
slate.
so glad you're pointing these things out. I try to point these things out to fundamentalist Christians all the time. That you wouldn't be casting out demons in the name of Jesus Christ unless you were a Trinitarian.
Rick
He's
has made a new
literally
friend.
focusing on Trinitarians to correct them, saying, I did not know you. You don't know me.
Yeah, exactly. Because here's the thing, when you read the Bible, and when you especially read the Gospels where Jesus speaks, where it's Jesus's words, right? More times than not, right? He comes across as a monotheist who believes in just one deity, one creator. And regardless whether he calls him the Father or whatever, he clarifies that that doesn't necessarily mean that he's the Son, right? He makes explicit statements which can be interpreted more as a monotheistic statement or monotheistic belief that he was preaching, rather than something which was Trinitarian, right?
Right.
And
Absolutely.
then when you're trying to find the Trinity, right, you're sort of reading into the words within the Bible, you're reading into the words, there is no explicit statement, right, where he says, I'm God, or worship me, or basically claiming divinity, right?
Right.
It's a lot
In
of the
fact, he
times
denies it several times quite
it
directly.
he has, and that's the that's sort of the tragedy I feel for the Christian community, because the Unitarian Christian reads the Bible and they make the conclusion that Jesus never called himself God. There's only one God, and Jesus was, in an essence, a prophet or some a being from God to bring his message. And then you have all these shades of Trinitarian Christians where the belief is like they're not even sure what they believe in. Even
Well,
one,
they're certainly not sure how to explain it logically.
exactly. So that's the point, right? It's very interesting how the Quran actually addresses this. That uh, God doesn't even care about addressing this fully. He just says, just don't say three, right? In the
Right.
Quran, it's, the verse, I'm forgetting the verse reference, but I'll bring it up if needed. But it's as plain as this: there's only one God. Don't say three. There's only one God. That's the whole argument behind this, and because it just doesn't make any sense. And Richard, the interesting thing is when the more learned Christians, right? The more learned Christians, they understand that this doesn't make sense, right?
Yes.
And they agree to that fact. They agree to it that they believe in it, but they cannot logically explain it,
Right.
right? And then that sort of it's just
The part that bothers me about that is that it's anti-biblical.
it is
That
pretty much
entire belief.
you're sort of reading into the text, and you can pretty much come up with anything if you want to read something into the text,
Sure.
right?
I mean, why should I stop at Father, Son, and Holy Ghost? I also have Messenger of God.
Yeah.
That's also God. I also have the angel of God. That's also God. And then I have specific ones like Jabril. Should
Yeah.
I also call him God? And why stop at 3?
And that's where things, and that's how pretty much things happen, right? When you look at Hinduism, for example, right? Why are there so many gods in Hinduism?
Well,
Right.
it's kind of I would actually, I've made this argument before. I would actually say that Hinduism is more monotheistic than a Christian who believes in the Trinity. And the reason I say that is because although there are multiple avatars of God, when reviewing Hinduism, it's important to note that none of these gods were birthed. All of these gods came from the essence of one being, right? The very essence of one being. And these are just different avatars. And so I would think that even that is more monotheistic than a Christian that believes in a Trinity.
Yes, it is. It is, in my opinion, more monotheistic. And Christians don't know where to look in the Hindu story to find the equivalent of what they're calling the Trinity, which in the Hindu story cannot be seen as a Trinity, but is the same story. But I would ask of anyone of religious persuasion, or even I don't. It doesn't even have to be religious. Actually, they could be just humanitarian. If I say something like person A perfectly lives all of their life as a humanitarian, and they are an excellent or even perfect representation of what it means to be a humanitarian, then there's nothing really wrong. And I think the way that it's being expressed in these ancient stories is it's calling them humanitarianism. So I don't actually have a problem with Jesus perfectly following Allah, and then people see that and misunderstand him, mistake him as Allah, and I think that's the differentiating problem right there. Peace and respect, Maynard saves.
So one of the interesting thing about Jesus is that the fact that he's the only human being that God created without a father, right? Adam and Eve are a different example completely, but when it comes to Jesus, right, he didn't have a biological father, right? I think what has happened, if you can look through history, is that that has become a challenge for certain people to how to rationalize that. And that sort of that legend sort of grew into um, just mysticism and then mythology pretty much, and then to a level that it doesn't anymore make sense, right?
Well, why give the genealogies if he has no earthly father? You know what I mean? Why is that important?
That is correct. Like, I mean, there's a lot of things which don't make sense. When you ask these questions, there's a rationalization that Christians make, but that doesn't
Well,
necessarily make sense. It's just a
right.
way to
It seems to me,
appease
yeah.
your what do you call it, disbelief, pretty much, that this can actually be true, right? You're just
Well, it's to
appeasing that
fulfill, it's
kind
to
of guilt.
force a fulfillment of old prophecies that they want to apply to Jesus that may or may not apply to Jesus.
Yes, in one way, yes. But a Christian will pretty much say that those prophecies were already there and Jesus just fulfilled them. But at the same time, they cannot prove that those prophecies were already there and they didn't put it in there, right? Because in one way, the Bible is sort of written to affirm the Christian faith rather than the Christian faith actually coming from the Bible itself. And the
When you
beginning,
say the Bible, you're talking about the New Testament and the Old Testament together, correct?
I do talk about the New and Old Testament together because in certain places, I think the Old Testament and the Jewish Tanakh and the Jewish Torah, they don't necessarily mean the same thing, especially when it comes to how they're being interpreted and
Yeah, there were
translated.
interpretation problems,
Yeah.
definitely.
So, Christians in one way, they interpret things differently from how the Jews originally understood it.
Amen.
And even if the Jews didn't have the right understanding, in the sense that the Christians have come over, especially the Trinitarian Christian. I haven't met as many Unitarian Christian to be able to respond to that intelligently, but I can say that when it comes to Trinitarian Christian, they just read into the Old Testament, just read so much into the Old Testament that it no longer makes sense. Are you reading the same
Yeah.
text as everyone else is reading? Because just a plain reading of the text would give you a complete different conclusion.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Well, they
Well,
the
don't.
the
idea of the
Jews would.
Trinity. Go ahead.
No, William, you said you lose it. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say the idea of the Trinity doesn't appear to come in until over 100 years after Jesus was actually alive and doing things.
Well, because he has a point. I think modern Christians, and maybe even Christians then, I don't know. All I can speak as is like modern Christians. A lot of modern Christians, they don't have the cultural reference, right? Like they say that they worship the God of Judaism, but they don't even have an understanding of what Judaism, how Judaism interprets these texts, right? So how are you co-opting somebody else's religion to be half of yours if you don't even understand what they say their religion means? Like
To
they
try to
they
lend authority to it.
they've taken it, they've reinterpreted it, and they've said, "Oh no, this isn't your God, this is our God, and this is right." And it's kind of weird. But I think the
Well,
New
it's
Testament
taking
can,
it, it's taking that idea of God and trying to connect it to Jesus.
well, in that way, kind of. Well, but in a way, it's almost like I think what they ended up doing was like the New Testament to like, so Christianity to Judaism is like what Mormonism is to Christianity,
Peace and respect, Connor.
if that
In
makes sense.
in one way, if I want to draw a parallel to this, right, it would be that somebody today comes in and says that the Harry Potter books are actually true and whatever is written in there actually happened, all right? And Harry Potter was something and people start worshiping that. And J.K. Rowling is screaming at people that I made a fictional story. You shouldn't believe this person. And everybody sort of jumps on the bandwagon that Harry Potter is real. That's the kind of, that's pretty much what Christianity has done to the text of Judaism, especially when it comes to their core doctrine, the theology, right? It's just a massacre of
To me,
the
the
theology.
God of the Hebrews is a disgusting creature.
How do you say that?
I
Because
agree.
he does collateral damage. You know, to punish one, he'll punish many, whether they've done anything wrong or not. He really gives some savage orders to his people to do things that are fairly unspeakable, and then demand glory because of these decisions. So I think a lot of it's pretty twisted.
But I think if you read it with our context, again, if you read it in our context, yes. But if I were to take that to a rabbi, right? He's going to tell me how he doesn't think any of this is literal. This is all allegory and metaphors, and there's meanings to be divined from this text and things like that, right? But he doesn't think that these things are literal. So it's I don't know, it's very different.
Well, even if it's just some sort of metaphorical thing, that the concepts are unjust.
Well, I agree with you there, but
So
I would say we have heroes and anti-heroes that don't always take the best action, right? And whether that's for relatability or whatever purpose, it serves a purpose in the story. And I'm not saying that justifies it. Like I obviously have no gods. I don't have a dog in this fight. I'm just saying the way Christianity views the Old Testament is not the way I hear Jewish people talk about the Old Testament.
Thunderdwarf, I'm just curious to sort of understand what your worldview is.
What do you mean?
Like, what do you believe in? Are you a theist? And if so, do you follow?
No, I'm not. I'm not convinced of any God. I do think it's all interesting. I do think it's all interesting.
Okay, so you're more agnostic.
But maybe to be honest with you, I've never I've always.
Are you convinced there's no God, or are you?
I think the best way I've ever put it is, in all my explorations, I've never found God speaking to man. I've always found man building a God, and so I've yet to be convinced of any of it.
It's an interesting point, because other than the one true God, every other God has been created by man. So all the examples that you would think of, right, would definitely be man creating God.
Just but that's my thing. Example. I think even here's another thing. Okay, if I were convinced that there were a God, I think I would probably simultaneously be convinced that there's not a single religion on the face of this earth that is accurate. Because why would you think because the thought of that is incredibly disheartening and not something I want any part of, to be honest. And B, because I think when I say that I see people building God, that's because that's what I see. I don't think if God is this thing that I can't understand, then nobody here is right. Nobody. And if God is benevolent, then he understands that. And if he wants me to know him, he's perfectly capable of doing that, right? And so if he chooses not to, by any religious standard on the face of this earth, aside from you, Richard, I don't consider you a religious standard, I would be considered unworthy. I would be considered somebody who was predestined to not be saved. I was not called, right? And I think teaching people that is just innately harmful. And so, there's a lot of reasons. And on that note, I got a call, so I will be right back.
Well, I noticed that she jumped the gun to a predetermination concept of all religions, and that's not uniform.
So yeah, definitely would love to have a conversation there. But just to an earlier point, I'm sorry, Hillary, was it you making the point that if the Old Testament God is not a
I think it was William,
God, sort of, right? So as Muslims, when we read into the Old Testament, even, right, we actually read it with a different lens. The Quran is actually very clear, and it explains to us that that it is the Furqan. Furqan means it's what clears the truth from falsehood, right? So when we read the Old Testament, right, we interpret the stories in it, the what's written in there, in light of what has been revealed within the Quran. That's how a Muslim would read it, right? So when you read, for example, let's say take a few of the stories, right? First thing is that when we read about the prophets, right? The prophets are people chosen by God to be an example to humankind, right? And God wouldn't choose someone who has a crooked character or would cause strife or be sinful, right? So it's
that's not demonstrable through the Jewish text, though.
Yeah, that rules
I agree,
out
but that's what I'm trying to explain. Let me just explain the Islamic concept, right?
Well, now wait, Faisal, that's great, but like my claim was that the God of the Hebrew God was abominable. I didn't say
understand,
anything about
and I
what
agree
they're.
with that. That
Wait,
Okay,
there's
well
a lot
then,
of things within there which
give me a
I
little
would not
timeout,
agree with.
Faisal.
Sorry?
There is a lot of things in the English translation of Tanakh that reflects that.
That's true. But there's also a lot of things within some of the stories, Richard, which I would not agree with, right? For example, when you read about Noah in the Quran, whereas
Mm-hmm.
you read some of the stories of Noah in the Old Testament, right?
Mm-hmm.
Noah got drunk, he ended up cursing his children and all of that. None of that is in the Quran.
That would be a very, very poor translative idea for people who ended up being Muslim. That would be a poor, poor way to say it. Okay?
Yeah,
And but that English translation that we're talking about there is not necessarily the correct idea. In fact, I think it's not the right idea. So to say something like it's about incest, I think is misguided.
that you're talking about Lut there, right? Prophet Lut, alayhi salam. And I agree. These type of things like David and Solomon being maligned, right? The Quran very clearly defends them that none of what they talk about him is true. That he was a pious person, that he was someone
I
who,
believe he I
yeah,
believe
who,
David, etc., are pious and
yeah,
they're correctly called righteous, which necessitates the Christian's translation is wrong.
that's what I was getting to. So we're able to take from the Bible that which we can affirm that this is coming from the truth. There's sort of a semblance of truth still within it, and we can actually deny certain texts that this cannot be true because this goes against what we have as the criteria, what we have as the Furqan, or that's basically another name for the Quran, right? Furqan, which means the criterion or what you use to identify right from wrong,
Yeah.
right?
Faisal,
So yes,
as far as Islam goes, if I reject um, the ideas of Islam or even this God, is there a punishment if I choose not to, or if I'm unable to love the God that I guess rules this world?
so Islam, the concept of salvation is Islam is dependent on the idea that you accept God as the only true being worthy of worship, right? If
Okay.
you ascribe partners to God, right, or if you deny the existence of God and you die in that state, definitely
Hmm.
there's, according to the Quran, right, it's very clear that your destination is going to be hell, right?
So an intentional punishment.
What do you mean? Sorry.
So a punishment that is decreed upon someone who refuses or does not understand.
Yeah, but there's a caveat to that I want to make sure
Hmm.
that you understand. In
Please.
and that is that the fact that you were actually given the message of Islam. So you should have received the message before this would apply to you, right? So
So as
those,
long as I don't look at Islam, I'm safe.
no, that's not right. So if
Wait
you
a minute.
know about Islam, right, and you purposefully keep yourself away from it, okay,
Mhm.
you're actually risking your own hereafter.
See, and
No,
that's
but wait,
another
that's what I
concept.
just
That's
said.
another that's another concept I can't get behind, right? Like the whole idea of it doesn't matter where you were born, it doesn't matter what culture you're born into, it doesn't matter what you grew up believing. None of that matters. If you don't guess right by the time you die, well, too bad for
Well, no,
you.
wait,
But that's a
wait. He's
benevolent
saying
being. That's a
No,
benevolent being.
that's not what I said. What I'm saying is, let's say there's a tribe in Amazon that had never been exposed to any civilization, right?
No, that's not
I'm just
what I'm saying. It doesn't
He's
matter if
gonna
you've been
he's gonna
exposed
cover
to it or
both.
not.
so
Pixie, he'll cover both. Trust me.
okay. So you So let me just give that example so that it becomes clear what we're trying to say. So as a Muslim, we believe that if that tribe never got the message of Islam, anyone who's died in that tribe without receiving the message, in the hereafter, they will be given a certain choice, right? And if they choose correctly at that time, right, they will be given eternal life in heaven or hell according to their choice. All right. Now, how that would happen, what would happen, I'm not sure exactly how God would do
What
that.
is hell?
But that had nothing to do with what I said.
Well,
let's say
you
I
didn't
read
finish.
20. Okay.
Okay. The second part is that if you have received the message, right, it is also upon you to look for the truth. Now, without question, you would agree that every human being has a duty to search for the truth and basically confirm the truth when they see it. Do you
No,
agree?
I think it is beyond certain people's capabilities, actually. But beyond that,
Are you telling me that people, for certain people, they're completely incapable of affirming the truth?
yes, I think there are certain people who lack the cognitive ability
Schizophrenics.
to process
Yeah,
such
for
things.
those people in Islam, they're going. If somebody in Islam, if somebody does not have the mental capacity to make decisions, for example, certain kids are autistic, right, and they're unable to live life like normal beings, right? There would be no questioning for them on that day. They have, they're sort of what what God has taken from them in this world, He will give them in the next world, in the sense that
Okay,
they
well then
will.
it's an expectation, but it's not a duty. But that's not the point, right? Like my thing is, if you I could study 20 different religions, and all of you say you have the one true God. I can earnestly be seeking and never find a correct answer, but that would put me at risk because I've been exposed, and that just seems like a strange and petty thing to assign to a God.
So let me respond to that, Thunderdorf. And the idea that we have in Islam is that if you are sincerely seeking for the truth, God would guide you to the truth. Period.
Yeah, I've heard that from a lot of different religions. That's the thing, and none of you have been right. Just saying.
Okay,
Wait.
but wait, back to what if I avoid Islam, if I avoid knowing about it by just not exposing myself to it, I should be pretty safe from any sort of judgment.
But can you do that now? You've already met me, my friend.
Yeah, but you don't. I mean, you're not Islam. You're just a Muslim.
No, but I've already introduced Islam to you, right? I've
But that
introduced
doesn't mean
that
that you
there
did it
is a
convincingly.
concept, and now
Right,
you.
but that's putting a lot on you and me because you
So
have to have a message that's convincing, and I have to be willing to receive it or take you seriously as a person.
definitely, there are two things, right? That there should be a coherent, convincing message, and the person should be willing to receive it, right? As long as you're willing to affirm the truth. I personally can vouch for the fact that Islam has a very cohesive message about who God is and how to understand God. And when you
That
read
is
through the
every
Quran,
religion.
no, I'm sorry, we were already talking about the Christian concept of God, and you agreed that that doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
No,
Right?
that's right. But the people that are inside that religion say the same thing about their belief that you do.
So, what do you think? How do you think? What is the Muslim or Islamic concept of God?
Well, I shouldn't really answer that because you might explain it to me and make me guilty of some sort of sin.
That's
No, no,
just what
no.
I was
I
thinking.
do. I'm just. I'm not here to like put you down or anything at all like that. I'm sincerely asking you so
No,
that.
no, it's not putting it down. It's once if he gets your concept correct, now all of a sudden he's going to be held
Now
accountable
he's
in the
liable.
afterlife.
That's right.
Yeah.
I
Even
still
Speak
think
no
that's
more
a
to me
rather
on this
strange.
issue.
so. Here's the
I
thing.
still think that's a rather strange and petty attribute to give a deity, particularly
let
one
me-
They
that's
still
supposed to
could
be
be true,
benevolent and
Pixie.
just.
Hold on, Pixie. This still could be true, and if that's the case, Faisal's going to put me in danger here if I stay.
Okay, well.
So why don't you hear me out then?
Because I
In
like
fact, that's what he's
Richards, but I
pointing
doesn't
out is
mean
he shouldn't listen to you.
I know,
That's what
Richard,
he's
what
pointing
you think.
out is okay. If ignorance is forgiveness, you're better off in ignorance than partial understanding, where that partial understanding leaves you short of the truth.
But that's
So you
where
have to commit to know nothing or know everything.
But here's the thing, Richard. Would you rather stay ignorant or know the truth? That's
I
to
would
avoid
rather
hell.
I would rather ascend into the heaven.
exactly.
But wait,
But
the
if you
consequence
assign
that we
if you
stated.
to the
assign
heaven if you don't know how to do that.
if you
But the
assign that kind of
consequence, hold, the consequence that you stated, Faisal, was that hell, and I don't know what the concept of hell is to you, but it sounds punitive.
It is punitive, without
but
question.
Right, so
I mean,
why would I risk it?
you are bringing to me a benevolent God that can save me, but you assign him such petty, ridiculous, childish, and vengeful attributes, right? That the concept is not only almost laughable, but like, why would, if that's what you call truth, why would I want to know that? Why do I want to know about your spiteful deity?
There was a lot of bias there.
There was.
Okay.
right.
Okay. It's been killing me for about last 10 minutes, Pixie, because you've said that twice, I think, and started to express it maybe even before that. Okay, it's a reasonable objection you make if there's no end times. But what we're leaving out of this is the forced inoculation of the arrival of heaven, the arrival of angels, that people would literally see these things. Okay? So if you say something like, I don't believe and thereby I'm damned, then you're forgetting that if you live into end times, you wouldn't have that problem. On the flip side of the same coin,
it's not just about me, it's about everybody.
I'm talking about
Pixie,
everybody. I'm talking about the whole planet, yes.
yeah.
And on the flip side of that same coin, Christians typically, I don't suggest adopting Christianity, by the way, will take the word in the text, judgment, and change it to sentencing. Now, it's not sentencing. I looked it up. It means to discern between things. What's to be discerned if your life and the past was the deciding factor in your punishment? And there's a dichotomy. You get punished, you don't get punished. There's nothing to decide in that.
I understand that doesn't apply to you. I get that, but
it's
there's
not
a
that
lot
it
of
doesn't
people.
apply to me. I can show this in the text.
No, I'm saying it doesn't apply to your belief system and your.
No, it
reading
doesn't
frame.
apply to the Bible.
Okay, but we're talking about the Quran.
Okay, but what I'm saying, right? I get that, right? But he implied that if I don't guess, if I expose myself to quote unquote the truth, and I don't guess right by the time I die, I have put myself at risk.
Okay,
That
let me
seems
ask Faisal the following
petty,
questions.
given the number of people who have lived before me and died and are not going to be present in the end time.
Of course. But I think Faisal believes there is a judgment.
All right. So here's the first thing. Are you called Pixie? Can I use that? Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So Pixie, here's the first thing, right? Like we're jumping to a second step when you don't even believe that there is a God. Let's first address that, whether or not there is one.
Okay. So
then determine
on what criteria are they being judged? If it's a judgment and not a sentencing.
See, here's the thing. Criteria? You don't even believe there is a God. So what's the point of addressing a judgment from a being that you don't even believe?
Okay, that's a cop-out, ridiculous.
That's not relevant, dude. That's not.
No, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're avoiding.
No, I'm not avoiding. Let's address the first issue first, right? If there is a God, then it makes sense to address this issue. If there isn't one, then Pixie, maybe you're right. From that perspective.
But you're talking about belief.
I already said this hold on. I said earlier that if I were to be convinced of a God, and Richard, this doesn't apply to yours, as yours is not a deity in itself. I understand that. If I were to be convinced that there is a God, I would be convinced that nobody here has it right. And what you just did is a perfect example of why. So thank you.
I still don't.
I don't know that that's a basis for judgment. I would agree that nobody has it right.
Perhaps I could build a bridge there. Okay. Pixie is doing a series of disqualifiers and looking at the righteousness of Allah before accepting that Allah exists.
Yeah. Thanks for clarifying, Richard.
Yeah, but you have to do it that way. You can't just accept that something exists first and then evaluate whether it's reasonable to have that belief. I mean, you can, but that's not logical to do it that way. You would evaluate whether that being is logical before trying to accept that it exists.
Excuse me? You're saying that you're going to judge a being that you don't even know whether it exists or not.
Absolutely.
And then basically,
Absolutely.
based on your imaginary being that you've basically created, that's what you're actually going to do.
No. What I'm saying is I can't make myself believe in things. I can't just wake up tomorrow and decide that I believe in unicorns that fart rainbows, right? Like, that's
We're
not
not
something that happens.
talking about unicorns
Hold on.
here.
I usually evaluate and observe and dive into things and make discoveries, right? And these are things that you incorporate into your beliefs, right? I can't just believe your God exists and then start talking to you, right? People are persuaded into believing things with information. So to tell me, why should I not give you information because you don't first believe, is a ridiculous cop-out.
No, I don't think it is a cop-out at all. I'm basically, all I'm saying here is that if you're going to jump to the idea that God is this and God is that, right? You can come up with so many theoretical examples of this is what God is, this is what God isn't, right? Right now, I don't even know what you're basically denying. I don't think you even know what you're basically
Faisal, you
denying.
said you've given us enough information. Hold on, Pixie. You've given us enough information to know that this being has the ability and the intent to punish those who don't acknowledge his existence.
Can you explain the attributes of this being? What do you think when I say God? What do I mean?
Well, as it stands right now, he seems to require that we acknowledge him. I guess he needs some sort of self-assurance or validation. So that seems to
here's
be
the thing.
Pretty
Here's
low
the thing.
impulse.
Here's the thing, right? This is exactly what I'm trying to talk about. You don't even understand the concept of God that I'm actually.
Would he send me to hell, and what is hell?
So here's the thing. Again, you're just asking questions without even understanding what the concept of God is, right?
Right. But I'm trying to understand the concept by things that concern me about the being. You mentioned hell. These are things that you've already expressed. I'd like to know what hell is.
What should concern you is if this God is real and he is going to send you to hell for doing something which he's told you not to do, then you should better do something.
Even if he is real, even if he is real, Faisal, and he's that way, I wouldn't follow him.
Here's the thing. You don't have a choice, my friend.
Thank you.
You're talking about a being that is all powerful.
Apparently, I do have a choice.
Then be ready.
Apparently, I do have a choice. That's what hell's for.
Yeah.
So apparently, I do.
Now, what is hell?
You are making the choice to go to hell. Then you shouldn't be complaining.
What is it? It could be like ice cream. It could be like Haagen-Dazs. What is hell like?
Again, these are just questions which you're just asking to
what is
enter
hell?
into an argument. I'm not addressing that unless you can agree to talk about God first.
Okay, time out.
I want to know about hell first.
Guys, I will kick you if you won't stop when I ask you to. Out of love, I ask you to stop. Okay, so Faisal, that got really close to telling them that they don't need what they need. So if you would tell them what they need in the order they ask, then it would be a better argument than saying they have to accept it the way you needed it.
See, the challenge with this, as they're putting it out, is that they don't even understand why they should be accepting what God's judgment would be, right?
Oh, I
The
understand
They
that.
don't
idea
hide us the
behind it,
judgment.
see,
I,
the judgment is when God
okay.
decides whether you go to heaven or go to hell, right?
Let
That
me
is a
put it this
judgment
way,
that He
Faisal.
makes. Sorry?
Let me put it this way. Let me put it this way, because I want everyone to have progressive conversation that moves forward, not get
Yes,
stuck
sure.
like this. And it's stuck. So let's try to fix the fact that it's stuck. Okay. I think what Pixie and William are doing is presenting challenges that would, in their minds at least, devalue the possibility of the existence of such God. For instance, if I say something like Allah is the most forgiving, and then the most forgiving, and why Allah should be called God is that on my ignorance I have made bad decisions, which people do normally make bad decisions based on ignorance. And if you're ignorant of a thing, you will make a bad decision. Then they are not the most forgiving, the most understanding, the most intelligent if they don't get that. So why should I think that such a God exists? So they're collecting evidence to see whether or not this God even makes sense as a God. So
Okay.
they are asking about the validity and the evidence for Allah in their questions, even if it's not what you think should come first. It's what they've kind of skipped ahead and gone to, is
Yeah.
there such a God?
No, I think I understand. I think I misunderstood initially. So without question, God. So Pixie and uh, William, right? The way we understand God is that He isn't just um, the all powerful, or He isn't just the most just, right? The other attributes of Him that we understand are that He's the most merciful and the most forgiving as well. So if you have led a whole life of sin, even, right? But if you do repent, and you repent sincerely, and you do turn to God, right? He will forgive you. That's how we see it.
Okay. Okay, I know that you want that's the script, but I'm asking you so that I can evaluate, like Richard said, whether this God makes sense. So when I ask you about hell and you avoid telling me about what your idea of hell is, I feel like you're hiding something.
I'm not hiding something. Hell is eternal damnation,
Now tell me what that
and
means.
heaven is eternal bliss, right?
Right, but
Hell
just saying
is
damnation doesn't mean anything to me.
damnation, doesn't mean anything. So the way you can think of hell is that the worst possible position that you can be in, multiplied however many times. You cannot imagine the level, right? And the way you can think of heaven is that the most bliss, the most happy you can be, the most satisfied that you can be, multiplied by so many times that you cannot even imagine. And that's
You
heaven and
understand by
hell.
saying that I can't imagine it, it takes it out of the realm of consideration.
When I say that, it's that whatever you can imagine, essentially, it's better than that, or it's worse than that.
Okay, that sounds interesting. I'd like to pick this up, but I have a report to do. I shall return.
Sure.
And like magic, William turned into Pixie. That was weird. It was exact. It was like precisely the same moment. The screen didn't even shift where people were.
That's hilarious.
Or at least I couldn't detect a shift.
Yeah. So, Pixie, like, does that give you some idea about it, or do you have more questions? Because I know you're
I
so.
mean, I missed part of it, but my thing is like, I get the whole like if you repent or whatever, right? But there are so many people who are never going to repent out of sheer ignorance. right? And so I think that it just doesn't assuage me in thinking that sending a bunch of, like, judging a bunch of people to go to hell, right? Whatever that is not, maybe not like the most forgiving. It may be like a little jealous or a little wrathful or a little vengeful, and that's fine. I mean, it's just, in my opinion, that seems to be more evidence of people building gods and making it human and
Pixie,
not something that is above it.
let's say somebody comes to your house tomorrow and they basically say that you should move today because by in 3 days there would be a flash flood and all these houses would be under it, right? And then you completely ignore the person because you think that that person is, for whatever reason, right? Then the next day that person comes in again and he says, I am from the government, you should move, right? You should move immediately because there will be a flood over here, and if you stay here you can die,
But
right?
can I
You
stop you there?
ignore
Because
that
that
person.
illustrates, no, that illustrates
No,
my
I'm
point
giving you
perfectly.
that's what I'm trying to explain. That's why it illustrates my point as well, and
No,
I'm
it
just
doesn't,
trying
and
to
I'm going to
explain
tell
it to
you
you.
why it doesn't.
No,
But
I'll explain
continue,
fully and then we'll talk about it. All right. So, and the third time he comes in, explains to you again, you decide not to do it. Who would be at fault?
I would, but I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to tell you why this doesn't apply to your God.
It does
Because
apply. It
no, it
exactly
doesn't, and I'm
applies.
going to tell no, it doesn't, and I'm going to tell you why.
Your God sends the flood.
No, hold on. It's not just that. It's not just that. Because here's an important distinction. The government has personally come to me and warned me. I cannot deny their presence or the existence of the being that brought the message. Your God has never brought me a message. Your God has never spoken to me, and your God has never revealed himself to me. He may have
That's
sent
incorrect.
you. There may be a text that you claim does this, but your God has not.
That's where you're wrong. See, God has sent messengers, and the fact that you're denying them, you cannot
Okay,
then
you didn't
come and
ask for it.
say that I never got the message, right?
Maybe the message wasn't correct.
But here's the thing: we've not even talked about the message yet. So you're saying the message wasn't correct without even listening to the message.
I said maybe. I said perhaps.
No,
that implies
that's
possibility.
what I'm saying. So if we can go into the hypothesis, like if we can hypothesize everything, right?
Okay.
That maybe the message wasn't correct. Address the issue. Look at the message, then decide whether or
Quick
not it makes
pause.
sense.
Okay.
Right?
Quick pause. There's an assumption here that I see. We all know that there is government. And we all know that there is people in government and that they do things like come around and tell you to move. So, can you do it without those?
But that's where we were trying to address the issue of whether God exists or not, and that's what I
Right.
wanted to
I
get
get
to.
that.
But he just hit it on the head.
But you assumed God in your example. You need to not assume God in the example.
No, the parallel I was making was to basically explain the idea that the person making the decision and choosing is the one who takes the blame, right?
Okay.
Not
But
the government,
you mentioned the
not me.
government.
No,
But if the
I'm just
government
explaining this that
if the government came wearing a clown outfit, I wouldn't take them seriously.
that's again assuming that the government would send somebody in a clown outfit.
Right, but I'm saying a lot
It's
of
the
the
same
quote
thing.
unquote prophets, a lot of the people bringing the message come off like clowns.
Yeah, but that's why I'm saying that if you read the Quran and if you read the what the Muslims actually believe in, they don't come across as clowns. That's what we
Well,
were
not to
talking about.
you, not to you. That it didn't to you, but it may to others who are looking for answers that make sense.
Again, this is hypothetical. This is
Okay, you gave me an
speculative, right?
answer about hell.
This
I
is
asked
this
you.
is again, William. This is again hypothetical and speculative. You've not read
All
the
of it is.
message.
No,
You've not
listen,
read the
listen.
message
I
in
asked you
your.
about hell, and you gave me a very vague idea that it was something that I can't imagine. It's really bad, though. And then if I go to heaven, if I make the right choice, the pleasures there are so great that I can't imagine, which gives me no information, just a general concept that good or bad based on decision. But punishment is waiting if I make the wrong decision.
It sounds like a mafia protection racket.
I can see that, Hillary's. I can see that.
So you're basically. Can you just repeat what your main argument with this is? You're basically saying that because you don't know what you're going to get in the hereafter, right?
Yeah.
You're
Yeah,
not.
because
So
you gave me something vague, which implies that you don't have any real knowledge on it. You just said whatever you can imagine, it'll be 1,000 times that. Either way.
So yes, like if you want me to go into some of the explanations that we have of what heaven and hell are like, right? I can do that. So, for
Well,
example,
hell
some
is
of the
fine. Hell is
descriptions.
the fine place to start, though.
Okay, so in some of the descriptions about hell, about some of the people who got punishment in hell, right? Um, in hell, you would go through punishment where your skin would burn, and then it would regrow and it will burn again. So it would be eternally like that for certain people.
To be
Right.
okay.
Right.
So now that's as much hell as you need to explain. Now tell me about heaven.
In heaven, for example, you would have all types of pleasures that you want. For example, you would have gardens. You would have everything that you consider as beautiful. For example, streams, and all of the place that you would see would be yours. It would be sort of your own personal property, right? And
What a
you would,
bargain.
And we'll be able to do this even for things that were prohibited by Islam in this life?
you would have things that you would have here. They would be
Like
a
bacon.
pure. They would be pure, pure creatures over there. Pure
Pure bacon.
juices
Yeah,
over there, right?
Yeah, can we
Not
eat
like what
nothing
you
but
have
bacon?
on this earth.
Can
So
we eat
you're
nothing but
going
bacon?
to be a different existence completely.
But I
In the
may
sense
still
that,
want bacon.
So the question is there clean bacon?
yeah,
That's what
sure.
I'm asking. I love a bacon sandwich.
Sure, there will be a clean bacon sandwich for you there.
Not
I,
something
Really?
I
like
don't
bacon,
know
but actual
exactly if
bacon.
it will be there, but there may be something which you would definitely enjoy.
Okay, so it might not be bacon then. It would just be a substitute.
It's not going to be a substitute. It's going
Bacon
to be.
flavored
So
soy.
think of it as that what we have here on Earth is a projection of what would be available on heaven, right?
Okay, I like that concept. It's just that the way that you make it sound, and I don't know if do you know what a confidence man is?
A what?
A confidence man.
No.
A con artist.
Okay.
All right. So when you get to the idea that it's almost this unbelievable bargain that you can't argue with, there's really only one choice to make, because there's only downsides to make the wrong choice, but only good things to make the right choice. It's what sounds like something that's too good to be true. Do you follow that? Naturally, for a human, that just
But
seems something you can't trust.
But that's the thing, that when you think about God giving you something, it has to be something better than what you ever thought. Otherwise, he won't be God.
Now that doesn't follow.
Of course, it follows. Otherwise, what's God?
And
No,
Who's
that
God
is a
to
good
you?
place. Now I'm ready for that question. You wanted to tell me what God was earlier.
Yeah. So who
Now
is
we've
God to
reached a
you?
place where I'm receptive. Tell me about your God.
So who's God to you? Like, what do you? I want to build on that. That's why I sort of want to understand what God means to you.
That really doesn't matter to what I'm asking you.
Okay. So for me, God is the creator of this reality, the one without which this reality cannot exist, the one who can will this reality into existence.
Are you speaking of
Right?
material existence?
He's not material. He's
Okay,
beyond
so,
material.
but he's
Right?
responsible for material existence.
No, not just material, every form of reality,
but including material.
including material. The
But he is
material
responsible
plane,
for this mess.
the material plane is only a part of what he's created.
Peace and respect, computer.
Computer says no.
Sorry?
No, it's a reference to a TV show. Never mind. So you continue. You were telling me about your God.
Yeah. So he's the creator. He's the one who keeps it in existence, and he's the one who can basically will anything into existence that he wants. Right? He is not the creation, so he cannot be in his creation. He cannot be uh, physically present in what he's created because he's completely separate from that. Right?
So
Everything
like
is dependent.
Azathoth in the H.P. Lovecraft mythology.
Sorry?
Are you familiar with H.P. Lovecraft, the mythology of Azathoth, the god outside of reality that creates reality?
No, I'm not familiar with that.
Okay, it's a fictional mythology that kind of parallels a lot of religious ideas. Like the idea that all that we call reality is the dream of this god that creates reality with its thoughts, and that one
It
day
could
it'll
very
wake
well
up
be.
and we'll cease to. But he's outside. We couldn't harm him if we wanted to because we are him. We are a product of his dream.
Yeah, but we're not him. That's
That
a
was I was
very,
telling you the H.P. Lovecraft mythologies.
yeah.
I was just trying to gain an understanding of where this god resides.
I sort of understand, but that may very well be the case. I don't know, right? The main thing is that we only know about God to the extent to which He reveals to us,
Do we
right?
exist within Allah's mind?
Within Allah's mind, I don't know. He's willed us into existence. If we exist as a thought within Allah, I don't think that is the case. That's not what our belief is. We exist separate from Him. That's how much we know.
Are
Right?
we any part of him? I
No,
mean,
we're
do
not.
we have any part of him in us?
No, we're not. He created us, but we're not a part of Him. He's not creating us by taking a part of Himself out.
Not
Right?
even the spirit of life, the breath of life.
He willed us into existence. It's not that we're made of anything divine per se, right? We're not, in that sense, we're not made of anything that is
So
part
we're
of
illusory.
Him. Sorry?
Yeah, we're illusory then.
We're a what?
Illusory.
We're
An
an
illusion.
illusion.
Are we an illusion? We may be, we may not be. I don't know.
If he created all matter and all matter comes from his substance, then we would be
No, no,
be
no.
at least part of him.
I'm not saying that it comes from His substance.
Did he
Saying
not
it
speak
only
it
from
into
his will.
existence?
So willing something into existence doesn't necessarily means that He's creating us from Himself. That's not what
Well,
I'm
then
saying.
where does the energy of creation come from?
He wills it into existence. That's it.
So matter, he wills matter into existence with his
He
own power.
wills matter into existence. He wills reality into existence. It goes beyond just what you see in this universe.
And we are animated by some sort of spirit. Would that be correct?
Pretty much.
So where does
The
this spirit come
way
from?
that I understand it is that our soul is separate from our material existence.
All right. Did he create the soul?
Yes, definitely.
Out of what material?
Nobody knows.
Is it his material, his essence?
No, God was very clear in the Quran that only He knows the secret of the soul, no one else does, and He hasn't revealed it.
That's helpful.
Yeah. The main point is that when you're thinking about this reality, the only conclusion that you can reach when you look at your own existence and why you exist today, you will come to a conclusion that God exists.
Can you control what you believe, Faisal?
I wholeheartedly disagree with that statement, obviously, and I think it was rather presumptive and slightly arrogant.
It is. Sorry. But at the same time, can you explain then to me how you came into existence, how you exist today, and give me a satisfactory explanation?
Well, all you've said is this this being that you've never seen did it with magic, and he won't tell us how.
It's not
But
magic.
that's supposed to be more explanatory power than I'm supposed to provide for you on the spot. Like, is
That's
that
not
supposed to make
magic.
me laugh?
So give me a worldview that makes sense of your existence then.
Okay, so my mom and dad, they did it, and then I was
And
born 9 months later.
how did they come into existence?
Their mom and dad, they did it,
And
and then they came into
keep
existence
going,
about
keep
9 months
going,
later.
keep going.
Yeah, that goes
At
back
the very beginning, we were
forever.
hydrogen. We were
You
hydrogen
were
atoms.
hydrogen. Okay. And
At
how
one
does
point we weren't,
hydrogen?
and now we are.
So you're basically saying you came from nothing.
No, we came from
No
something that always
Absolutely
existed.
not.
Then what did you come from?
matter,
What matter?
All the
vibration,
matter in the universe.
frequency, the construct.
Okay. And how did that create life? How did
Well,
that
it
create
didn't
intelligence?
create life. It didn't create life. Life is something that's been borrowed from the source.
Life is what? Sorry?
Something that is borrowed or lent from the source.
What's the source?
The
What we're
ultimate,
calling God. Yeah,
the God.
Okay, no. Don't include me in that.
I know.
Yeah, I know that.
Because
Six is
because
different.
he said the conclusion would be that you come to God, and I said I disagree with that. I do not
Yeah, so-
believe. Hold
We're
on.
defining gods, though.
I do not believe that a state of nothing exists, and I
Then-
don't believe. Hold on. I don't believe that necessitates a deity, nor do I think that presenting a deity as a solution to the problem that life cannot come from non-life is nothing more than moving the goalpost in an unfalsifiable manner, because nobody can explain to me if life can't come from non-life, where the hell God got this life he's passing out, and where did his come from? But oh no, we can't answer that because he's eternal, right? Like, you're shifting the goalpost in an unfalsifiable manner, and you're calling that explanatory, and assuming that because I don't believe in that, any answer I say I don't have, or any knowledge I say I don't have, is somehow evidence that I have less explanatory power in scientific deductions than your little book has. And I think that's arrogant and presumptive.
Actually, what you're saying is very arrogant, presumptuous, first of all, because you're basically putting science on a pedestal, and you don't even understand what science itself is.
I did not put science on a pedestal, and please don't tell me that I don't know what science is, because now you're being ridiculous, patronizing, and arrogant, and I will not listen to you anymore until you correct yourself.
I'm sorry. Explain to me what science is, because you said a lot of things over there, right? Which, okay, if you don't agree,
I don't
that's fine.
consider that correcting
But
yourself. Please continue
I'm
with
not
somebody else
correcting
or try
myself.
again.
I'm sorry. But if you want to retract and say that I'm not coming along
stuck
with
again.
arrogant, then we're probably going to correct. I will retract what I said. But if you're going to call me arrogant, I have every right to call you arrogant as
I
well.
didn't say you were arrogant. I said that
We're
statement
devolving.
came across very arrogant, and it did.
Yeah, this is going down a weird side path.
I'm giving it 5 more minutes.
Yeah.
Really.
Okay.
I think they are going somewhere.
Okay.
Okay. The point of the matter is that if you cannot explain, at least listen to the other side of the argument before you just jump to a conclusion and draw a conclusion without even hearing the whole
No,
process.
I think that's what you did. Because
I
you
didn't do that.
said, yes, you
I
did. You
didn't
did
do
that.
that.
You
You
did that
jumped
in the
in.
very beginning. Your very first statement was that, and that's why I objected. You said that if anybody looked at their existence, that they would come to the conclusion, they must come to the conclusion that there is a deity. You are the one who said that there couldn't be any other logical explanation despite not hearing them all, and that is precisely what I challenged. So
And
if you
then,
would like
and
to
then I
attempt to
asked
put that on
you,
me, that's fine.
and then I asked you very specifically, if you have a way to prove that, then show it to me. And you're basically
No, you
saying,
said present me with a world view. You didn't say prove it to me. Those are two different requests. You're going to need to
okay,
be a little more precise
give,
if you're going to come at me like that.
all right, fine. If that is what it is, then prove it to me how in your worldview you came into existence and you are here right now.
Prove yours, because you haven't, and it hasn't been explanatory either.
Okay, I'm actually pausing my worldview here because you're jumping in all the time and just complaining without even adding to or addressing the issues.
Sure, that's what
It's
I
fine.
did. You could pretend that and move on if that's what you would like to do. That's fine with me.
So, William, we were having a discussion where you said that it all came from a source.
Yes,
So, what is that source?
the monad,
What does that mean?
the original being, the one thing that is.
So, explain that to me. What is that one thing?
I would say the ultimate mind.
Okay. And what are the attributes of that ultimate mind for it to be able to allow for our existence or to explain our existence?
Well, it's not directly responsible for the material world. It's just the power that it has. This is hard to explain to someone from ground level, but I believe in something called a demiurge that created matter, material world, and it's similar to the world above, what we would call the heavens or the realm of spirits and forms, whatever you want to call it, the non-matter. But it's imperfect. And that the God of this world is pretty horrific and evil, and that Jesus was not calling that his father, but trying to rescue us from worshiping this thing.
Okay, so in one way, you are a deist. You believe that there must be an entity that is powerful enough to create this reality.
Yes, William and I are deists.
Okay. So, William, why do you think that this God is an evil God?
The God described in the Old Testament, and several other faiths that kind of lean on that archetype, it basically pretty interested in his own glory, very insecure, and if you don't, it's like choose me or die. And
Okay.
it has no problem with innocent, like people being killed that did nothing wrong. If it means that people will fear him.
Okay. So, do you think you may have misunderstood the Old Testament or why God allows certain things to happen?
I think most of the Old Testament is just written by the priests of this guy.
Okay. So, here's a question. Can you have free will without evil existing?
A consequence of having free will could lead to evil existing.
Okay. So if this being created free will, as a consequence, there needs to be evil, right?
Well, it didn't create free will. That's something that came.
Can I ask you a question? Is there free will in heaven?
Who are you asking?
You. Is there free will in heaven?
Can I continue with William for now? because I think we sort of talk over each other. I would rather prefer that we bring this to a conclusion and then we can address that. Is that okay?
Sure, I'll pretend this conversation didn't start with me answering, and you do
All
that.
right. Okay. So, William, when you talk about free will, right? For free will, there needs to be a choice, and you're saying that we don't have choices that we can make in this world.
No, I
Okay,
didn't
when
say
you're
that.
saying free will, you need to define what you mean because we might not be saying the same thing.
I think it's probably better to say the freedom to choose rather than saying free will per se,
Okay,
because
well, if we have
that's
the
more
freedom to
representative.
choose, you could have the freedom to choose without there being evil.
So yeah, that's what I'm saying. So evil, so for free will to exist, by necessity, you need to have the
Okay,
opposite of good, right?
when you say free will, then no.
Sorry, freedom to choose, right? You need
Right.
to have the alternative.
No, you can have two excellent alternatives without any bad one.
Okay, then again, this comes down to the question of what are we doing here on this earth then? Like, if you want to think about it this way, that then definitely God could have created everybody and put everybody in heaven, which
Hmm.
pretty much how, according to the Bible, Adam and Eve, they were in heaven. They weren't sent to earth, right? They were only sent to earth after they'd committed the sin.
Well, after they did what God arranged,
What God told them not to do,
but
right?
He didn't give them the knowledge to know that not following His command would be bad.
He told them very clearly, this is what you shouldn't be doing.
But it turns
That
out that He
doesn't.
lied too.
But they didn't
How were they
understand
lied
right from
to?
wrong, so what did you shouldn't be doing this really mean?
Again, this is the difference between what the Bible narrative is and what the narrative in the Quran is, right? In the Quran, God is very clear to Adam and Eve that you should not even approach this tree, because if you would do so, you would be among those who
What tree?
were fallen,
Wait,
right?
and this
What tree is that?
and this tree is in heaven.
Pixie,
Yes.
hold on. What tree is that?
I don't know what tree it is. It
But
was
it's in
It's just a tree that they're not supposed to approach.
exactly. That was
But
all
it's
they were not supposed to do. Otherwise, they could go anywhere in heaven.
but it's in
Why
heaven.
would he do that?
The tree is in heaven. Hold on. So there is free will in heaven. So why is heaven a good option at the end of all of this? If free will led to bad things and they got cast out of heaven, why is heaven a good option after all of this?
Why is heaven a good option after this?
Yeah. Yeah, given
Because
it didn't work, why is it
because
good?
in heaven you've already made the choice, right, to be in heaven, and now all the choices that you make are good.
So he
That's how
bulldozed the
it's supposed to
tree.
be.
So you have free will. He bulldozed the tree, and everything will be good. But that doesn't make sense because isn't evil a necessity of free will? I'm confused.
Has anyone ever? Hold on. Has anyone ever fallen from heaven?
Hey
Has
guys, I'm
anyone
smoking, and you have to call on Math Pig when you feel it's appropriate, but he does have his hand up asking for your permissions.
Okay.
That's Gurr.
sorry, what was your question again?
Oh shit, I forgot. Hold on. Oh
Well,
yeah,
I
has
know
anyone
what
ever
Pixie was
fallen?
saying.
Has anyone? Okay, I was gonna go ahead.
But no,
Has
Pixie was making the point that everything you're describing kind of, as you follow your narrative, it falls in on itself. So they couldn't approach this tree. They did it anyway, even though they didn't know what the tree was or have any indication of anything. He just said, don't do it, and they did it. Now,
no,
if I have a newborn baby, I don't turn on a hot item, put it in front of the baby and say, now you can go anywhere, just don't touch this, and then walk off and leave them. And then if I come back and find that they've burned themselves because they've touched it, because they're curious, then I beat the crap out of them. That doesn't make
again,
sense.
there's a lot of assumptions in here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Firstly,
Look
Adam
at
and
that.
Eve.
It's if this took place in heaven, clearly something about heaven and free will is just not working for humanity. So why
Again,
is this the best thing
Pixie,
that they did? They bulldoze the tree? Did they take away free will?
no,
What makes
again,
the second go around in heaven different?
have you read the narrative in the Quran?
I am
So
asking you, what makes the second trip to heaven different? Why is it going to work this time?
because the first trip to heaven, right, we had an enemy that was clearly identified to us that this is our enemy and we're not supposed to follow through on what he is saying, and that's Satan.
Who was
right?
that?
Satan is
What did he do?
What did Satan do? Satan
Mhm.
was
Yeah.
the first to disobey God.
Okay.
Right?
In what regard? How did he disobey God? It might have been worthwhile to do so.
How
What
is it
happens the next time
worthwhile to
another
disobey
angel
God?
disobeys God?
Okay,
He
what
wasn't an
what
angel.
that he did
Oh,
for
what
the
happens the
disobey?
next time another being disobeys God?
We've been told what would happen. You'll go into hell, right? So
You get
it's
Must
your
have
cast
been
out of
worth
choice
it.
heaven into
to
hell?
now
Can you get cast
disobey
out of
God.
heaven into hell?
Sorry?
Can you be
Wait,
cast from
I
heaven
have
to
to
hell?
No.
ask for a pause because Faisal is strongly trying to hold position and explain to 3 different brains simultaneously,
Okay, sorry.
or at least 2. So either one of you guys who want to take lead in the conversation with Faisal is fine, but
Will
2
can
on
have it.
1 simultaneous, I mean I wouldn't want to try to do it.
Yeah, I'm happy with Will doing it, except he dropped out right after you said that, Pixie. So I don't know.
So I'll let Guru talk. He's had his hand up for a minute.
Yeah. Math's good.
You have went in so many different tangents from
Math
the
pig.
point that I joined. It was you were talking about recurrence and where we came from, the whole idea of coming from nothing, and it was a science topic, so I was jumping in for that. And
Oh, yeah. Thank you. I don't have the words for it. Like I know, like I don't believe in a state of nothing, and I don't, and I think there was always something there to react, and I don't know what caused the reaction. I wasn't there, right? But like I don't think that requires a deity.
yes, the fact that I have some questions written down, and I think they were the point that is it if I pronounce it right, Faisal.
Yeah, it's fine. Faisal is fine.
Faisal, right?
Yeah.
You asked Pixie about a worldview, and when she gave you a very quick answer, you did very. I don't want to say you were rude or anything, but there was an interruption, and it was sort of a thing, and it was like, "Give me a worldview." So I'm just wondering what your idea of a worldview is. Could you define
The
to me?
question I'm asking is, how do you explain your existence on
No,
this?
I get
Right.
that, and I'm
So
trying.
can you give me a coherent response to that this is how I believe I have come into existence, right? Which is basically follows through fully on, it's not just a simple, oh, my mom and dad came together and I'm here. I mean, yeah, that's true for everyone, but it's not a full on worldview of how
That
you
wasn't my
explain your
answer.
existence. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying as well. I'm just explaining that wouldn't be a comprehensive or coherent response to that question, right?
I've no idea because I stopped listening to you because I asked you a question and you ignored it, and then asked me a question that has been over and over, and you asked me to concisely answer that, and I can't without the definition of what you think is a worldview. And if you want to
Okay.
ignore that question and move on to,
He
how
means
do
like
we come
natural
into
materialism,
existence? Pardon?
or materialistic naturalism.
Hominid and human evolution is something I'm semi interested in. We could go back as far as Homo erectus and Homo habilis, and
Well, I can cut the middle part out and just say it began with an immense energy state before there was any matter. Something happened to cause a perturbation that caused what we call now the Big Bang, even though we don't understand it fully. That over time, things cool down to, I think it's 3,000 degrees Kelvin, or maybe it's 30,000, but I think it's 3,000.
Mhm.
And then that's when matter began. We got electrons and
The
protons.
CBD or the CBD.
Yeah, but then I could have gone all the way down that path, but he was looking for the gotcha moment when he could say like, well, what caused that, or well, what did that? And I said, I don't know, because he can be like, oh, God. And that's supposed to somehow prove that that's the only logical view that you can have. And
That's
all
not what.
I was saying, and all I was saying to begin with was saying a statement like, if you think about it, if you contemplate it, the only answer you can come to is theism, is a very arrogant thing to say, and I still stand by
Yeah.
that.
It's a very narrow-minded claim. Yeah.
No, again, I'm sorry. First of all, you made an assumption about what I would be saying, right? Firstly, I wasn't gonna respond at all like that, right? Yes, I would be asking you questions because there's definitely flaws in your logic and it doesn't flow through completely. And I think you know of that. That's why you were
I
avoiding it.
think the same of your logic, and I think
Fine.
you know that, and I think that's why you attacked me when I pointed out the arrogance of your statement.
Let's start going through our logics. Okay. So how do you think we came into existence?
I don't think you're honest enough to have this conversation with, to be honest.
I'm again, you're assuming something about me, right?
Love to ask if
Previously, you assumed something about me. It came across in your response to me, right? And that's where I think that this conversation is breaking down, which is unfortunate, right? I'm okay to have a conversation as long as the other person is willing to have the conversation in good faith. I don't feel
I
that
don't
it
think
would
you.
be
I
good
don't
faith
think you
if you're
do have it.
assuming.
No,
If
I
you're
don't think you do
assuming,
have
if
any
you're
good
going
faith.
to assume something about me, and you're openly admitting to that right here on this channel, right?
No, I think you've shown
Then
that to me.
no, I'm sorry, I didn't show that to you. You actually assumed it, and then you basically just turned it around to me and say, you just made your claims then about me. So I'm sorry, that doesn't make sense.
No, I'm not saying that you are not here in good faith. I'm saying I feel that you're not in good faith, and that's a position that's where I'm coming from.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
So
you've assumed
right.
something about me. You've assumed something about me, right?
No, I'm not assuming anything about you. I'm making a statement about how I feel, and it
that's exactly what it
doesn't have
is.
anything to do with your character. That I don't feel like you
Yeah,
have
if
treated
you
me
feel
with good
something
faith.
about
I
me,
don't
that's
feel
what it
like you
means.
have.
You're assuming.
I do not feel. No, I'm not assuming that you have acted in bad faith. I do not feel you have treated me in good faith, and those are two different statements. Okay. So you can talk to like Math Pig or Hillary's or something, and it's cool. No hard feelings, whatever. Just I'm not interested in further conversation at the moment.
That's fine. That's fine.
Can I get a go?
Sure.
Hey, yippee! Yeah, I understand just that previous wee last bit that was happening. It sometimes is difficult when you try to say some things and the other person takes it in a way you didn't mean. We end up down rabbit holes with people over talking each other and stuff, and it gets lost in the conversation. So yeah, I've been there. We've done that. We've all been very passionate. Thank you, Faisal, for giving me an opportunity to talk to you. I usually only get to talk to you here on Richards.
Yeah.
But I asked you what a worldview was, and you retorted to me with another question. Could you answer my first question?
Oh, sorry. I think I misunderstood what you were saying. So when I talk about worldview, it sort of means how do you explain the how do you explain your existence within this reality, right? What
So
are the
nothing to do with
assumptions that you're
politics.
making?
Oh,
Sorry?
No. Sorry, I'll mute. Nothing to do with what I was trying to say. Was nothing to do with politics. Nothing to do with any of that. When you say
No. So those are part of it, but essentially it's sort of the the more existential questions that you should be asking. What are those, and how? What are the conclusions that you've reached to those questions? I think politics sort of falls much lower on the totem pole for what worldview you hold. I'm not saying it's not relevant. I'm just saying that there's certain basic assumptions that everybody makes of why they're here, how they're here, and all of that, right? That's what I'm trying to understand.
Cool. I agree with you. And politics should be at the very bottom. I'm born and raised Northern Ireland. Troubles. Everybody, mad over here. Haven't had a government in a year. Yeah, politics can go and f off. Beep. But I understand. Right. So I get this general idea of what you're talking about with a worldview, and you would boil that down then to all these different questions of where we come from. And when it comes down to what Pixie's saying, and Hillary did a fantastic description earlier of this, that, and the other. We, as whenever you said define science, it's hard to define science. So you can define the scientific method, but that community, pardon? That community, if you want to put it in that, and us people and all that, we have shown through repetition and different tests and things like that. And it's not a faith-based thing. It's an experimental-based thing. So we can show through repetition with repeated experiments between different people that we can go back to, I think, 10 with 23 zeros, so far back. But there's a whole big giant chunk that everything after that is speculative. We have lots of different hypotheses, but there is nothing that we can say it is. We would find these things from disproving an idea. So if I said to you, the sky is purple, you can prove me wrong by going outside and saying the sky is blue. It's not about me trying to prove to you that it's purple. It's about the disproving of it.
Okay, so can you boil it down to like what you take as truth or how you approach truth?
How I approach where I am now and my understanding of what the science is.
Yeah.
And
So let me ask it in another way, Matthew.
Yeah,
so maybe that will be easier. So
slightly yes.
If you want to assess the truth claim that something is true or something is not true, how would you come to a conclusion about that?
That would depend on the circumstances. If you ask me about God, I have 6 years on the internet and 20 years of my life wasted on this and still don't have an answer. If you ask me about how to make a cake, I'll Google it. So it depends on the situation.
Okay, so if I want to sort of categorize how we come to a conclusion about the truthfulness of a claim, right? Let's say one of the ways is you look at testimony.
Oh, yeah. Personal testimony. Yep.
Personal testimony. So you believe that your mom is your mom because she told you.
My mom is my mom because she what me?
She told you that she's your mother.
Oh, told me.
Right?
Okay, yeah, sorry, not great in accents. Told me she was my mother, yes.
Yes, so that's right.
You accept that as proof, Matthew?
Pardon?
You actually accept that as being proof?
No. I'm listening. I didn't think he was finished. I was letting him finish his story.
Yeah. So, but I think nobody here would be disagreeing with that notion that we accept testimony as a truth, as a proof for a truth claim, right? Because I don't think anyone.
May I interrupt there? Interrupt just there? I would accept a personal testimony as a personal truth to that person. And I do understand that if you...
Good point.
Please, I did ask, if you just let me finish. I do understand if you had a personal testimony that led you to believe it was God, and say Richard had a personal testimony that led you to believe in the same type of God, then you would both agree that that is evidence and proof for that.
That's a very good point. So essentially, what you're pointing to is that if the same claim is made by multiple people, so there's multiple testimonies, right?
Where
For
the
example,
conclusion is the same. Yes. Now, I don't believe that all the personal testimonies are the same. You could have seen a statue crying and Richard seen a different thing. You do both believe in a type of God, but I would believe
yeah,
that your
we're not
conclusion.
getting to God, Mathpick, but what I'm trying to say here is that we can both agree to the fact that testimony results in us affirming to the idea that something can be true, right?
To that person.
Yes, depending on who the messenger is, let's say, who the testimony is from, and what the claim is, definitely. But
I would ignore the first statement because who the messenger comes from is relative to someone who could have banged their head and had a hallucination, relative to someone who actually had a personal testimony from God.
yeah, but
I
that's
ignore the
exactly what I
first.
mean, Mathpick. So if somebody random on the street comes to you and says, "I'm your mother" or "I'm your father," right? You wouldn't necessarily believe them. But the woman who's raised you up through your childhood, if she says that, or if the person who was in your house, the man who was in your house who raised you up, if he says that he's your father, you would more likely believe that. Do we agree to that much?
Yes. Now, on this particular topic, could I give you a very real life situation which is very relevant to this conversation? And can I tell you how I felt after that to give you context of where I would feel?
Okay, go ahead.
Uh, I have a 6-year-old daughter who I love to talk about on any excuse. It's her birthday on Tuesday past. She's 6. Love the bones of her. Me and her mother were together for in total about 4 years. And we were together a very short time before we fell pregnant. We were using protection. It's just something that happened. I was in a relationship for a long time before that, didn't care. I wanted to have kids. So I was happy, you know. I had a prophetic dream that I was going to have a little ginger girl. And I like we broke up during the pregnancy. All of these things came together. We got together. And I'm worried at the time when we were discussing it because it was so recent into our relationship. Was it my daughter? We've only just started dating. We've not really said that we are, one, like we've just, we don't know. And that conversation was the reason that we broke up during the pregnancy. I had a period of about a year when my wee girl was born that I wasn't sure if she was my daughter or not. I didn't know. I didn't want to go and get a DNA test because I would worry then and walk away or something like that. But I've spent 6 years with her and I've learned to be with her. I've been around her and I can see me in her. So that worry that was there has now passed.
Okay. Uh, that's a tough place to be in. I mean, the fact that you have to go through that, I don't know. I haven't gone through it, so I won't be able to
I'm just
fully
trying to make an
empathize. But that's
analogous to your situation, man. I've logically went through it. Like anybody who knows me, my best friend, it took me months to fall in love with my daughter. I have responsibility. I took a month off work. The dogs were alone for the guts of freaking 2 weeks. My dad had to come around and look after them in the house. Like my daughter comes first. Anyone knows me that. But
that's fine. I understand that, but this is so for me. It's the testimony part of it was the testimony that the your daughter's mother made to
mhm.
you, that she is your daughter, right?
Yeah, she told me she was. I had to take
Exactly.
it on faith that she was telling me the truth.
Exactly. That's actually a very good way of putting it.
That's the
That at
exact
the
reason
end
I
of the
told her.
day, at the end of the day, whether you believe in the testimony or not, it depends somewhat on your faith that the
Yeah.
testimony and who is giving that testimony,
Yes.
right?
Now,
That
I could
person
go
is
the science
truthful.
route. I could go the science route and I could either prove it or not prove it. That
It's
she is
an
my daughter.
amazing point that you've made again, right? The proof, the scientific proof, right? That would be actually another testimony from someone, right, who's done the test that on your DNA and your daughter's DNA, and he's come to you and said, I've performed these tests, and there's a higher likelihood that this person is your is genetically related to you, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So again, with that test, it's not a scientific proof per se, but it's a testimonial proof,
Yes.
right? It is following a scientific method to come to a conclusion, which is being interpreted by an
It's also
individual.
repeatable. If I can point out, no, it's not just falling on the scientific method. If I could add a caveat of the scientific method includes repeatability. So it's the fact that I could do it over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, and it would give me the same result. And I could go through the same process to get the same result. Now,
Yeah.
if you had a personal experience, if I could just finish, sorry, because this is a wee caveat. If you had a personal experience, you came to the same conclusion, and say I had a personal experience and I came to the same conclusion. The difference between that and science is the fact that your starting point is a belief in, I don't want to say belief. It's if you're going to have a personal experience, you expect it to be of a supernatural nature. So you both agree at the end. There's a slight presupposition there that we all do. Everybody has presuppositions.
What are you talking about specifically here? Are we still talking about the test?
If you could just
the
let me
DNA
finish.
test?
My point will be made at the end. I'm sorry, I'm slightly
Okay.
rambling. With the scientific method, I can write down, you take saliva, you put in solution of XYZ, you get result. If this means she is or is not daughter, there's specific steps. Everybody's personal experience is different. It's the conclusion that's the same. There's a presupposition there that leads
No,
you
so
down.
you can have the scientific method and actually come to a different conclusion as well,
Yeah. Good.
right? So and let me explain it in one way. For example, our understanding of gravity has changed. If you ask someone 150 years ago what is gravity, right?
I would now, if I could change now, if I could ask you, would you feel that change in your sentence that you just said could be, if I could change the word change, right? If I could use a different word and say our understanding of gravity has become more adept, our understanding of gravity has been built upon what we know. Like if a
I
tree
agree.
falls,
I agree.
Newtonian physics still works, dude.
I agree, but what I'm trying to point out here is that the conclusion that you reached, that this is what is happening, has changed
No,
or evolved, right? And we now have a better conclusion,
I
right?
would say built upon. I have
Whatever.
problems with your words, but that's because
It,
of my artistic
it's
nature.
not necessarily built upon. I don't think Einstein's how
You said
Einstein
change,
described his.
right?
Sorry.
You said change. If I said Thunder Dwarf Pixie, a friend of ours, changed her icon, she put up a spud, say like my icon, I would be right in saying that Thunder Dwarf Pixie has changed her icon. I wouldn't be right to say that she's modified it. But if she changed her background to say from gold to red, I would be able to say that she's modified her icon. So I feel change and modification are not interchangeable.
Would you agree to using the word evolved then?
That's slightly loaded because I know that I don't want to say young earth creationist or anything like that, but I've heard areas.
I'm not young earth creationist or anything like that.
I'm just poking fun because I'm not. I heard conversations about going back to hydrogen and God of the gaps and stuff, So I don't want to say
I don't believe in God of the gaps or anything at all like that. So what I'm just trying to use the word to explain how the Newtonian model of
You could
gravity
say changed
is
over time.
different.
I would agree with changed over time. And I'm giving you a big wide
Again,
berth with that.
So math pick, we're probably running with semantics. The bigger
You
point
are.
here is that what we understood gravity to be before is not how we understand gravity to be now.
Yes. We
Our
have a
understanding
better
of how it worked, right? How it worked is different from what it was before to what it is now.
No, I
Even
disagree with
though,
that. No, no, I flat out disagree that it is not different. Our understanding is better. It is not
No,
different.
it's been refined.
Yeah, it's been built upon. If you Newtonian physics still works. You can use these equations and they still work. But if you want to get more detail, you use more detailed equations. It's like you want to change the channels on your TV, you use a remote. If you want to change the HD feed from a HDMI lead to say a fucking display port, you have to get in and do a wee bit more work. It's it still gives you the same thing. It's still a TV. Your volume will still work. You can turn it up and down with your remote. We've
is
just put
Newtonian
a
physics is
picture.
still true,
No,
or
we just
is
went from no, dude. We just went from 720 to 4K. That's all we did. We just got a like 720
no,
still
no, no.
works.
Yes, yes. In classical mechanics, Newtonian physics is still accurate. Yes.
thank
Yeah.
you. So in classical mechanics, you weren't comfortable to say exactly that it was true, but you had to put a qualifier in there that in classical mechanics it is still true. Do you
But we
agree?
I
Right?
wouldn't I get oh
So
yeah,
what
all
I'm
right.
trying to point out here, and I think you
Yeah,
guys
get to
are
the point. Yeah.
so let me get to what I'm trying to say here is that you can see from all of this discussion that we've had that science doesn't necessarily come to a truth statement which is conclusive.
Science is not about finding the truth. Science is the scientific method is about disproving
Disprove what?
everything that came before it. Have you ever been to high school?
So you're basically saying all the scientific method is to disprove what came before. Is that your understanding?
Yeah, we find something out, we dig a little deeper, we find disprove is a really bad word. I didn't want to be
I think
semantic.
it goes the other way around. The whole point of the scientific method is that you put your assumptions and what you've done, right? So that the other person can repeat that and
Yes,
prove that this is how it is, right? Yes,
it's
there is a way to falsify, right? That's built into the scientific method, but the main part of it is to be able to repeat it. And that's what science is about, that you're able to repeat
mm-hmm.
an experiment, a series of event or a series of tasks and arrive at the same conclusion, right? So
I
when
said that
you
earlier with the steps and the same and the
yeah,
fact. Yeah.
but what I'm trying to point out here is that the when it comes to a truth claim, the scientific method doesn't necessarily give us a conclusive evidence of what is true and what is not true.
That's the I you just said better what I was trying to say. It
Okay,
can
but I'm
conclude.
making a distinction here, Mathpick, so that, and I do want to emphasize that again, so
Okay,
that
go on
we
ahead.
can actually agree to it and then move forward. So the fact that gravity was understood differently 150 years ago, even
Yep.
though those set of rules is still explain gravity, the fact that Newtonian mechanics and how we understood the speed of light, how we understood time was understood differently under Newtonian mechanics versus how it is now shows that scientific method doesn't necessarily give us conclusive evidence. You're not going to ever say that this is exactly how it is. There's no further truth to be understood.
I would reword what you said and say yes. Science never agrees that this is always going to be the final fact.
Perfect.
Final. No. Please, I missed. Let me finish. Science is always never going to say this is all we know on a certain topic or subject We are always open to finding out new information and a better understanding, but that does not disregard everything that we have learned before. We build upon what we know. You learn to walk one step, you learn to run. You
That's
didn't go
perfect.
straight to running.
You and I are in total agreement so far, right? So,
Hopefully. I'm having
right.
trouble with wordage.
That's fine. And it's good that you're rewording it. That's why I'm trying to say that I agree to that. That's perfectly worded. It's totally
I
fine.
generally come across as an asshole to most people, so I'm trying my best.
No. You're. It's fine. I mean, um, so I think that's I think we've sort of established that when it comes to testimony, yes, it's sort of an evidence, and you will accept it as a truth claim. Scientific method and induction sort of also allow you to arrive at a conclusion and arrive at a truth, right? One of the other ways that you can arrive at truth is deduction, right? So if I say that, um,
You now with induction, you're just talking, thinking in your head, brain. Yeah.
yes,
Okay.
so scientific method is sort of based on induction as well, right? So you can,
Oh
uh,
yeah, I know the philosophy of science. Yeah.
so great. Now, when we talk about deduction, right, there are certain claims which you can arrive at through deduction,
Yeah.
right? So if I say all flamingos are pink, right, and I tell you I have a flamingo, what is the one conclusion that you can make based on the information that I've given?
Yeah. I actually did this with my daughter today. I was like,
Yeah,
all geckos are lizards, but not all lizards are geckos.
yeah.
I understand. Yeah.
So you can easily arrive at a conclusion that uh,
It's pink from the information that I've got.
yeah, that
She
the
had
flamingo
capability.
I have would
Yeah.
be pink, right?
Yep.
So would that be true in every case? If, let's say, this statement, the first statement, is true in all scenarios, like there's
Would I
no other type of flamingo, right? The
would I
only
be right if
flamingo,
I could just shorten this, right? Would I be right on the philosophical argument? I cannot remember the name of it, but it's red house, red house, red house, red house, red house. You expect everything to be a red house because that's all you've expected, but you don't know what's around the corner. Oh my goodness, there's a blue house.
yeah. So if you come to a blue house, then definitely you would change your opinion. But
Yes.
if basically you know that in this scenario, the only thing that exists, right? Every type of flamingo that exists is pink, right?
Yes.
You would come to the conclusion that if I have a flamingo, it must be pink,
Yes. But then
right?
this is the thing, right? If I could just retort to that, I would be like, you sent me a text message going, I have found this new flamingo. I'm like, oh my goodness, I'm going to come and get this and have a look and take pictures and, record this new flamingo. You're of your religion, I'm of mine. I'm going to come and prove it to the world because we disagree. So I arrive at your house and it's a blue flamingo, right? So what I do then is I take pictures and I send it around all the world, and they're like, we found a blue flamingo. I expected it to be pink. But then what we do afterwards is we take the blue flamingos, one little feather out, and we check if the pigment is been done because of, say, a genetic turn or whatever. Did you keep this flamingo's parents in a little box with only a certain type of light that made it go blue? And we would delve into that. And then after we'd found out all the information, we would be like, hey, do you want to put a flamingo in a box and see if its kids turn out blue? And we would then repeat it.
So, Mathpick, I don't disagree with that at all, pretty much. But what I'm trying to point out here is that within that scenario, where every flamingo that you've seen, you've got no further information. Let's say every flamingo that you've seen is pink.
Mhm.
What is the how likely are you to conclude when I say that I have a flamingo? right? How likely are you to conclude that it will be a pink flamingo?
My very first question, right? If you rang me up or sent me a text message and said, I have a flamingo in my garage, my first question would be like, why are you texting me and telling me this? Because I barely know you. Haha. Second question would be, why the fuck? Pardon? I was making a joke. I do apologize. Second question, which would be the first question, would be, why do you have a fucking flamingo in your garage? Now, if you said to me then after that, I bought one on the black market, I would be like, it's going to be pink. If you said to me, I've been raising them for ages in my garage, I'd be like, oh, what does this flamingo look like? I would probably lean towards pink, but I would be more thinking small, short, weird size. The color of it, I would assume would be pink, but I could and would be open to when I arrive and see it to it being blue, and then the whole process of what I mentioned earlier.
So you're basically telling me that if so I guess you're sort of getting distracted by the flamingo idea, but the main thing that I was pointing here, it has nothing to do with flamingo. I could actually replace the flamingo with something else completely. I can say,
completely.
right,
It's the
all
same
all
process.
unicorns are white. I have a unicorn. What is the one conclusion that you can make about the unicorn that I have?
Well, it's that you said that you had a unicorn.
Yes,
When
I
you
have
just
a
asked me,
unicorn.
yeah,
And
no, but
I basically gave you two statements, right? And this
no, no,
is
sorry, I must have missed the first one. All I heard was you
so
sent me
I said all unicorns are white,
right.
right? By the way, my battery is about to die for my phone, so I may have to get off the call soon.
Faisal, just to point out, I'm not sure wait, can I ask what time zone you're in then, just really quickly?
It's past 11 o'clock here. So I'm on
At
Eastern
night?
Standard Time.
At night.
EST. I'm on
Oh,
Eastern Standard Time.
Eastern Standard Time. Perfect.
Yeah.
I'm going tomorrow at 6 Eastern Standard Time. Live open panel questions. I would love to continue this conversation.
I cannot promise for tomorrow because I have some other commitments, but I would definitely we can have this conversation
Yeah,
anytime.
just search me up on YouTube, man. Discord, Twitter, everything's Math Pig. I
Okay.
would very much like to continue this conversation.
All right, but I think MathPick, where I was trying to what I was trying to see is what I'm trying to say here is that regardless of what creature we talk about or what existence or being or thing we talk about, right? If I tell you all of these things are white, right? All of the unicorns are white, all the rabbits are white, right? I have a unicorn or I have a rabbit. The one conclusion that you can make about my unicorn or rabbit is that it will be white. Do you agree to that?
If you want to be so really, blinkers and really defined and them just them exact words, which
Yeah.
isn't a real life
Let me
situation.
actually
Okay,
let me
hold
actually
on,
take a
hold on. Can I
sorry.
just suggest something real quick? Faisal, what you're doing is that you're making a claim, making another claim, and then coming to a conclusion. What you have to do is that
It's
you
a
have to
deduction.
figure out. Okay, so the way how typically when you're making a formal argument, you want to have a premise, and then a second premise, and then a conclusion, or like multiple
Sure.
premises, right? But what you're doing is that that's why you're probably confusing him. So just
Okay.
keep that in mind.
Thank you, Batman.
So yes, so the premise one is basically all unicorns are white. The second premise is I have a unicorn, and the conclusion would be that my unicorn is white, right?
On that particular thing, if that's true, if all your premises are true, then that must be true.
Exactly. So What I'm trying to point out here is that when you arrive at a conclusion this way, right, and all of your premises are true.
I don't agree that all unicorns can be white, but if we take your statement as true, then yes.
Okay, let's take one of the more classical example. Um, all men are mortal. Vessel is a man. You would conclude that Vessel is mortal, correct?
Pardon?
Yes.
All men are mortal,
I got that bit.
right? I am a man, right? I was speaking about myself.
Yep.
Then I am mortal.
Right. I would look at mortal, as in you can live forever or you're dead. So I would consider that a dichotomy. So in that premise, I would agree.
Okay, fine, right? But what I'm trying to get to is that this actually leads to a truth claim, right? A proof to a truth claim, which you can arrive at with more certainty than what you would have done with just a testimony, or would you would have done with just a induction based claim, right? So in 100% cases, you would agree to the fact that if I am a man, then I must be mortal, right?
I know. No, I never agree 100%. I make that, no, I never make the statement. Personally, myself, never make the statement. I am 100% agreeable on everything. I
Okay,
have a
what's your
daughter.
level then? Let's say 90%.
Oh, no, it's higher than that.
Okay,
Like,
fine.
no, hold on. No, I don't even my wee daughter's obsessed. I'm sorry. It's just I'm trying to teach my daughter these things at the same time, and she's at that maturity level. So I'm experiencing these phases, right?
All right,
So
no
I'm
worries.
trying just to be desperately honest. I'm not trying to be talking about my daughter. It's just relevant. I don't give percentages. Like it's more ask questions, never agree, always wonder. It's I don't have a freaking percentage. And when you slam it down like that, it really feels like you're trying to get a gotcha moment. And
Thank
it
you.
life is never about a percentage. Life is never about this wee thing. My wee girl is on paper a Catholic. My wee girl is raised in a Catholic household. All right. She has recently decided and made a point of saying that she has decided to believe in God because the other kids at school get to talk to their dead relatives. And she freaking misses her granda that's gone this while. So she's going to decide to pray. And we went down a talk, we had a conversation, and she sees God as a telephone, so to speak, to make a metaphor. She asked me about it. I keep ringing, he never answers. She's like, yeah, well, I'm going to try for a while. This last 2 weekends, we've talked about death. She brought it up. Then we passed a frickin' hearse. She brought it up again. There is no 98%. There's an honest conversation. And that's
Yeah,
what I'm.
so that's fine, I think I understand your point, but what I'm trying to say is that if you were to compare your conclusion that you arrive at using induction or using the scientific method or through this deduction method, where would you say you have a more conclusive evidence that what you're coming to or what you're arriving at is going to be true?
I feel that you have a bad opinion. Bad's a bad word. I feel that you have a different opinion of me because I'm math spud, math pig, and stuff like that. Anybody here who knows me, and my original name's Math Magic Pagan, because I have personal.
I haven't talked much to you before, so
Yes,
I'm not making any assumptions about you. I don't know you, so I'm just trying to understand if
fine.
you
No,
and
you're
I
correct.
can
You're
agree to a
correct.
point, right?
You're correct. My point is that I have experienced things, and rather than I don't want to use the phrase leap to an idea, or I don't want to say that leap to an idea. I describe the personal experiences that I've went through that People would describe the spiritual and did at the time, but I describe them as things I don't yet understand. And I don't think that either of us can disagree in that statement. I don't give it straight away to God or supernatural or things
Nobody
like
is asking you to.
No, I
I'm
know
not even.
nobody's asking
We're
me
not
to.
even
I'm
discussing
trying to
that.
give-
Like the discussion we're having is like the different ways of arriving at truth, right? And different
Okay, well,
ways
give me
of
something that you want me
arriving
to
at a
arrive at.
conclusion. Sorry.
Give me another thing that you want me to do. Like we've went through unicorn. We've went through
Yeah,
things.
no.
I
So
keep
we've
giving
talked
you a
about
long-winded, exactly breakdown of what I would do, and you keep trying to ask the same question with a different circumstance, and it really is starting to feel like you're just
What?
trying to get a gotcha.
That, and he's doing the either or thing, right? Is this one better or is this one better? Well, I happen to think the better approach is probably using both. So why are we singling one out?
But the very first statement I made to
So
Faisal was every circumstance is different. I'm going to mute.
I agree, Mathpig, but what I'm trying to say here is that the way we understand 1 + 1 is equal to 2, or all men are mortal, right, is different from the way we understand how gravity works, or how
Yeah, because one's
your mom is.
binary and the other's a freaking mathematical formula.
yeah,
That's
yeah.
that's where I'm trying to get to. Okay.
Yeah, one's more complicated than the other. And at the end of the day, science never says we know everything. You do. And I don't know why we're going to like. I'm starting to get a wee bit frustrated, man, because I feel like I'm repeating myself, and I'm genuinely trying. I'm on new
No
medication.
worries. I get it. I think we've agreed
Genuinely
at
trying,
this point.
and now you're interrupting me. All right, I'm really fucking trying, and I'm now.
I have to stop you because my battery is almost dead. Mathpig, what we can probably continue this conversation another time.
Love
I
to.
have to go. My phone is just gonna die on me right now.
Not a
All
bother,
right.
man.
All right. So we will continue. Hopefully, we will be able to connect. I'll look you up and we'll set something up.
Yeah,
All
just
right,
search.
Richard. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Peace and respect.
Take care. Bye.
Now, someone explain to me how any of that demonstrated that his religion was somehow more explanatory, like logically explanatory than science.
Okay, can I pull a stunt just like him and retort with a flipping question to you? Right? I don't. That wasn't my goal. Would I be able to say that that showed a more truest, honest way of how he thinks and comes across in statements, in arguments? Because that was my goal, and I would say yes.
So the problem that he's having
No,
in the last conversation, because me and him actually had this conversation, I had to basically establish a few things where because of his conflation with the with two
Yep.
different types of reasoning, right? He's creating a false dichotomy,
I
right?
kept feeling he
but that's
conflating words like
but that's
different
how we
and
got here, right? Because he made
differently change.
the statement that you could not ponder these things and like, okay, not that you could not. How did he word that? Basically, he made the statement that if you were to ponder these things, if you were to look at these things, if you were to examine these things, there is only one possible logical conclusion, and that only one possible logical conclusion is a theistic one. And I said that statement was arrogant. And he said, name a worldview that explains it, that explains like existence, right? And I said, I didn't say science does. I said, your religion has no more explanatory power than science does. And then he wanted to go down this road. So he went down this road, but what did it show?
To be fair, science has more explanatory power in terms of like
Well,
a specific method. To be fair,
I agree with that, but he doesn't. So I was granting that he doesn't, and I was saying even if you examine each of them separately, like just because you believe your religion is the answer doesn't mean it has explanatory power. I don't understand what that was supposed to demonstrate.
We were all
on demonstrating that. I don't think that it can, because I think it fundamentally comes down to trust me, bro.
lies. Hillary's email lies. They exist. I'm kidding, but yeah, it was the same conversation, and again, right? For me, this is not necessarily just about semantics. It's just that when people use words, right, or when people perceive things, they'll draw certain conclusions, and it doesn't necessarily mean those conclusions are right.
Batman, if I can ask you,
Sure.
this is something that I'm working on with. We have an Irish culture over here, and dealing with people in different cultures and how we speak and stuff. And I've been accused in not even just debates and stuff, but being semantical and taking things different way. And like we'll say the C word to people as a term of endearment. And like, my best friend at work tried to run me over with a forklift as a joke. This is what we're like in Ireland. Was I being semantical, or did I come across as trying to get clarity?
Just like me, you were just trying to get clarity.
Yeah, you came across fine.
Because it's something that I worry about. It's something that I personally worry about. Interacting with a lot of American people, you aren't as open as we would be about you're a fucking cunt. There's a difference between that and you're a fucking cunt.
Mathpick, eventually you will become a master of being. Just keep on the same path.
I would become a master of P?
Being.
Dude, the only thing I want to be is respected by my daughter. That's it. That's like, that's it. She's fucking absolutely and utterly brilliant. And it's just
come on. The side benefits are nice too.
Pardon?
I said the side benefits are nice too. You can use those.
I bought her a microscope for her birthday, and we were looking at like dragonfly wings and stuff and all earlier and shit like that. And oh, dude, you should just see the look of awe on her face. Like, have you ever seen the face of God? When she seen that, when she looked at a dragonfly wing, you could just see it in her face. It's just like, brilliant.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't think that anything is wrong with asking for clarification because, like I'm actually working on a little project now, and I came up with a definition for what I'm going to be calling that specific thing, and I'm going to have to be able to explain every single word in that definition.
Oh, you sound like Demolished Doctrine. Just make sure Demolished Doctrine is already copyrighted, and Demolished Doctrine is already copyrighted. That one's mine.
Yeah, that's. I guess that's what the crazy thinkers do. We sit down and we ponder shit and rewrite about it. And
just to clarify, Batman, 6 p.m. tomorrow is me and Brent Lee hosting you and Hillary having a discussion, if I remember correctly.
Yes. Yes, I'll be there.
I know we were all joking and messing around, and it was very, very late for me. But yeah, just Brentley and me will be there. It's an open panel, so if you want to come in, that's still open. If you don't come in, we'll have something else going on. But yeah, do remember that's if you want to do that.
Yeah, thanks for reminding me. I'll definitely come through. I think Hillary's probably going to be too busy searching through Hillary Clinton's emails.
Busy consuming souls. Look at that size.
I'm curious as to where that comes.
Keep talking, Stephanie. Your volume is way low, and I need to reset it.
count to 10's
I was
usually
very
good, and then
curious
they
as
can
to
get a
where that
number,
conversation
Stephanie.
was going.
So I heard you say, turn up Stephanie more.
Yeah, I was really curious as to where that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
Okay, that's
9,
as good as it
10.
gets.
Oh, right. Yeah. Okay.
Nice.
Go on
Which
ahead,
So-
Stephanie.
conversation was going where?
Okay.
Stephanie, which conversation was going where?
So I was curious as to where that conversation was going because it's where the previous I don't know. I'm getting an echo. I guess something's weird.
It's on your
Yeah?
side. We don't hear it.
Yeah, we don't hear it.
I'm muted
As
on
far
my
as you
mic
know-
and turned you up.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
as
think
far
I
as you
what
know,
it is.
Stephanie, we
Hold
don't
on.
hear that echo. So I'm assuming you mean the conversation between Faisal
okay.
You got a tab
I
open.
think I got it. I was on another device with my headset. Yeah, I was curious as to where that the previous conversation, the conversation you were having with Faisal, was going because he was, as Thunderdorf was saying, it was like an either or. But the scientific method uses induction too. It's just that it relies on logic and induction. It's just that it remains open to changing the premises when they prove to be faulty.
Well, that's what I said.
So it's not an either or. It's a how it's employed, and I don't know how you get to God. You even using induction, because that somewhere in your premise has to be the statement that God exists in some way. There's an ultimate immutable force in the universe, and we call it God, and therefore God exists. It's a presuppositional argument that, well, everything has presuppositions, like we presuppose logic to work, but that doesn't mean you can torture logic into a circular where God where God emerges.
So I think
Is God an emergent property, or is it an assertion? It's very much like all flamingos are pink.
He kept
Well, that's a
saying that.
premise. That's a premise. Wait a second. That's a premise. But suppose you find a white flamingo, then you have to reevaluate the premise. And so I don't know how. I don't know how you can use logic to prove God. People have been trying for thousands of years in many different iterations, and every single time it boils down to an assumption, a presupposition, or can't explain it any other way, and which is thought stopping, really, because you're presupposing this entity that has done magical shit. And therefore, why bother to investigate any further? That's the thing that bothers me about these sorts of arguments. That's all I came here to say.
I agree with that, and I think that you're right in thinking that he was going to get to that kind of end at some point, because he kept saying things like science doesn't get you to a final definite answer, right? Like it's always open to being mutable. Therefore, science is not adequate as a truth-seeking measure, right? Like it's not adequate as as something to seek truth with. And I think that's why he wants to disqualify science as something capable of bringing truth, right? And maybe it's that their text is immutable. Maybe it's that God's unfalsifiable. I don't know, but I think that if he could get you to agree to that, and then get you to induce God's existence, or what he considers inducing God's existence, that would have maybe been an outcome.
And the other part of it, when Newtonian mechanics versus general relativity, is Newtonian mechanics works just fine as long as you're not traveling at speeds close to the speed of light. And so it works as far as it goes, but the universe is more complicated than that, as we discovered once we figured out that the speed of light was in fact a speed limit. That meant everything had to interact with that. I mean, if the speed of light is constant for all observers, then everything has to change.
Yeah, I mean,
If Euclidean geometry isn't sufficient to explain the a four-dimensional universe of space and space plus time, 3 dimensions of space, 1 of time, then the geometry has to change. So it's and suppose we stopped it. Okay, Newtonian mechanics works because we have the ultimate clockmaker. I mean, that was the clockwork universe was Newton's idea. Well, if the clock doesn't work quite the way you thought it would, you need to reshape a whole bunch of stuff, including your premises. I mean, if the premise is it's a clockwork universe, that premise is wrong. It's wrong. It needs to be changed because the facts, the observed facts, don't bear it out.
I think I think he conflates a couple ideas, right? A lot of people, and this is not just this to be fair, right? A lot of people see science as a method to find out the truth of what happens in the universe, right? And what they don't understand is that even the line of reasoning that science takes in order to do its job, induction, doesn't even suggest that, right? Hence why it allows for for further testing and with new evidence, and you're able to reevaluate things, right? And so what he does is that he'll be like, okay, with deduction, right, you can reason to something that is logically true, right? But the issue with that is that, sure, you can do that. You can reason to something that logically follows, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's true,
Mm-hmm.
right? And
Right.
so a lot of people don't really know that, and sometimes, sometimes folks will get in these conversations, and they'll sometimes use that as a gotcha to kind of, say, hey, this is the best way to determine whether or not, something is true. So if I can create an argument and come to a logical deduction that God exists, therefore God exists, right? It doesn't make sense because, again, you can argue for anything. You can make a logical argument for almost anything and make it make sense, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's a statement stating a fact of reality, right? Especially if you can't even justify, because someone has to grant your premise, right? And if your premise isn't, you know, um, you know, set in reality, then everything else falls down, or has
Yeah.
the opportunity to fall down. So
Well, even
what
if yeah. Sorry, I
uh,
thought you were done. Go ahead.
the only thing I will say is that the most you can do, right, is that you can make an inference to the best explanation when it comes to God or not God. That's it. It's all
Yeah,
you
and it
can
will
do.
always be the case. It may be frustrating, but it will always be the case that things are not, things aren't 100% certain. It's not ever going to be the case that the only thing that's certain is what you can observe. What are the effects of something in the real world? You can't observe the unobservable. You make
Yep.
guesses about it, which is why we can get back to, through observation, we can get back to, okay, well, we've got the cosmic microwave background, we've got this stuff, well, we can get back beyond that, and the physics seems to work, and the measurements bear it out and all of this, but we can't get beyond a certain point because it's unobservable. We can't build We can't build an accelerator that is, we build a large enough accelerator to study energies and reactions at the Planck scale, and we build ourselves a black hole. And to put more energy into it, it's even more of a black hole.
But here's but this goes deeper.
So
right?
there are limits, and the thing that, and I think that a lot of people want, the argument that science can't understand everything is fine, but science seeks to understand, or the scientific method, or we seek to understand as much as we can without a self-imposed governor that a lot of people call God. I mean, if there's a God and it's provable, fine, let's do it. But bring the proof. Don't start with God is self-proving, because that it's not convincing.
Steph, I wanted to, if there would have been a break in the talk, asked or mentioned, and we know that we can trust this God because he's the best liar, because that's a claim that the Quran makes.
It's so here's the interesting thing, right? Is so when it comes to, it's tricky because it depends, for example, on the theist that you're dealing with, and I guess their level of intellectual honesty, right? Like, if you're for one of the first things you have to ask someone if someone wants to make an argument for the existence of their God in a way, right, to where they can present some kind of physical evidence is, what are the properties of your God, right? The properties have to be something that is, accessible, right, to where you can look at things and at least minimum make an inference, right? And so if someone looks at you and say, well, God is everywhere, or God is this, or, God is all powerful, like those aren't things that you can test for, right? And so now if it's a situation where someone says, hey, well, you know, um, God is the universe to me. Well, that's different because you're experiencing the universe. So from their perspective, right, God exists. There's not even a point of arguing with them, right? But I think it's important for that question to be asked sometimes, right? Because I think accessibility is important, right? Before you even start that conversation. And listen, I'm a Christian here, right? And I'm even honest enough to know that I can't come up with a deductive argument, right? That even suggesting the existence of the God as I perceive it, right? I can make inferences, but there's no way I can do that. And you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do, and which is why it's, I can only speak personally. I don't have a God belief, and I've certainly experienced the numinous, the joy and wonder of nature that Robert Mathbig was talking about. But I don't see the necessity of anything supernatural in it, and so other people may find a God belief to be a comfort, and that's fine as long as their God belief doesn't cause them to do harm to other people. I mean, Dillahunty would say, well, they're doing harm to themselves in believing things that aren't true. But I don't think that's a productive line of argument, and I find it too, I just find it exhausting to go down that road. Really, I mean, I wouldn't, having grown up in the family I did, I wasn't going to try to convince my dozens of relatives who were hold on to a God belief that they should give it up. I mean, it's fruitless. It makes for uncomfortable conversations, and it's ridiculous. Yeah, I don't need that. There are more practical matters to address. But if your God belief is benign, if you do actually, I don't know, feed the poor, clothe the naked, take care of the poor, feed the hungry, clothe the naked, all that kind of good stuff, great. Good, because you're doing good in the world that way. And if that's what your religion teaches you to do, and you do that, that's great. Because I don't feel that you need to have that to do those things. But if that's where you derive all of that from, fabulous. But if your religion teaches you to hate a group of people, treat them with disrespect and cruelty because they're not acceptable in the sight of God, in the sight of your God, and you want to deprive them of their ability to exist as fellow human beings on the planet, then I think that's garbage. And you don't need to be a religious person to be that way either. And there are plenty of people that lack a God belief who harbor some pretty hellacious views. Don't there's nothing absolutely virtuous about being a friggin' atheist. I just think people are people, and it's where your beliefs lead you in interacting in society that matters to me, because I not believing in a hereafter and judgment day and all of that stuff. The thing that matters the most is what we do here to the planet, to each other. Anyway, that's my shtick. I'll get off of it now.
Yeah, but again, well, let's see. Let's see if it's one of those situations where, well, he'll think about, I guess, the arguments that he's making, and the conclusion that he's coming to. Because again, like the same things that he was saying to me was, the same things that he was saying here again. I don't know if it's one of those things where it's someone parodying someone else's argument or something like that, because they think it worked. So.
Well, anyway, Thunder, good try, and I certainly understood. I understood your frustration with the guy, because that was not the greatest.
It wasn't just that. It's like he didn't change his tone or anything, but there was like a very almost passive aggressive difference in the way he responded to me compared to the way he responded to others. And he liked to ignore my questions a lot. And I got railroaded a lot. And then okay, because he would ask me something specifically, and then I would answer, and then other people would jump in, and then I would come back in, and he'd be like, "Oh, you just keep jumping into everything." Excuse me?
Yeah, I've seen that before.
And I would ask him a question, and then he would attack me, and I don't think he was trying to be fair with me. I think the way he talked to Math Pig was fine. I didn't have a problem with that. I'm not gonna pretend I think he was being honest. And then he got mad about that. You're making assumptions. Yeah, based on your
demonstrating.
Behavior.
Yeah, you're demonstrating. Yeah. You're demonstrating by your behavior and in the way you're interacting with me differently than everybody else.
He said, "You called me dishonest." I said, "No, I did not say you were dishonest or you were being dishonest. I said you're demonstrating behavior that makes me feel you are not treating me in an honest manner."
I wrote in the chat at that point, she's talking to you about her feelings. You should listen.
But he didn't want to. I don't think he was trying to listen to anything I said. That was the point. He wasn't. I don't think he was interested in listening to anything I said or actually addressing anything I said. I probably should have just handed it over a lot earlier.
Feel as if he was being a little bit sexist there?
No, I wouldn't even say. I wouldn't
would.
say that. I can come across very flippant. I realize that about myself. I can sometimes lack tact. So maybe he just didn't like me very much. I'm not accusing of any sort of bigotry here.
I'm not accusing him of bigotry. I'm accusing him of a cultural attitude that happens to. It happens a lot in a lot of venues. Been
To
there.
be fair, right? Like I've
And-
been accused of being passive aggressive before. Um, Even though I was essentially trying to be helpful, and I didn't have like a mean tone or anything like that. I was
That's why I said I
terrible.
felt he was right. Like I don't want to say
Yeah.
he like.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate he didn't just address how you were feeling.
Well, that doesn't even matter. Like if he would have just addressed a simple question or not like ask me something and then be like, "Oh, you keep jumping in." Excuse me?
No, he's not here. He's not here. Let's talk about him.
Talk shit about him.
It's Mikey Sam likes to say. He's not here. Let's talk about him. Anyway,
it's not like that.
it's a phenomenon. It's just,
As I said, I'm not
it's one
accusing
those
him of
things.
anything. I'm just saying that's how I felt. So I'm not trying to shit talk anybody.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm gone. Thank you, Richard, for your for having me on, and thanks for not kicking me from the chat for mentioning what was it? Your squirrel.
I can't believe you said squirrel. I clearly said chipmunk.
I'm sorry. Oh my God! Now
That's it. You're out of here.
Now I'm out. I gotta go. See ya.
Thanks for dropping by.
Bye.
Later, Jace.
I am trying so hard to understand this human being. But
What human?
they don't want to admit they're using a translator program, and it's horrible. I mean, bad. And we made fun of it for a half an hour, and I don't know what they were reading on their screen in whatever language they naturally speak. But subliminal, we all know, not think, we all know you don't speak English. Stop pretending. And I want to tell you, the program you're using to translate your language into my language is not a good program. It's a bad program. Please stop using it. This is why people kick you, is for bad translation program.
So you're sure that it's not just somebody who learned it as a second language and has horrible grammar and syntax? Like it's absolutely a program?
No. It misunderstands words, and it prints the wrong. Let me read you the following. But Richard, since you did This Is My Music channel, I've been promising 3 times that you have video coming for you. It is not in haste and discontent. Put a theory for you to ask, what did you mean?
What? What the
I'm
fuck
reading
was that?
you word for word what comes out on this end. Okay, to show, they said, "Oh, you're blocking me. Everyone hates me." I picked up on that much. I said, "Fine, I'll block you. You happy?" And then I wrote right back in French because I think they speak French. And I said, "Now I unblock you," and made them a moderator. Then they brought in a sock. I made the sock a moderator. This is their response. "I don't know how, Richard. Thank you for giving me something I never asked for just because I changed my concept that you can't think you could ever hide. You don't have to show me my authority with your blue ranch." RANCH ranch.
What the hell? Okay.
He's speaking and it's translating.
Okay. Got you.
Yeah,
Got
it's
it.
pretty bad.
Like, there's no way a person on the other end of it speaks English and said ranch. There's no damn way. I didn't give him a blue ranch. As far as I know, there are no blue ranches. Maybe there is.
Maybe.
Maybe on some other planet, some other universe or something, but not here. And I don't own a ranch to paint it blue and give to someone. He can't be typing that, Harple.
No, he's not typing. When I asked him months ago if he was Korean, because I thought that I knew who it was, he says it's a speech-to-text program that for some reason he can't type.
Speech to text.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Maybe try Google Translate.
I was using Google Translate to translate it into French, and then they could respond accurately.
Mm.
Which makes me think. And since they called Pepe Le Pew Stinky Le Pierre, I'm like, Stinky Le Pierre, that's French for Pepe Le Pew. He must be French. Mm-hmm. Or at least it was worth a shot. I could be wrong.
I don't know. I know I would get words confused if I was learning English from a second language, like ranch and wrench, or like even when I was learning Spanish, like the fact that their word for the word for the color orange is slightly different from the word for like the fruit orange.
Yeah.
I would say the wrong one at the wrong time. Like I would say anaranjado when I meant naranjo, and I would say naranjo when I meant anaranjado, because like in my head they both mean orange, and in English it's one word, right? And so.
Yep. Are you not entertained? I want to thank Faisal because there's entertainment value there. I'm not sure that Faisal's going to win any arguments with you guys, though.
No, I don't think I'm interested in conversing with him again.
Yeah, I have to agree with Stephanie and perhaps Pixie. You're as tough as you say you are. I'll put it that way. But yeah, I thought it came off as a little bit sexist, actually.
No, I don't know that it was, because it could be, but I do have a habit of being
insensitive woman.
I do have a habit of being like flippant and lacking some tact, and so maybe it was that. I don't want to be like ungenerous in my assessment of why I felt that way, right? Like I just did.
Okay, fair enough.
Well, hopefully he'll, I guess he'll address it if he hears this conversation.
I like the man, first of all, okay? And I
love?
think that it's a bigger thing than love. I love everyone. But liking is a choice. but I think there is, without intent, intrinsic, what's the right word? Misogyny?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I think. I don't think it's on purpose. Not at all.
Well, I think that happens a lot to females, particularly, I guess, if they sound not old or distinguished.
Well, you and I were arguing, maybe today, maybe yesterday, I forget, and it got it was the sonic wind thing. I don't remember what part of the conversation exactly, and I said, and you kept saying the same thing, and I called you woman. But the way I did it wasn't like sexist, offensive, degrading.
Yeah, like it didn't bother me at all.
Yeah, I didn't. Well, I didn't think it would, or I wouldn't have done it.
I was enjoying that conversation, sitting back, eating my popcorn.
It was just an exclamation. I was just doing it as an exclamation.
You know, another reason I have a habit of restating myself, though, is because of exactly what happened tonight. Because I will say something and it will either get ignored while other people jump over it, or they'll be like, oh, no, Pixie was saying this. And I'm like, no, that is not what I said. This is what I said, right? And so, but this is something that happens all the time. And so, I'm constantly restating, do not put words in my mouth. This is what I said.
If I'm going to paraphrase for someone, I feel like I better have something about 90% confidence in in my understanding, or I'm not even going to try to touch it.
What I try to do is that I'll give Richard a warning and justify why I have to repeat myself.
Peace and
So
respect,
far, he
Wes.
hasn't complained. So that's the trick,
I am a
Pixie.
booger about that. I am. I know I internalize and personalize it too much, and I know that if you're giving a class or speaking to some kind of large audience, and you know that you're going to be interacting simultaneous with several kinds of brains, then I understand the teaching method of saying it 3 different ways from 3 different approaches on every single idea. I get that. But that's not the same thing as saying it exactly the same way 3 times.
But there's a reason why I said it the same way, and it's because of like tonight. Because I said my words were. Here's a good example. My words were, if they had free will in heaven, and it didn't work, it failed. It failed so bad that they went back to Earth. What makes heaven a good option the second time around? Why is this the best we have to offer now? Right?
It's a good point.
And somebody else took that and said, well, what Pixie is saying is this, and then they went somewhere else. And I'm like, no, that's not what I said. And that's why I restated it. No.
Yes, it was, William.
One time, but not in that example, no. That was actually Hillary's. But that's
responsibility.
But that's why I go back and I say it the exact same way, because I'm like, no, that is not what I said. This is what I said.
I think it's interesting that the Quran has taken what is necessarily the entirety of this planet and made it something in a different existence. And I think that was done to settle the problem of Adam being formed in the garden rather than placed into the garden. And I think that's why that's there. And the way that I read that, there's not actually that conflict and that problem. So I think it's a religious problem.
Hey, Richard.
Because what's really hard to distinguish, let me just wrap this up real quick because I'll forget. I'm sure you can empathize with that. So the issue becomes, when is someone speaking about a book that you're not intimately familiar with, referring to the book itself and referring to what early church fathers said about it? And that part's hard to distinguish, and that's what happened there. You can unmute, William.
Yeah, I just want to make sure you were done. There could have been a dramatic pause or something. Ruin the moment. No, I was going to ask what you were doing tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern.
Let's see, tomorrow at 6 Eastern.
He's asking you on a date.
4 Mountain. I'll be joining you on your stream for something that you're thinking about hosting right now. How did I do?
Close.
Close? Where's it going to be?
Yeah. Well, that's what I was going to ask. If you would be willing to host a discussion between me and Veckel.
Absolutely.
No, I don't know that Veckel's going to be willing because he wanted to set this up with News Unit. And News
Unit is far less objective than I am.
I know
about that.
I know, and I noted his impartiality last night on his stream, and he was just being a real dick. And I was like, no, I don't want him to host.
Extend Veckel this my promise. I will stay to what you two agree to off air, and say as little as possible, unless your discussion becomes to where it can't be understood by an audience. How's that for a promise?
Well, I mean, that's fine. The main thing is that you can't really be that partial because you don't agree with either of us.
I don't agree with either of you. It's true.
So that's what I'm saying. It's not like you're going to lean in on one side or the other. You don't have a reason, where Dave definitely has a bias, and I've already detected he really wants to see Veckel do something to me. I'm not sure exactly what, but The agreement was just for a civil discussion with some sort of moderation to keep it from becoming a yelling match, which is not really my. I don't want to get into a yelling match, and it's hard to get me into one. But just to
I'd
avoid.
love to
William,
host it.
I'm heard.
Will, if you don't give out your, I think I already have. No, I have your email, don't I?
Yeah, well, yeah, and we DM a lot too. So
And I don't
know
have
why.
Veckel though. I don't have Veckel though.
Right,
So
but I know Veckel. So if you schedule it and put it
Love
out there
to.
and post discussion, Veckel and William Freeman,
Yeah.
it'll get around. He'll know to show up at 6 p.m. And if he doesn't, that's fine. You and I'll talk.
Well, more than that, I'll send you via what is it? What is this? Google Messenger, Google something, Google
The
Chat.
thing that we
I'll send
talk
you
on.
via Google Chat. Yeah, that thing. I'll send you the backstage link that you can forward to him. Fair enough.
I mean, I don't really have a way to do that, but because we don't DM. I don't have his email or anything. But if he shows up
I have Jill's email. I'll send it to Jill.
Okay, very nice. Or if he shows up,
I mean, it's the same human, so it should work.
Fair enough.
Okay, I'll set that up tonight. I'll get the links out by tomorrow morning.
I really appreciate it. And if it's any kind of inconvenience, just let me know. I don't want to put you out at all.
No, it's fine. I'm semi-retired. Sounds like fun.
Oh, well, good. And I just appreciate you hosting it. Thank you, man.
No problem.
William.
Yeah, Daddy.
Why wasn't I invited to your little debate?
Well, I think you just were.
I want to hear you say it.
It wouldn't be right unless you were there, Odin. I would feel insecure without you in the side chat. Maybe even at my house, if you want to visit, you can sit next to me and coach me.
There you go.
I actually heard Nephilim Free do that back when his wife was still alive. I was having an argument with him, and he didn't think I heard her in the background. But she said something that meant mute so I can tell you something to say. I don't remember what the exact words were.
Mm-hmm.
Pixie, are you mad at me?
Why would I be mad at you?
Because I derailed your shit earlier where you were, thunder dwarfing all over Faisal.
Oh, I wasn't doing any such thing by the time. That was after I had been run over a few times, but I'm not upset. It's just a thing.
Hillary's, you're doing that. That comment is designed to confuse a translator. That's not funny.
Is Copperhead still out there? I'm not watching.
Yeah, still pretending they speak English. Still out there. Still writing stuff that doesn't make a damn bit of sense because they won't switch to a better program.
I think that it's fabulous to have that sort of entertainment in this side chat at all times.
That's funny.
When you guys were going on back and forth about it, about drinking Clorox and emailing pizzas, it was great. I loved it.
That was funny.
That's probably been the most fun I've had in a while because I was imagining you reading those and trying to still focus on the conversation. Yeah.
No, I just gave up on the conversation. I just totally did. I just couldn't do both, man.
So Hillary's. So for our conversation tomorrow, under normal circumstances, I would actually go out and do some research, but I think this time I want to go like completely blind and completely just engage out of ignorance. I don't even completely remember the conversation that we had the last time, which is good, because I think I think people would probably somewhat relate to the questions that I'm asking.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I'm gonna be speaking out my ass basically. So
no, subliminal. Holy shit!
I'm gonna let you lead the conversation. I'll just answer whatever.
Okay, yeah, that sounds good. Oh, Pixie is able to watch it. It will be a very interesting conversation. And educational as well.
What? A conversation between who? What? What? Sorry,
Uh,
distracted.
Oh, I'm dying. I'm dying.
boy.
The conversation between Odin and myself on MathPig's channel about kind of drug policy and rehab and the legal implications.
I'm sorry. One more time. Between you and who?
Odin, Batman here.
Okay. Yes. Yes. All right. Do I have the channel? Yeah. I'll figure it out. I'll be there. When is this?
Tomorrow at 5 p.m. Central.
Okay. Noted. Thank you.
Yep.
All right.
Sorry, I was distracted and focusing on multiple things, and I heard like most of it, but I kept missing bits and pieces, and I was like, damn it, now I gotta ask all over again.
You're repeating yourself.
It's like the first time I got one of the names, and then I caught like what the conversation was about, but then like my mind started like focusing on something else again, and then I was like, wait, did he tell me who the other person was? I'm sorry. I'm okay. I need sleep at some point.
Is there any precedence in a debate to limit the number of ad hominem attacks before the debate is over?
It should be as many as possible or zero.
So,
well, no gray area.
No. It should be one or the other. Either you choose to not use that tactic or just use the hell out of it, but don't half step.
So like a three strikes and you're out rule?
Not every insult is an ad hom, though.
And not every ad hom is an insult.
Getting mad and saying you're too stupid to understand this or some shit like that.
Yeah.
That's not constructive at all.
That's what I was going to say on Modern Day Debate a few days ago. There was somebody who was holding up a red card every time he was trying to call foul. And if it's a situation like that, I would say, 3 of those. But Richard was saying, no, let it be unlimited. Let it be nothing but,
I think that's actually probably a better way to do the thing that I want to do, is just to just not have any rules like that. Just let it be.
I have to say there is some kind of intrinsic value that I've always appreciated in a debate that uses a phrase like "Jane, you ignorant slut," but you have to tell Jane why she's an ignorant slut. You can't just leave it at the insult. And you better be right.
But that's what I'm saying. An insult is not always an ad hom. It's only it's like, okay, it's like you stupid fat fuck, blah 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 is not an ad hom, right? It's an insult, but it's not an ad hom. Now, if said stupid fat fuck was giving dietary advice, and I said he doesn't know anything about dietary advice despite his weight loss journey because he's a stupid fat fuck, that's an ad hom.
There you go.
Well, you have to flesh that out and say ad hominem fallacy, because literally.
So let's just remove that. Let's just say any sort of personal attacks that have nothing to do with the discussion. You know what I'm saying? Anything that's meant to obfuscate moving forward.
I think William, one of the things that you can do is that, like, I think you can be probably a little bit more poignant, and like kind of forcing someone to stick to the topic at hand. And even if they do make an ad hom, to be frank, it probably won't be easy for you. But just ignore them and be like, hey, it's an ad hom, but can you just respond to my question or whatever?
Well, this is supposed to be an interview.
I think when people start throwing ad homs, they actually start discrediting themselves. I think you lose the debate that way without even realizing it.
This is supposed to be an interview / expose where I'm supposed to be exposed as a heretic.
Which he's already admitted that he is.
Yes, it's already self-admitted that I'm a heretic. So I'm not sure what there would be to debate there. I know that what the pretense is that Beckel wishes to know what I believe about things. And so I don't imagine, and he says that it shouldn't be much of a debate and that nobody should bother watching.
Does he want to know what you believe, or does he want to shame what you believe?
Yeah.
That's what I'm getting at, and I think that my best approach is to let him do exactly that.
That's a great way for him to make himself look like an ass and a loser, sure.
Exactly, because there is no debate with someone who's already determined that they're right, no matter what you say.
But you can represent good argumentation to an audience.
He's a Calvinist, right?
Yes.
What I remember?
Yes.
Yeah. Well,
which feels like low-hanging fruit.
Well, you said it. You already determined that he's gonna win. So sorry, buddy.
God wills it, or willed it for all time.
Yes. Before the earth began, you were predetermined to lose the debate.
Yep.
And that Jill and Veckel should never see a defeat as long as they speak.
That is a particularly awful God when you think about it. Before time even began, you were predestined to go to hell, and so you're not here to be tested.
Right.
It's just when you die, it's surprise. Here's why I created you for hell, bitch. Like it's just what kind of God is that?
But that's not a mischaracterization. That's accurate.
Yeah.
Right. That's the whole idea of the Calvinist God being this monster. It's just
why? I want to throw a thought out there that I think is necessary to the reading frame I've adopted. The reason they think they are predetermined is because they assume themselves the intended reader, the Christ. Now, the Christ is predetermined. Yeah, chew on that one, right? That actually works.
I also don't know how they conflate that with free will, right? Like, it's predetermined and it's free will, but you don't know why you're making
They don't believe in free will.
That's why free will. That's why free will and grace are in the story, but they want to ignore those parts and read the intended reader parts and think that it's themselves, which is why they're the most proud people you can meet.
But they'll tell you that they'll tell you original sin happened because of free will. But also everything's predestined, which is why the surprise, bitch, I created you for hell, and here's why is funny.
Right, but see, and I try to get them to understand that that's what they're saying with the claims they make about the nature of the God, and they can't understand what I'm saying, or they get it and they just go, yeah, well, that's the facts, though, so just deal with it. If you don't like it, that's tough. And I'm like, I don't know where to go with that. There's really nothing else I can say. If that's the case, I shouldn't follow a God just because he's the only one. He's the only one and he's a tyrant. I still shouldn't follow him because I have a conscience.
Agreed. That's why I said earlier, if I was excluding Richards because Richards is not a deity, but that's why I said earlier, even if I was convinced that there was a God, that does not at all convince me in any manner that any religion is correct about it, because that's very disheartening.
Well, that's why I was trying to go with Faisal, but we never really. He has a good dance.
It's not that great of a dance, I think.
I think he does pretty well because it's not that the information he's given you is a good dance. It's his ability to control his tone and stuff like that and still be pleasant while being very avoidant. Although that doesn't work at all on Thunder Dwarves because they bust right through that.
Yes, they do. As a species, they just do.
He was being avoidant, and he didn't like me telling him so.
Right. Who would?
Well, then your next answer shouldn't be just as avoidant, because if you know I'm going to point it out, bitch, stop fucking doing it.
Well, I need you to take that. I need you to take about 20% off the top there, Big Cheese.
I'm saying, if I've pointed it out twice already, probably maybe do better with your next answer, or be like, I don't have an answer for you right now, or I think this other topic is more productive. But don't, beat around the bush again and expect me not to be like, yeah, that was better.
I wish Faisal understood why going to hell first to back up or to gain context on what he'd already said because there was a punishment for not believing. And you kind of want to know, well, what do you mean by punishment? What do you mean by hell? Before we say anything else, tell me what this thing is willing to do. Like what is in its nature to do, and then tell me, everything that can justify its maximum amount of punishment. Tell me what.
But I understand where he's coming from too, right? Because he's got this idea, and a lot of theists have this idea. I'm not saying it's special to him, but a lot of theists have this idea, right? That if you can just grasp the concept of God, if you can just grasp how awesome God is and how just God is, and if you can grasp God, then by the time we get to hell, it's this justifiable thing, right? But even if we can't justify it to ourselves, we understand that there's this awesome being and he has his own justifications, right? So I understand why he wants you to understand God before we discuss hell. But it just...
I disagree. I think it's a form of a sales pitch that a lot of religions do.
That's what I'm saying. It softens. If you can get somebody to agree to the idea of this magnificent, just, powerful God, right? Then it almost mitigates the consequences of hell. It lessens it because you've agreed to the specialness of this being somehow.
Have you guys ever met them? I don't even remember the correct term to use, but there are people who believe in God, but they hate God.
I mean, I'm sure they're out there. Like I believe in the creator God, but I think he's a tyrant.
Oh, okay. You're saying Marcionite? Is that what you mean, Fadine?
Is that it?
Yeah, Marcionites. They were the early Christians.
But that's sort of inaccurate though, because we just believing in that doesn't mean that we don't believe in a benevolent God. Also,
no, I would say that there are people who believe in God as the one true God, right? Like even a Christian concept of God as the one true God. They believe that, but they also hate him and refuse to worship him, right? They blame him for a lot of things. So I would say it's separated from the Marcionites. It's even separated from like the Temple of Set and the Luciferians who think that Yahweh's the bad guy and Lucifer's the good guy, right? Like I would say it's even separate from that. They recognize one true God, and it would be like if the Abrahamic God revealed himself to you and you said that God is a tyrant, he's not worth worshiping. It's that sentiment that I acknowledge there's a God. I don't acknowledge this is a being I want to have anything to do with.
It sounds like you're describing Dilettanteism.
No, there's an actual philosophical term, name given to people like that. Like for example, there are people who think that the idea of a god or gods is like absurd. I think they call it atheists.
You said atheist?
Ig.
No, ig is like ignorant.
Mesotheism.
No.
Is that it? Yeah. Is it mesotheism? No, mesotheism. Is that the one where you believe in God but you hate him?
I think so.
What I was thinking.
Okay.
It just means bad God.
Yeah.
Let's see. So atheism is the idea that the question of the existence of God is meaningless because the word God has no coherent, is not coherent and is unambiguous. So that's atheism.
How terrible would it be to be the people that believe that there's only one God and he's a bastard?
A mesotheist?
That's H.P. Lovecraft. That's like, except for he was atheist, but the things that he wrote about, if those were real,
I guess that only matters. I guess that would only matter if you're a mesotheist who believes in an afterlife, right? Because if you're a mesotheist who doesn't believe in like a heaven or hell concept, then as evil as the creator is, what effect is he really having on you right now? I mean, you can hate him for like the evil in the world or the suffering in the world or whatever, but beyond that, like from your day-to-day life, what does he have to do with you? I guess whether you're, but that would entirely depend on how intervening you believe that evil God to be. Sorry, my brain does that. My apologies.
No problem.
Continue.
Okay, and Subliminal and Copperhead are banned because I have patiently tried absolutely everything I know how to try, and now it's time to say goodbye. 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 Goodbye.
That makes me feel bad.
So long,
only because I
farewell.
don't know if they're a troll or if they're like really trying and they're like,
Look,
everybody hates me
I
and
gave
I'm
them
failing.
every chance. I tried it in French because they used a French term. I tried to say, look, dude, we all know that you're like not typing poorly and misspelling things. These aren't even English structures. Then I said, if you just tell us the truth, and if you so maybe you're physically disabled, you can't type, or you maybe you don't even have a keyboard. Fine, and perhaps you have a speech impediment because this translator is not getting the words you're saying because it's not English, and I know because I know English. So I give you one more try, and he tells me he's going to stick his fingers up my ass. So that's it.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't see
That's just
that.
a mistranslation.
No. That was too many words in a row to be a mistranslation.
I'm telling you, you're judging him too harshly. He's trying to reach your heart, and it's mistranslation.
Yeah, through my anus maybe. No, I'm just done. Look, he says he gets blocked everywhere. I think I understand why.
No, he's trying to say from the bottom of his heart.
From the bottom of my anus, I promise you that. Yeah, whatever. No, I'm just done because he's just been rude several times.
When he was coherent enough to be rude.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fair. I didn't see that part.
So oust it and be done.
Yeah.
Put them in outer darkness.
It's just a distraction. I'm trying to get it over with right here, right now. That's going to be the end of it.
I think that's a good move at this point because no progress is being made.
Right. Sorry for the interruption, guys. I'm sorry.
Odin, are you disappointed in my current attitude towards the God of the Bible?
For me? I don't care.
Yeah. I mean, we've been friends for a while though, and many times like the only two Christians in a room full of atheists, but I mean, it's not that I don't love Jesus or anything. I don't know if you understand my take on it though. It's just that I don't think that Jesus and the thing in the Old Testament are the same.
You know, it took me a while to realize that you two were even believers. Not in that aspect, like not. I guess I shouldn't say like I realized you were theists, right? But it took me a minute to realize what category you put yourselves in. But that's not a failing of either of you. I actually think that speaks very highly of both of you.
Thank you.
I just never really considered myself a deist.
No,
even
theist.
though that
I knew you were atheist.
No.
Oh.
I know, but Hillary's earlier pointed out that we're deists. I was like, yeah, I guess so in a way. I mean,
I wouldn't consider you a deist at all, actually, Will.
I mean, because I believe in Jesus.
Right, but a deist not only wouldn't believe in Jesus, but a deist it's not only distinguished by like a lack of supernatural and miracles and things like that, but deism is distinguished in like they were very big on the clockmaker God, right? Like God made everything, and he set it aside to let its time run out. Like he does not care, he does not intervene, like he does not
divine apathy.
Right.
Right. I get that. So that's one of the reasons when the deist thing came up, I'm like, no, it's not quite that, but I mean, as far as where to explain to, like Faisal, I could see how that's a useful way to get him to fill in the blanks and give him not a whole lot to work with. Hillary, you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
How do you define deist?
Deist? I would say that the Father doesn't have personhood, that he doesn't have a preference of ice cream flavors, for instance. But it does, see, until around 2005-ish, I thought that I was theist, but then someone explained to me it was actually deism. And then I had to investigate what that was, and then finally I realized, yes, this is what I am.
So the idea that we just talked about, as far as what we thought deism or think deism is, as far as the apathetic God.
That is one subset of deism, but it doesn't include all deists.
So how does deism work with a belief that Jesus is the actuation or word of God, of the God?
Yeah, that works fine as long as the Son definitely has likes and dislikes and preferences and things like that. That
right,
doesn't interfere.
but the Father is the encompassing force of all things. Like it's,
right.
But all right, but
it's the field that everybody's playing on.
Yeah,
notably, deists were birthed from the Enlightenment movement, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So while they would have accepted Jesus, they probably would have accepted him much more in a Jeffersonian manner.
Yes.
Meaning that he was a prophet. He was not divine. He was not God. He was not even the son of God, right? Like he was like a Buddha, right? Like he was just a philosopher or a prophet and nothing more than that. They didn't believe in miracles. They didn't believe in divine intervention. So Jesus as a concept, like as the Son of God, is not something a deist would have recognized at all. His resurrection being a miracle alone is not something that they would have recognized at all.
I agree with so much of what you said, but you threw in a couple of caveats that I would disagree with. When you say he's only or nothing more than, I would disagree with that. Yes, he is a prophet. He's a Buddha. I definitely say that. Then you say divine. Well, it depends on precisely what you mean by divine. Was Hercules divine?
Well, that's what I'm saying, though, right? Like they don't. He's not. Like for people born like in the Enlightenment period. I'm not saying it hasn't evolved since then. It could very well have evolved into different sects, just like Christianity has, right? But the whole idea of deism was that they were taking out anything that didn't make sense, right? Like that's why in the Jefferson Bible, he took out
rejecting the supernatural.
Right,
I agree.
right. He took out all the miracles. He took out, including the resurrection, which is supposed to be the signifier that makes Jesus God, right, or the Son of God, or part of God.
It depends on what his purpose was.
They thought Jesus was a man, was just he was a man who understood God more than most people. He was a great teacher and a sage and a wise man, but he was not divine. He was not a healer. He was not performing miracles. He did not raise from the dead, and because of these things, it would be hard for me to look at somebody who believes in Jesus and the resurrection of Jesus and to think that deist is an accurate label for them.
Okay, well, you aren't here for it, but I say that it's not the death and resurrection that make him divine. The miracle he performed was simply coming to earth. And then you can say, well, yeah, but we all come to earth, and we can have that conversation. But no, it's him coming to earth that was the huge sacrifice.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That makes him chosen. That makes him special, and that brings intervention, right?
Yes.
Well, I take it even further than that, though, Hillary.
Which is three concepts the Enlightenment thinkers were not going to gravitate towards, right? Because that's illogical. That's not it's not provable, right? And plus, it speaks of this supernatural thing that they don't want to recognize.
They were trying to remove the supernatural. I don't think that they rejected claims just because they couldn't prove them, though.
No, but as part of the Enlightenment thinking, right? Like things, it was very much in they wanted things to be logical, to be provable, to be predictable, to be demonstratable, right? It's not that the supernatural was dismissed because it was supernatural. The supernatural was dismissed because it was viewed as illogical, not demonstratable, impractical. It was magic. These things did not happen. They were fanciful embellishments by people before them, right? That's why it is taken out of the Jefferson Bible. It's not inherent because it's a miracle or because it's supernatural. It's because this is illogical and incoherent to their view. So making him a figure of divine intervention at all would be incongruent with the view of a God that does not intervene.
Okay, let me if you'll let me take a different tact. I would say that Jesus most probably did heal people. Do you think that doctors heal people today?
That has nothing to
No,
me
just
thinking
answer.
doctor.
Just answer, because
No, because it has no bearing on what the deists thought was logical or not logical.
Okay, well, if you're going to argue about what they thought back then, I'll just grant whatever you want to say. But I would say that doctors heal today, just like Jesus and other people could have healed back then.
And I will
And
grant you that.
does that mean that it's an interventionist God? Well, if you want to call that an interventionist God, I suppose. But I don't
no,
believe that God.
the miracles are not what make him a divine intervention, right? That's not what makes him a divine intervention. The idea that he is an intercessory, he had to accomplish something to intervene on our behalf is what makes him a divine intervention, right? That's all. It's not the miracles. The miracles are something else. Now that is also something that they took out because they considered it supernatural and unprovable and something that didn't happen. But that is not the act that made him a divine intervention. And yes, they were the deism was born from the Enlightenment thinking period, which was a complete rejection of superstition and supernatural. So if you have a belief that involves divine intervention, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying it hasn't evolved there. I'm saying in my mind, it's an incongruent thought. It's hard for me to piece those two together.
Right, but Jesus wasn't intervening on the Father's behalf. The Father couldn't care less. He created things, and then he kind of like stepped away and says, "You all take over," like we're a big science experiment. But then Jesus, for whatever reason, took pity upon humans and said, "I'm going to go down there and I'm going to show them how it's done. I'm going to explain where they got things wrong and try and correct them." And that's the divine intervention.
I would agree that could be deist. I would agree, but only because he wasn't sent by God. He chose to come, and that would make it more deist. But still, the fact that he came to accomplish something, like as an intercessor, like as intervening, even if it's his choice to intervene between us and the creator, yes, that is a deistic part where it takes responsibility away from the creator being like it's like intervening. But then it still doesn't address their loathing for anything supernatural, because it would still be a supernatural event. So it's like he gets hit from two fronts on that, right? Like the miracle is not what makes him a divine intercession, but being a divine intercession doesn't pardon the miracles, so to speak.
A deist naturalist would reject all of the miracles and supernatural stuff, yes.
Okay, so you're saying that like there's become a sect that's just like has taken it away from its roots in the natural deism.
I would say that deists have different views, that what you're describing was in the 1700s.
Right, like it evolved like Christianity. That's what I'm saying. Like it's been built upon.
But even the Essenes in the first 100 years AD had a lot of these thoughts. So it isn't really that the 1700s were the first time around.
Right, but I'm just saying, how many of those concessions do you make before it's not deism anymore? It's like I'm not saying that you're not a deist. I'm saying I'm making it fit in my mind in the same way that a terrible Christian would be sitting up here going, how many concessions to the Bible do you have to make before you're not a Christian anymore, right? I'm not saying you're not. I'm just saying I'm trying to piece it together.
Okay.
I just think we don't have enough terms out there. We need more confusing terms. I'm gonna put forth the idea of transformer religion. Next time somebody asks me what my belief system is, I'm gonna tell them I'm a transformer.
Oh my God.
And that just leaves it completely open for me to fill in the gaps with no preconceived notions of anything. I mean, like, what do you mean you're a trans?
Can I testify to you that saying I don't declare that doesn't work?
What do you mean?
Oh, all I had to say was, I follow Christ, and I'm a Yahwist, and I believe the Bible is inerrant, and I got all the baggage.
Yeah.
Right. I don't want any of the crazy the baggage yet. So I think transformer works because it was either that or the becoming religion. So when someone asks me what I am, I'm like I'm becoming whatever I'm going to be.
So in transformerism, I would like to recommend that you say all of it is by personal revelation, and there are no texts to refer to. That way, you can just have a conversation.
I have a name for belief
Fantastic.
systems. I have a name for belief systems outside of any religious institution, but I can't use it anymore because I realized some people might think it's like really derogatory when I didn't mean it to be.
Well, just say it.
What's the term?
Say it.
They would say like, what is that person a Christian? What does that person believe? And I'd be like, oh, that person has a DIY religion.
Yeah.
Oh, a do-it-yourself
awesome.
religion. That's
Yeah.
awesome.
It's like, because that was the only way I could be like, it's not associated with an institution. But then, like, I think, is that insulting? So maybe I should say it a different way.
Or you can say proprietary.
What would you call someone who thinks that is so arrogant they think that just about everyone else is blind and not worthy to lead them?
An idiot?
Either Jesus Christ or any of the number of people we interact with.
I wouldn't. No, wait. No. I think you did a disservice to Jesus there. Because when he was older, yes, you're correct. He could very well have that attitude. But particularly as a child, he spent a lot of time in the temples. And yes, he got to a point at a very young age where he was supposedly teaching the teachers, but he was taught at some point. And he believed God was big enough to give him direction. So, I don't know.
Maybe teach is the wrong word because there's nothing wrong.
He was human. Like
I think the idea there, and William makes a good point, is that he was arguing with the teachers.
No, but I'm saying even before that, right? I'm saying, yes, at a very early age.
Before he was 12, yes.
Right, I'm saying at a very early age he was teaching the teachers, right? I get that, but like at some point.
I'm going to argue that translation.
Okay, but at some point, he not only accepted direction from God the Father, right? But at some point, he accepted direction from his mom. He accepted direction from his father. He probably accepted direction from one of his siblings at some point. I don't know. But the thing is, like, the way he's represented doesn't strike me as somebody who lived his entire life without humility or without being able to take direction, right? Like,
to be fair,
that seems incongruent.
In Richard's view, so.
Well, I know, but I'm saying
talking to the wrong person.
And what I was proposing when I say arrogant, I don't mean that I'm saying that person believes that they can see either. Just the acknowledgement that everyone is blind to whatever the truth is in its entirety, and so that no one can give me a solid answer. I don't mean saying that person is like I'm the only one who has the. I mean that they believe that everybody is blind, so it does no good to lean on anyone else's understanding.
Oh, I don't know, but I'm close to that. I mean, you heard me earlier. Even if you can convince me there's a God, I don't believe any of you have it right. Not a single one of you. So, I mean, like in that aspect, I don't know. A lot of people, I guess. I don't know what you'd call them.
Yeah, I agree. There's no way I'm ever going to get it right. So I'm gonna follow the clues the best that I can and see what I can figure out.
And William, you quoted something of the text, lean not upon your own understanding, right? You said that?
I don't think he did.
I didn't say that because I'm quite contrary to that.
Oh, okay, I'm curious how you do read that. Because you did refer to it in some way, not quoting it.
Well, I think he said something about
Leaning on the understanding of other men.
Yeah, everyone
Right.
is blind, and you shouldn't lean on their understanding.
Right. Okay. I really recommend dropping Christianity and reading that phrase, that set of phrases right there. Because
Just
what
explain it
says
to me,
is,
because I'm really stoned, man.
oh, okay, I believe that it reads, "You want to know the intent of this book? Ask the author."
Okay,
Now that
that's
makes
fine.
good sense to me.
That's fine.
Yeah.
That's good. I don't mind. And I've tried to ask the author, or at least maybe not the author, but the origin source.
Do you see the
And which is
pointlessness of that if you precede Jesus?
what?
Jesus is the truth, the way, and the light. He has to be the first truth, the way, and the light. If you precede him, you'll get no answer.
I don't know. Okay, yeah.
When he said you precede him, as in he isn't here yet. You are here.
Right, I got what
If
he's
he
saying.
if he didn't pray it first, or more importantly, if he was going to run into people that you would have already told that truth to, you would have appeared to be the Christ and replaced him. So you
I
see
don't
the
know.
futility of the
Maybe it's
prayer in the
William.
case that if Christ has not been. I'm sorry, I was just reading Thomas Jefferson, and now I'm speaking like it. Sorry about that.
William is our Lord and Savior.
Tell Bob.
Tell Bob.
No, I'm not even. It's just that my understanding of, or my belief in what Jesus is and was, is not, it doesn't quite fit into an easy category. So
Right.
I don't mind saying that he is the. I don't associate, again, it goes back to me not associating or trusting a lot of the Old Testament, because I don't associate it with Jesus.
Sure.
So it's this other being that there's very little that I know about, but what I've read about, I like, and it makes sense to me. Like the Jesus thing. All right. But that's still through a Christian view. And I know that's one of the things that, Richard, you're working on me to try and be able to put aside completely, but
I'm trying to
I
present
have
a
a hard.
picture that I think would resolve that. I'm not helping you.
No, you are.
No,
I think
you'd be helping yourself if it makes sense and if it works and if it's true.
Okay, well, I say you're helping me in the way that you counterbalance me from getting too locked into one view that I can't reason outside of that, and so I do appreciate that. That is helping me.
I do
Thomas
think.
Jefferson wrote in
You guys hear me?
1803. Yeah, I'm just ignoring
Yeah,
you.
Yeah, he's
To the corruptions of Christianity I am indeed opposed, but not to the genuine precepts of Jesus himself. I am a Christian in the only sense he wished anyone to be. Sincerely attached to his doctrines in preference to all others, ascribing to himself every human excellence, and believing he never claimed other.
Yes. He also said Christianity, speaking of like churches and the institution of it, Christianity is the most perverse system ever shown on man. He also argued that exposing children to religious doctrines they were neither old enough to understand nor question was a form of child abuse.
See, I look at Jesus as, because you can't associate him with the Jews in one way. Where, as far as I do, I associate what he did in the flesh with the Jews, because I believe he was undoing. I hate to say it like this, but the rulership of the God of this world, the Creator God, that seemed to set the bar too high for any man to come close to, and knew this all along. And that Jesus is the perfection of what man was meant to be in like in the blueprint. before it got tarnished, and so he was able to do this thing. But then after that, he had no other reason to be in the flesh, not to the Gentiles, because there was never a covenant with the Gentiles. That's just an idea that I've got in my head right now. But it seems like he came to undo the trap that the Creator God, put on man.
I'm curious. Have you ever asked yourself this question? Is it a situation where the creator God is just amoral and just does things just
Yeah.
to
Well,
like maintain, like for example, if he wants humans to thrive and he sees like a unit of humans doing certain things that could be detrimental to the rest of the herd, so to speak, he'll call um those set of humans, right? So for him, it's not about good or bad. It's just more so, okay, if I let this keep going on, right, I'm gonna have, it's gonna ruin the rest of them. Let me call this group.
that
What are
doesn't
your
seem to
thoughts?
be amoral. But I
Because you're
have entertained.
moralizing it.
Right,
If-
but I have entertained the idea that that the God of this world in the early on was very young in its understanding of its own creation, and then it acts like a child and behaves with wrath and no self restraint at all until it seems to like not that it's malevolent on purpose, but just that that's its natural response until it gains understanding of uh like better qualities, better things, better ways to deal with his creation, and it almost matures. Now I'm willing to go with that a little bit and try to follow that through, but I can find no way to justify the acts of the Old Testament, especially a lot of the slaughters and plagues and stuff.
but that's what I'm saying. He's amoral, not immoral.
Right,
As in he's not necessarily doing the things that he's doing for moral reasons.
but
As
would
far as
that
he's
also
concerned,
imply ignorant of morality?
I mean, I don't. Maybe I don't know. But if his concern, like, take for example, if you're, if you're, I don't know, a sheep herder or something like that, and you have one specific group of sheep that is behaving in a manner that's killing the rest of the sheep, right? And you know, you don't want all of your sheep to die off, right, or to be corrupted or whatever, right? So what you do is that you call the group of sheep that um, that you see as being undesirable, that could have a really bad effect on the rest of them.
Okay, the
That's not a
livestock approach.
just yeah. So it's not a moral decision, right?
Yeah, no,
It,
I get it. It's a livestock approach. It's just
it,
he's tending to whatever he's trying to do, and it really doesn't matter what we think or whatever. That's
yeah,
not even a consideration.
yeah. So I think it's kind of like with the movie Prometheus, right? There's a scene.
Have not seen it.
So okay, so basically you have the engineers. The engineers are the ones that seeded Earth of life. Humans decided to go and look for the engineers. They met the engineers, and there are two sects in the engineers. The ones who want to who want humans to thrive and basically evolve and explore the world like they did, and you have the ones who want to destroy humans. Now, the ones who want to destroy humans, those ones, the reason why they want to destroy humans is because they've sent many avatars like Buddha, Jesus, all of those guys to lead us into a better future. But instead, we basically murdered them, and we kept getting worse and worse. And so what they wanted to do was that they wanted to annihilate the human species and start over again with a different one. So they had a split, and they battled, and one of the things they were going to use to wipe out the humans were the xenomorphs, the aliens, right? So their approach, right? It wasn't based on morals. It's just that they didn't think that we were worth, I guess, living, because if we met other societies, right, while traveling the universe, right, we're gonna basically treat them like garbage. Chances
Right, we'd be
are,
the bad guys.
yeah, and they didn't want that, so that's why one trying to call the humans that story.
Yeah, I mean that's another consideration. That's what I'm saying. We can reason all we want, and I think that's what a lot of religions are, just concepts that seem to make sense that we can wrap our minds around. And some people get really enthusiastic into it, and some people hold on loosely, and some people
Yeah,
choose not to bother with any of it. But I don't think
yeah.
anybody, like Pixie said, I don't think anybody, including myself, are ever going to be able to put forth an answer that is sufficient to satisfy doubt.
Yeah, you only have to experience it, really.
No, even if you experience it, you don't always know what it is that you've experienced. Because the only reason that I still hold on to a lot of the supernatural or unexplained ideas is because of the experiences that I've had that to me I have no natural explanation for, and I feel like I've been guided by something, but it's never quite identified itself to me. I mean, because at first I thought that it was trying to lead me into Christianity, but everywhere it led me in Christianity was another contemptuous, den of know-it-alls that really had nothing to base their claims on. And so
I mean,
it was just over and over. It was almost like the lesson is nobody gets me.
that's fine if you know. I don't think nothing's wrong with that conclusion. I think it's
Well, it's
I think
heresy.
I think it largely, it possibly largely comes down um to usage, maybe, right? Like, how is it useful to you to hold these beliefs, right? Because I don't, the idea of just kind of holding beliefs, or arbitrarily, is just kind of strange. Um,
Oh, well, I don't have an answer for that.
okay, fair enough.
Right? You don't always get the answer that you want. Like I've got a lot of fucking questions, but that's not. I mean, unless I'm just imagining all this, which could be fine. I mean, that's at least a solution to the problem if I'm crazy. But
All
I've
I'm saying.
honestly,
No, go ahead. I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
no, it's all right. I was just going to say I can't deny the feeling of very personal guidance that seems to come from outside of myself. And it's gone on for years, but it never so intense as in the beginning or in times of something really important.
What you felt was Bob.
I know, and Bob works because it would be foolish for me to continue to assign that a name since it hasn't told me what it is.
Yeah, I mean, and again, right? If the way how I always saw, quote unquote, like, miracles and stuff like that in the Bible, even if I like look at certain things as like literal, right? If these are beings that are super powerful and can do all of this crazy shit, right? Then and I compare that to what we're able to do right now, right? With only a couple thousand years of civilization. I can't imagine what we'll be able to do in a million, right? So if it's like, touching the water and turning it into wine, right? Like, that's probably something we're gonna do within the next, couple thousand years, probably if, we don't destroy ourselves, right?
Why do you believe
Like,
in Jesus, Odin?
personally, because I think it he I think what he has to teach makes sense and is fulfilling for myself relative to the people around me. And it also allows me to just be a better human around other people.
Now, without Jesus, would you be a Jew? I mean, like, would you practice Judaism?
Most likely not.
Why not?
Because I don't see the use of. I didn't see the use in it. I didn't think that it was useful, to be honest. And
Without Jesus, what does that make Judaism?
to me, it would just be another religion, to be honest. Because like when I went to school, like in Jamaica, they teach you religious education, so they teach you about like all of the major religions, basically. Right? It's not there to yes. It would, it's a predominantly Christian country. You pray in the morning and stuff like that. You don't have to nowadays, but they do prayer and stuff like
But do
that.
you understand
But
why I'm asking you that and what I'm asking you?
I mean, I don't know why.
All right. Well, let me bring you a little closer to where I'm going with this. Is if you just take the Old Testament without Jesus's appearance, is there any way to convince yourself to worship that God?
No, I wouldn't worship it. Because it didn't provide a solution, an ultimate solution for
Well, it says
the
it
human
will.
condition.
Isn't there prophecies in the Old Testament of some sort of thing?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. If the story didn't have a fulfillment part of it, right, then it will be just like all the other, stories, really.
Okay, but you get why I'm asking this, because the idea, and I don't know if you subscribe to this, but a lot of Christians subscribe to the God of the Old Testament as being the same as Jesus in nature and all that. And if the virtue of Jesus was in the Old Testament, then you wouldn't need Jesus to demonstrate the character of that God. You would automatically know that this God is righteous, and it's the same righteous God that Jesus would. You get what I'm saying? If it's the
Oh, I
same
see what you're
person.
saying. So it, it, my view on God's interaction in the Old Testament, it's one of those situations where it's a deity wrestling with its creation and has um, and it doesn't necessarily see its creation on equal grounds. Hence, whenever it decides to do things, it does it on insane levels. But it also seems to have the capacity to learn things. Because what
But
I
is that
noticed
Jesus?
too, no, they're two different persons.
All right, so they're
All
not
right,
triune.
let me get Cerberus volume adjusted. Cerberus, speak for at least 30 seconds. Cerberus. 5, 4, 3, 2.
Contact. Take off. Oh, come on.
Well, he might be somebody pretending. We don't know.
Yeah, we don't know.
Who would
Now-
risk the wrath of Cerberus Hex?
Me, apparently.
Oh, I don't
Come
mean
on.
I don't mean it like that.
I mean, by impersonating him.
Oh,
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna step away for a few minutes, but I'll be listening.
Okay.
We're
But
just going to leave you
the
in this
reason
room.
okay, go ahead, OD. I'm sorry.
So what I'm saying is that it seems that like throughout the Old Testament, that deity kept stepping back, and his approaches seem to be less. His approaches seem to be more hands off, and even more hands off, and even more hands off.
So he changes.
Yes, it's changing its perception, its opinions, and it seems to be learning.
I agree. I agree. It does have that appearance, because even if the God of the Old Testament seems wrathful, it does seem to reduce its intensity and its irrational behavior, especially post Moses. Well, no, that's not true. Shit. That actually, no, that does continue for some time.
Yeah, I mean, like
Ooh,
for
yeah,
example,
no, it doesn't
whenever
actually change.
like
I don't think the
whenever
brutality lessens.
like take for example,
Not at the fall of
whenever
Jerusalem, though.
like so the Israelites, for example, right? Whenever he wants to, whenever they break a covenant, right? The first time around, he would directly punish them, right?
No,
Severely so.
no. They don't have. Look, they can't keep the law. It's acknowledged that they can't keep the law.
No, just hold on.
Okay. Sorry.
Hold on. I'm just talking within that particular time and context, right? He and his interactions were more direct in nature, right? Even whenever he punished them, and it was severe, right? But after a while, he'll realize that whenever he punishes, what he starts to do is that he'll warn them first with the prophets, and if they don't make any change, then he basically brings in another nation to destroy them, right, and exile them. Then they'll come back.
Right, but that's what we're saying. Not only does that not lessen, but that seems to be in direct opposition to the message that Jesus
to what message? Because at that point, there wasn't that message. That wasn't a thing at that point. So I'm just addressing.
Real quick, I'm sure Richard wants to do his thing.
Thank you.
That work?
Yeah, you have to leave it unmuted so I can turn you where you need to be, though. Quit muting, please.
Okay. Force a habit. If you wrestle with a god, grab his testicles. You'll never see it coming.
That's funny.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, sir. So, what I'm saying is that after a while, he starts to get extremely hands off. To the point.
After Jesus? When? When? At what point?
Even the chapters before the New Testament started, right? He doesn't do much direct interaction.
Right. So after he sends Jesus, that is the change.
No, I said, but even before Jesus, the chapters before Jesus, Old Testament chapters, he stopped direct interactions. He'll only speak and warn what will happen through the prophets.
Yeah, but he's still doing it. He's still taking direct action, right?
No,
in a way that you don't see
action.
after Jesus.
No, wait. He told everyone that the Romans were going to tear down the temple and all that stuff. He basically predicted that they would be busted the fuck up by the Romans for a good long time, and that was his will, obviously, right?
Yeah, he allowed it to happen, basically.
No, I mean it's the same way with Nebuchadnezzar. He brings Nebuchadnezzar and guides Nebuchadnezzar to punish Israel.
Oh, yeah.
And so the same with Rome. So even after Jesus, up to that point, it seems like he's still punishing a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, to me, at the way how I read it, it just seems like he, I guess to some extent, washed his hand and, he's like, at this point, the only thing I can do is just warn you. And if you don't change, this is what's going to happen.
Well, when did he lose sovereignty over this world?
When did he lose sovereignty? I don't know.
Yeah, because how was the devil able to tempt and make the offer to Jesus for rulership over the whole world? And Jesus did not say, you don't have the authority to offer me that.
I mean, I didn't necessarily see the point in even addressing it, to be honest. But I think that's a really good question. I mean, if I'm Jesus, right? I wouldn't even address that because.
But he does. He addresses him. He does respond to him, and he responds with, "It is written this," or "It is written that." He could have just said, "It is written that it is mine, motherfucker." He could have said something,
Yeah, but I don't think. I don't know. It's a good question. I'm not sure why he didn't address it. But if I'm in
Jesus calls him the God of this world. So somebody has rulership over this world. and it ain't God. It ain't Jesus' daddy.
No. I mean,
Right.
even
So
in
what
the
I'm saying is, where did he gain the authority, the sovereignty that he could even offer or have control over this place?
I mean, because he was, I guess you could make the argument that he was just left alone, just do whatever he
Or
wanted to
maybe
do.
or maybe it's always been his since he created it.
I mean, is it? Are you talking about I guess, the God of the Old Testament being the one tempting Jesus, or are
Yes,
you
yes,
referring
yes,
to
yes, yes.
the
That you
Satan?
don't have to go any further. That thing, the first thing you said, yes,
So I don't understand why would he tempt Jesus the way how he did?
because Jesus. I think he knew that Jesus wasn't like everyone else. Jesus was already undoing the trap. He was able to keep the law that was meant to enslave man. It was meant to be so high a bar that we couldn't reach. And as Jesus is doing this, the realization comes in that this is gonna suck because he's gonna break the control that I have over everything. So maybe if I offer him this now and get him to serve me, that alleviates the concern that he will undo this.
Okay, but why would he allow Jesus to do that, knowing to come to Earth
Because he couldn't
to do
stop
that?
it. He's unable to stop. Jesus is more powerful than the God of this world. That's why he says that he's going to do away with it.
But why would Jesus pray to him to ask him
He
to
doesn't. He
remove
prays
the
to his
burden?
Father. Yeah, he
So
prays
you're
to his
saying
Father.
so you're saying there are two fathers? I'm confused.
There is one that we call that the Jews call Father, the Creator God, but Jesus is
So
speaking to
is
his Father.
so you're saying that the God that the Jews interacted with is basically
Is
the
Satan.
fallen one?
Yeah, Satan. You can call it the Satan. I think that's perfectly appropriate.
I think the fallen one should be appropriate because
You may call it
Satan.
whatever you like, but I'm saying it's a pretty bad dude. But it had ownership over this that you see nowhere it being transferred. So I'm saying it's logical to think that this is the God who's always had control of everything, and that Jesus was an outsider coming to undo something.
But I mean, coming to undo what? What specifically did he do?
To liberate the slaves. We're created with the spark of life that even the God of this world is relying upon, and the owner of that power is Jesus's Father, or Jesus himself, if you want to say that he is the icon or the will of the God of the create or the being that creates ideas, concepts, the mind. So all I'm saying is, I can't find anywhere where authority is transferred over to this being. It seems to have always had it and had the ability to do wrathful things, just horribly wrathful things. It includes a lot of collateral damage, which is the opposite of justice.
I mean, if you
And
grant, I mean, if you grant, like, so I'm just trying to understand, like, is this the same entity that fell? That is this the same entity that destroyed Job's life? Is this
yeah,
the same entity? Okay,
yeah. Well,
so
it's the same. It's the same. It's in the same group. Everything that is in matter comes from that creator, including his archons and servants. And it's a mirror. Well, it's not a mirror, but it's a distorted reflection of
so
the heavenly realm.
so he created everything, and he fell to earth and basically
Well, the
ruled
the
over
idea
the
is that
universe.
the contemplation of perfection leads to the idea of imperfection, and the God manifests this in thinking about it, and this thing is confined to matter. For some reason, it's cast out into matter, where it begins to create its own um, material existence or realm, and claims itself to be the only God, as it doesn't even know that it's lower than the actual source.
Okay, I didn't get that reading at all. I do find it interesting because I guess that particular scripture about the fallen one, right? Um, it basically being trying to ascend, I guess, whomever that was above him, right? That wasn't specifically dated, nor there was a date implied, but it seems to something that happened before the events in the Bible.
You mean like the Lucifer character?
Yeah, like whoever that was fallen had fallen way before the actual events.
Could be. Like
And
I don't know at the time what the time frame would be, but whatever it is, something was unsatisfied with the rulership of the creator of matter. And multiple
maybe
times it disobeyed him, because we were just talking about the Genesis 6:4. And then after the flood, it happens again with these angels trying to procreate, or messengers, or whatever this group is,
the Watchers.
trying to get it home. Yeah, sure, the Watchers. I mean, I was talking to Richard about it, so we have different terms when we do that. But the point is that uh, its own servants or creations keep turning against it.
Yeah, they're doing whatever they want to do. They have free will.
Its morality is not aligned with the human conscience. I think that's what the idea of the knowledge of good and evil is. That once we are able to have our own conscience, we can even evaluate whether the creator God, is acting justly or unjustly. Because we're not in ignorance of what good and bad is. And I think that was always a threat to the creator God, to be judged by its creation.
I mean,
Yep.
I think that's an interesting idea, but like if like put yourself in the Creator God's position, right? Like
How can I?
if I'm just saying, as a hypothetical, right?
No,
Put your
that's what I'm saying. I can't, because his morality doesn't line up with mine if I'm constantly looking at his actions and
okay, no,
going,
no, no. I'm
"Eh."
just saying, just for now, right? Even holding on to your own morality, right? Just put yourself in this deity's position, right? So you created beings that have free will, right? And I'm sure you understood what comes with that, right? They're going to be free thinking creatures who are going to make their own decisions, morally, theologically, whatever, right? Regardless of what you do, right? And so at this point, how much are you going to care whether or not they like you?
Well, I mean, drowning most of them has got to help.
I mean, again, it depends on your reasons, right? Like, you might have the the shepherd's mentality where, okay, you don't want to ruin the rest of them because of this specific batch. Because some people would argue that one of the main reasons for the flood was to wipe out um, humans that were associated with um, the Nephilim, for example. To me, that's
Yeah,
fan
but then
fiction, but
collateral
it is what it
damage.
is.
Yeah, but still, this God being so powerful, why couldn't it just fix the problem? Why couldn't it just change the nature of man? Or, since it has free will, why not just attack the ones that are against it, or sterilize everyone that is against it? And that way people learn, hey, if you go against this thing, you don't even get to reproduce. And then the bad folks die out.
I mean, because there's always going to be bad folks because they all have their own goals
So then what
and
was the
personalities.
purpose of the flood?
Simple,
It
to
seems
maintain the
pointless
herd.
then.
Like you don't want to. So remember, if your goal is to maintain their existence and they're going down a path that will that will completely destroy them, right? The most you can do is call however many, even if it's
Wait,
ninety
why would
percent
their
of them.
path why would that path destroy them? It would be the God that destroys them for not agreeing with him.
No, remember, they're interacting with each other, and they can make their own moral decisions. They can, they can do whatever they want. Pretty much, it's a free for all down there.
Okay, but this God will punish you if you don't agree with it.
I mean, don't agree with. They don't agree with it. What does that mean?
I mean, you tell me. There's so many different things that if you look, I'm saying that I think what he's done is unjust. How would that God respond to me judging it and saying what you've done seems to be unjust?
I'm just saying, like, if it's a situation, right, where if you make a covenant and he makes clear that, if you break the covenant, this is what's going to happen. Well, he's just fulfilling his part of the deal by you not completing your part.
But the covenant is a do or die covenant. It's a do or die covenant.
On top of that, that's only one situation. He clearly punishes many, many people who A, did not enter a covenant, and B, some people who are not even old enough to understand the covenant, right? Like, for example, sicking bears on children, or what he did to the pharaohs. These people were not in covenant with God.
Oh yeah, no, they weren't.
No.
Right. So what warrant did he have for attacking them?
I mean, if he has something specific that he wants to get done, and they're preventing that somehow, he's gonna do that.
And then tell me how Egypt was preventing the God of all creation from doing something.
Well, when I say him doing something, I mean in relation to what he wants his chosen people to do.
No. Come on, let's be fair. If he wanted Pharaoh out of the way, he could have taken Pharaoh out of the way. The angel of death came upon whoever he chose, but he happened to choose the firstborn of Egypt, who may or may not have even known of his existence or what his will was, but they died nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, again, you're looking at it from your perspective as being a human, right?
Right. I have a conscience, and if this being doesn't, I can't follow it.
Wait, I got a quick argument for Batman. If this is not supposed to make sense to us, why do we have it?
I'm not saying it's not supposed to make sense to us.
What you just said was you're trying to think about it with a fallible mind.
Yeah, and if I'm an amoral being, I'm not going to really care what you think. I'm just going to do whatever I want to do to get the results that I want to get.
Well, if you're an amoral being, you can't demand morality of us.
Okay, I was going to say, A, if you're amoral, you can't judge the morality of other people, right? Because you're not going off of anything. You have no morals. And B, if you're amoral, then how does loving, benevolent, or worthy of worship, like, even enter one's mind as descriptors of this being?
I mean, personally, I think it's Christians that came up with that idea about God being all loving. I never saw any.
I didn't say all loving. I said benevolent, and you can even argue. You can even argue benevolent to his selected few. I don't care.
Like, take for example, there are moments where he did things that typically some people would consider to be good or cool or whatever, right? And so, but at the end of the day, he did those things, right, to the ends that he wants with specific
people. Right, but forget the other descriptors. How does an amoral God A judge the morality of others without having any, and B, what was the last thing I landed on? Because it wasn't the first two names, but
Your hip?
So A, how does he judge the morality? Dang it, now I don't remember. Okay, so let's start with A.
Benevolent. You said benevolent.
Yeah, but I was getting away from that.
So
okay, that's what it was. Okay, A. So and B, how is he? How do you describe that being as being worthy of worship or praise, or emulation even?
So morality in the sense that it can still be amoral and look at the behavior and determine whether or not it's detrimental, right? Or if it's, or if it's beneficial, right?
No,
If
that's
it's,
morals. That's making a moral judgment.
I mean, sure, you're looking
It's
at
a
You can't
your
utility
you
judgment.
can't be
from your perspective it
amoral.
is, but to
Pixie,
it it's
Can't.
not.
Pixie. Hold on, Pixie. That's a utility judgment. He's saying it makes a utility judgment.
A utility
Like,
Yeah,
judgment.
take for
yeah.
example,
He has a purpose, and if you're not going to meet his purpose, then he doesn't really have time to deal with you.
Okay, but all right. So you could. Okay, so he's not judging the morality of others. He's judging the
That could be
function of
perfectly
others.
practical.
Yes.
yeah.
Okay,
Could be.
so what makes that worthy of praise? Why is this being worthy of praise?
I mean, it's up to you. It depends on what you're gonna get from
No,
it.
I'm saying if
that's a
that's
cop-out.
the being you describe, as your God, what makes that worthy of praise?
I mean,
I
Batman,
mean,
isn't this just might makes right?
no. I mean, if its intention was to annihilate us, right, completely, then it most likely would have done that already.
I don't care what
And
Right?
its
that is
It
intention
has
not.
the
is.
power
I
And
to do
don't
then,
that.
care.
But
I don't care
then
what its
Jesus.
intention is because its
you let me
intention is
respond.
neither good or bad. I don't care what its intention is because its intention is neither good or bad. Its intention is only function. That's what it judges. So if its
Yeah,
intention is only
and I'll
function
accept
and there
that.
is no good or bad, and that is the only thing it judges in other people, what
And
makes
worshiping it would be irrelevant.
right? What is there worth worshiping, and why does it demand worship? Where does this even come into the picture? How is this even a plausible piece of the picture if this is how you described your God?
Maybe it feeds on worship.
Or fear.
Yeah, theoretically, is what I would say.
so, so for me personally, right, it depends on what you're getting from it, right? And so if this, I acknowledge that this deity is amoral, right? And so if that amorality is going to result in I guess what we have now in as a society where we're not suffering as much, we're not completely annihilating each other as much in barbaric ways. Not saying that's completely, um, you know, devoid of the. Not saying that's completely gone, right? Then, you know, I personally don't see an issue with that.
No, no, let
So
me rephrase.
you're kind
I'm
of
gonna
I'm
rephrase.
deist,
not
Hold on.
really.
I'm not operating. I do not operate under the impression that this deity, in particular, right,
No,
is
you're
not.
misunderstanding me. Let me rephrase. I'm not saying what is your personal justification for worshiping this being, this
Oh,
amoral being. What I'm asking you is, if this being is amoral and this being solely judges function, that's what it's judging, then why does it require one to believe in it? Why is that even a thing that it needs? It seems incongruent with a being that is amoral and simply judging function, right?
well,
Because
well. I don't necessarily think it's just focused on the belief part of it, because clearly when it revealed itself in many different ways, I guess, if you take the act, whatever reading in the Bible is, right? When, as frightening and uh what's the word I'm looking for?
well, it's not the
Visceral.
only it's not the
Just
only
let
requirement.
me let me finish, right? D- Despite him revealing himself, right? It was very clear to me that it didn't make a difference in terms of how humans interacted with each other, right? And how they saw whatever agreements they made with him or anything like that.
That's
And it
not what I'm
seemed to
saying.
me, hold
I
on,
have trouble being clear. I apologize, but continue.
it seemed to me that even whenever he's made covenants or gave him rules or whatever, right? Those keep evolving over time, right? And eventually, right, I think it realized that forcing humans to live solely based on laws or, you know, if you do this, you'll get punished, or all of that stuff is not bringing us in the direction that that it wants us to be in.
But neither is belief. People justify all kinds of things in the name of belief. But the fact is that most religions,
Sure, but that's not
Christianity, hold
required.
on.
Okay.
The fact is that most religions, any type of mainstream Christianity included, while I would say that yes, a lot of sects within and denominations within Christianity promote the idea that you have to have faith with works, right? That it requires more than a belief, that it requires this action, this dedication on your part. I understand that. But the thing is, belief is part of the equation. Nobody says you can deny and go to heaven, which doesn't make sense for an amoral being judging function.
Can I get in here real quick too about how the amoral God that you're describing, how that fits into Jesus in any way?
So I think the point where Jesus comes in is when it realized that all the other attempts it's made to get us to the point where it wants us just didn't work. Might makes right.
Okay.
Forcing them to follow laws.
But who is Jesus?
Giving them kings. Right. I think.
So his perfect solution was a failure, and one
wait, Pixie, wait.
So I think Jesus was the tool to present a different idea as to how humans should basically interact with each other, right? And and allow for us to coexist in a much better way.
So Jesus was lying when he said he loved us.
Say that.
Huh?
I wouldn't say that. Why you ask that question?
Well, if he's an expression, if he's the image of God, and he's coming to show us how to behave, and he says he loves us, but this God that you're speaking of prior to this is amoral, and really doesn't have. I mean, that he can't come down and tell us what that it loves us and all that, and because that's love based on what form of morality can form the principles to love someone.
I mean,
you know what I'm saying?
Jesus is a completely different person.
Oh, I agree, but I'm going to say, what makes you think that he has anything to do with the amoral God, since it's not even close to a reflection of intent?
Because the amoral God, if it wants to get the results that it's getting, right, it has to try different methods. Jesus
so Jesus is like a puppet. Puppet. They behave.
I mean, you know what?
Wait, hold on. Do you think this method is
that's
working?
That's why I use the word. I specifically use the word a tool. Described him as a tool.
Do you think this one's working?
Any
better than the last one?
Belief, yeah. I think it ain't perfect, but yeah.
And that matches it. Belief over law matches an amoral God.
Wait, that feels like a fucking trap.
Wait, what?
Belief over law is congruent with an amoral God judging function?
I'm not necessarily sure why you're stuck on belief, because even if you don't believe in Jesus Christ, right? It's not saying, there's nothing that says that you can't use him as an example, right? Or whatever he teaches as an example to live your life and live a good life and be good to others.
I'm fine with the example. I'm fine with that. Do you believe that somebody cannot believe in Jesus and not believe in God and make it to heaven?
Yeah, I think someone can be justified.
Okay, well then I would say
wait.
I think it's definitely possible for someone.
We're jumping the gun here.
More. No, I'm saying I understand. That actually helped me understand more, so it may be jumping the gun for you.
But you said heaven. You said make it to heaven, but I don't have any reason to believe at this point that heaven's just not another tool to get man to do what the thing wants us to do. I think that might be a promise just to bait us into doing something.
No, I get that we're jumping ahead in your narrative. But what I was doing was, but by getting him to answer that, what it did was fill in the blanks for me for stuff that happened a while back. So I apologize for that, but that brought me clarity.
Like take for
Continue.
example, take for example the idea of like for example being justified before God. It always seemed to be people who are not necessarily just about like being good, right? It seems to be folks who care about their community and are charitable and stuff like that. Now, obviously, the thing that to me that bothered me, and to me at least, kind of demonstrated that the God in the Old Testament is most likely amoral, was the story of Job, right?
Mhm.
Because even though Job, let's say he knew, what was going to happen, right? Taking away and what Job had and putting him through all of that suffering, right? Job was basically a tool to demonstrate something,
Sure.
right? To the to the challenger, to us, right? Um, and to to whomever who wants to understand that, for one, you know, God is not a genie, right? He's not a genie that grants wishes whenever you pray. Um, you know, the world is the world isn't based on good and evil, right? So the bad things that happen to you, right? That like if you get sick or disease and stuff like that, right? That's just the world. He acknowledges that he created all of the calamities and all of the bad shit that happens to you. Now, sure, some Christians would argue and say, hey, God gave Job, Job all of that stuff back, a new family, and blah blah blah, right? But me personally, I don't see that as being right, and that's to me what kind of demonstrated that this God is amoral, because it basically used Job as a tool, and there was no indication that Job was, you know, an Israelite or anything like that. But Job, you know, seemed to have a relationship with him of sort, right? And Job seems to be thankful for what he has and what he believes God gave him.
I
See
would
what I'm
say
saying?
that I would say that that doesn't demonstrate amorality. That demonstrates immorality. That demonstrates a willingness to be abusive, and I don't consider that amoral.
I mean, sure. I think that's a matter of perspective, because again, if you have the sheep herders, mentality, where again you want to demonstrate something or you want to do something, right? All the animals that you are rearing, right? You're gonna treat them. You're not gonna treat them like you will treat another human.
Okay, I've got a clarifying question. If somebody was physically and in every other way abusing you all the time, but they allowed you to continue living and they brought you food every day, would you worship them and be grateful?
If
Sabine?
somebody was what?
Okay, let's say that somebody puts you in a dungeon or a prison cell
Uh,
or a basement and they were abusing you, like physically, sexually, emotionally, all the time, but every day they brought you a meal and they didn't kill you. Would you worship that person and be grateful to them?
no.
Okay, well, I think that that's what Yahweh is basically doing. He's saying, I can
Okay.
push you around and do whatever I want, and it doesn't matter because I've got no feeling for you. I don't care about you, and you had darn well better do what I tell you, or I'll destroy you. And you know what? Just to make an example, I'm going to take out your wife and all your kids, and they weren't brought back to life. They got nothing out of it. So even if he, made twice as much for Job, he screwed everybody else over. This is a very bad narcissistic abuser.
I mean, again, if you, I get what you're saying, right? And me personally, right? Like, I think anyone can make a moral argument and say that what God did was wrong,
Mm-hmm.
right? But for me, that would like that confirmed it for me that this is a deity that don't view us the same way we view ourselves.
Right.
Okay, that's fair. Now, where were you going, Will? I was getting lost because I didn't have that clarification. I apologize.
I have a clarifying question. If I were without emotions and I made something that had emotions, how would I know that its emotions were working properly? And how would I object to its emotional states or try to fix them?
Well, I can't say that this being would be without any understanding, because for me to believe he was without any understanding, I would have to believe that he created the solution in complete ignorance, which would make it a really shitty solution, wouldn't it? And I mean, if that's the solution you believe in, and that solution was created by God, then he had to have some understanding of emotion and empathy and suffering and what it took.
But emotions are weird. It's like talking about flavors. Without cheating, like don't talk about flavors, but describe what watermelon tastes like.
But that's what I'm saying. If you don't understand emotion and you don't have that empathy and you don't understand suffering, then how do you come up with Christ? How do you come up with Jesus as the solution, who demonstrates these things, by the way?
That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it doesn't.
It's like, how would you pick Jesus? For having the best morals? How would you know that?
I have a question for clarification purposes. Do you think emotions are necessary to have free will? To exercise free will, I mean.
If you're asking me?
Yeah.
Do I think emotions are necessary for the exercising of free will? I don't think
to
they're
utilize
necessary.
them.
At least right now, I'm going to say no.
Okay.
I'm going to say you have to have some emotion. I didn't say compassion or anything, but you must have at least desire to do things, intent, desire, something that draws you, some sort of motivation.
Some kind of
there's
motivation.
fuzzy words. I mean, you could be an emotionless animal and eat something because you understand that eating things will make your starvation stop. And it's not an emotional decision, but you still had will because you're starving to death. But that's not an emotional state.
Well, it would be an emotional state of fear.
Well, let's take
fear that you don't eat, you're going to expire.
Well, let's take the example of a frontal lobotomy, because that pretty much kills your emotion and your personality, right? But the problem with that, the problem with losing their emotion and their personality, was that they turned into zombies. They had no motivation. They didn't pick out their clothes or make choices, right? They became something
no personhood.
Right, there was the personhood was gone. So could they get up and toddle across the room? I guess if they maintained enough motor skills, they could. But is that an act of free will? If they weren't choosing their meals, they weren't choosing, right? Like they were just happily accepting what was put in front of them. So then I have to ask, what constitutes free will? Is it just the ability to act without being prompted or intervention? And like what does that even look like?
So, okay, so in that case that you just presented, right? Could it be the case where they couldn't exercise personhood because the part of the brain that's a major part of the brain that was that's required to do so basically got severed or destroyed. It doesn't. I don't think they necessarily lose personality. I think they are just unable to express it.
No, you do, and the reason you do, your brain has hemispheres, and different parts of your brain are very
Sure.
responsible for very different functions, right? Your amygdala is responsible for your any state of arousal. That's your fight or flight. That's your fear response. That's your all of that. Your
Sure.
prefrontal cortex is your ability to think and reason. It's not only what speaks to your amygdala, what speaks rationality to your amygdala and calms it.
Sure.
That's where the majority of your personality is. And so when they severed that connection, particularly when they did it very aptly, it not only prevented communication between the frontal lobe of the brain and the rest of the brain, which I could give you might say that personality is intact but inaccessible. But it actually, in some cases, a lot of them even lost motor skills, because when it was done in a way that literally killed. It didn't just sever the communication connections. It killed the frontal lobe of their brain. It killed it. It's not releasing anything. It's not only not receiving and releasing anything. It's not producing anything at this point, right? It is inactive.
Yeah.
And which means that the entire portion of your brain that houses your ability to think and reason and have personality is inactive, completely inactive, not siloed, but inactive.
Yeah, I mean, you can't if it's not usable, then you can't use it, right? So that's what I'm saying. It's not definitive to suggest that that's where those things are, right? The personality and stuff like that, right?
No, I was just saying when they lost access. Okay, let's pretend it is siloed and not gone. Let's go with that. When you lost access to express emotion and personality, even if you maintained some fine motor skills, like the ability to walk and things like that, you didn't pick out your clothes, and you didn't pick out your food, and you didn't argue, and you did whatever you were directed to do. Like it's not like you did whatever you were directed to do because you were unable. Like, so I would say that yes. Is that an act of free will though? Like, if I get up and walk across the room unprompted, is it free will because I did it without being unprompted, or is there like a decision-making process that has to go on? What makes it free will?
I
Is
think
it simply that I'm not a puppet?
I think not having the physical capacity to make the decisions does make you to make decisions of your own, right? That does make you a puppet. If you don't have the capacity to do so, physically speaking, right? The question whether or not, like internally speaking, you know, you don't want to do it. Like if someone orders you to walk down the hall, you don't want to do it, right? You can't physically not do it because the part that allows you to express, the that control is no longer there, so you're just going to do it. So you're still a person. You still have personhood. You just can't exercise it.
In that case, no, I don't think free will requires emotion.
Okay. Hold on. I'm gonna use the bathroom. Give me a couple.
No, take us with you, please.
No, William. No.
I didn't
You gotta
interrupt
save
you,
it for the
Bill.
honeymoon.
Oh, I can't wait to see the utility belt.
You guys are so weird.
The word is gay.
No, it was weird. It was weird because you weren't even talking gay. You just talking about. Never mind.
That's what you
Oh,
think.
okay. I've been malinformed before. I'm okay with it. Okay, so to hold over and hold the place, Cerberus, I want to give you the floor if you want it.
I was about to say I've been awfully quiet because this is the kind of conversations I try to move rooms into.
Right
So
on.
I don't really know what to do after it already started. I'm trying to figure it out.
Enjoy, comment as your mind thinks that you have something worth saying.
I would like to hear what
you will.
Yeah, I would like to hear what you think about the conversation so far. Did any of the points like make your brain itch?
A little bit. I'm talking about Job. Because I know they don't really, Christians don't normally say it, but in Job, that bet that Satan has with God loses that bet.
Does it actually say Satan? I thought in the original text it just said like an angel or something.
Yeah, he blames God pretty directly.
No, I'm saying they say they like I always hear that he made a wager with Satan, but I thought in the original text it just said like he made a wager with an angel.
It matters not.
I'm gonna go look that up. Post
anyway, continue.
Yeah. But even though they say God, I guess, doesn't lose an argument or a bet, because God does step in like at the last second. Let's just we all know he lost that bet. God had to step in, otherwise he would have lost it.
No, I thought the reason he stepped in and rewarded him was because he had won. Because even at his lowest and in his suffering, and even though he didn't understand why, he did not deny God or rebel against him.
No, he was about to. That's why God. That's why God chastised him.
Oh yeah, I
suppose
so.
So King James Version. Now there was a day when the sons of God came to present themselves before the Lord, and Satan came also among them. But
but is it like a verb, like the acute? Oh, sorry.
I'm looking at the definitions. Hold on.
Now you know he's looking at those words careful. That's Richard.
Okay, there came an existence, frame of time, where sun, powerful beings, frame of time, presentation.
Starting to sound like Copperhead.
No, it's just it's a different language and it's chunky.
Right, you're starting to sound like Copperhead.
That was worse than chunky. It didn't. No. Okay. Against pawn. Jehovah. Oh. So not powerful beings. The Jehovah.
Okay.
Time. The Satan's time. Also. To be severed. A bisection. So not what the King James reads, but more like, let's see if, let me string all those together in ideas. There came a time that powerful beings in that day were in the face of Yahweh and Satan's time to be severed. There you go.
I have no idea what to do with that.
But Satan is
you have to read a lot of it, but... Sorry.
But that's what I'm saying. Is it like an individual or is it a title? Is it like the concept of the adversary or is it like a specific...
What are we talking about?
I'll look up the word Satan here for you.
Yeah, I'd like if we could to get back to the overall point that Jehovah lost the bet.
Yeah. Yes, true. Yeah. Okay, yes.
Yeah, well, that was actually, I don't know if that was really the point. I was asking because you were during the conversation about baby Jesus is the Gnostic God or the Father or the Son to the Gnostic God, right? I think it fits in that story that Satan would be Jesus then.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that at all.
What the hell just happened?
Wait a minute. No,
So
I do, because he inflicts it inflicts all this this damage.
I've
so
got less problem with you saying something like Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh is an evil god of the Old Testament, and he's
I would.
talking to himself or talking to some portion of himself that causes Job suffering. But if you say Jesus causes Job suffering,
Yeah.
you're going to have to assign Trinitarian.
No. I would say that Jehovah sent His Spirit, the Al Shaddai, to accuse and torment man.
Well, what if we? Well,
So,
if
like
if
so
we
Satan's
if
son of
confused.
a
What
if
are we
wicked.
talking
hold
about?
on, if we look at Satan,
Job.
if we look at well, that's true because Jesus couldn't be the one inflicting. But never mind. Continue.
Yeah,
So did like Job wasn't like no good freaking dude. Job cussed God out. He
Wait,
Right.
lamented in
Well,
that story.
he charges God with being unjust.
Yeah,
oh my gosh, you guys are so dependent on this translation that's crap.
Well, but let the children play. We're not up to the teacher's level,
yeah,
so let us talk
Dad,
about our comic books.
I'm
Dad.
sorry.
This
I'll
is our
shut up.
we're just talking about our Superman versus Batman. No offense, OD. Let us undo these myths before we can focus on what you believe is the natural explanation.
so I got a question then. What would be Jesus's goal
We're
in
in Job's
interacting?
story
No, in interacting with Yahweh,
to
right?
defeat him.
Yeah. So
Well,
what?
we have different ideas, so who wants to go first?
Okay.
I don't think that Jesus is in the Job story at all because I think it is, like I said, the Al Shaddai, the
No,
destroying, unholy angel of Yahweh that's being sent to test Job. I don't think that they're antagonists of each other. God's Yahweh says, "Have you considered my servant Job? Go down and torment him. Just don't kill him."
yeah, it's the God or whatever, the Jehovah, that actually says, "Go do this,
Hmm.
go do this thing." He could have
Well,
said, "Ah, that's bullshit. I don't need that proved to me."
that's why I also asked if Satan was being used as a verb, like or a noun, or if it was being used to describe a specific entity. Because if it's
No,
being
it's a
used as
title.
a exactly, because if it's being used as a title, then like
I don't
it
know.
doesn't necessarily separate the idea of Jesus being a Satan, an adversary to the God of Yahweh, like to Yahweh the God, right? Like if it's just a title, it could apply to both.
Who wrote that story? Who is the author of Job?
I think the Babylonians. It was pre-Jewish.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
So
Why do we give it so much credit? Why is it not seen as allegorical?
I think the Jews might see it as allegorical.
I think the Jews see most of the Old Testament as allegorical. Actually,
Yeah.
I don't think they read it the way Christians do at all.
I would agree with that.
When in doubt, consult Tobias Singer.
Yes, but
Even the Go ahead.
in the story though, doesn't Satan come? Well, Satan comes to God in the story,
Mm-hmm.
and then Satan initiates the bet, essentially,
Yeah.
right? Convinces God to essentially take him up on his bet. So it's not really God commanding it. God is being sort of tempted into doing this.
But God singled out Job, though, right? Have you considered
Yeah,
my
he
servant
points
Job?
it
Like
out. He sets Job. He sets Job up.
Yeah.
And then fucks up his whole life. He fucks up his whole life just to be able to go, see, I told you. And even that, he had to concede and reward Job, even though Job was like, I think what you're doing is fucked up. I'm just saying.
Well, I was just going to say, don't automatically assume that the Gnostic version of Jesus won't do harm to something.
Well, I don't even assume that tale in Job has anything to do with anything. I mean, I don't even know the author. I have no idea why it's included in the Old Testament, since it's just this one story that's kind of stuck in there that really doesn't quite fit with with anything else. You don't see how it seems just kind of random and without any sort of It's like the Old Testament is just this hodgepodge.
I don't know. I thought it fit really, really well with the Old Testament God's sheer brutality, and B with the whole every knee shall bow and every tongue confess. Like, I don't know. I thought it fit the whole character pretty well.
You can remove that all the way out, and you can say that a lot of this stuff is allegory, but the Jewish God still doesn't mind traumatizing his own people, because it's not pleasant to take a life, right? It could be hold on, Pixie, and it's traumatic. And if this God has the ability to do this itself, why command people who don't? I mean, who really don't even deserve to have to deal with that trauma to have to go out and slaughter people on his behalf?
But this is the same God who forgot about his chosen people for a time. Didn't he forget about them? He made some covenant, and then he forgot about them, and then they ended up slaves in Egypt, and then he's like, oh yeah, I should go help my people out, huh? He forgot about them.
So
he put them there.
The story with the reason why they ended up in Egypt actually stemmed from the story of Joseph.
Right. There was a famine that forced everyone in the area to go to Egypt to get food.
I understand that, but that's what I'm saying. Once they were in Egypt, once they had established themselves in Egypt and things were okay, he didn't stick around to make sure things were okay. He didn't come back when things were dicey, right? No, he just fucking left them there to become slaves, and he forgot about their ass for a long, long time. And then he was like, oh yeah, I should go help my people. And take them to that promised land that I said they'd have a long time ago. Yep, we should do that.
Which, oddly enough, was still controlled by the Egyptians.
Right? That's what I'm saying. The whole thing was weird.
I just read through an article, and the only thing it finally comes up with is the Job's in the Bible to show that innocent suffering exists, and Job represents innocent suffering. So that really, even after the huge article I read, that's all it comes down to. And it doesn't address why God punishes the innocent. This doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, there's nothing just about what happens to Job.
When you say punish, you mean why he allows the innocent to
why he
suffer?
Causes it. Not allows, causes. He set everything in motion.
Singled them out,
does
remember?
It.
Yeah.
He does it, and then he's he abuses the shit out of an innocent man.
Yeah.
And then when his case, to me, it looks like he loses the case and is forced to reimburse Job for his loss.
He never did. He never did. He never did directly tell Job reason why he went through all he went through. He just gave Job a tour of the world or the universe or whatever, and told him that he's gonna give him all of his stuff back and just call it a day.
I want to object to whoever said that Job said a wrong word about God. I just read all of 3, 4, 9, 10, and 13. That doesn't exist.
I'm not sure what you mean.
Well,
you mean the claim? The claim isn't valid. Yes. Yes.
I just read all the quotes by Job. He curses his own life. He tells his friends they're full of crap. He says all kinds of stuff, but he constantly defends God.
That's what I'm saying. He complains and he doesn't understand, but he never denied God.
Yeah.
He didn't deny him.
But and he never denied that
He
God was
lamented.
worthy of worship. Right? He lamented his own life, but
he said things like, "Oh, that I should not have been born," things like that. Oh, my wretched life. But he never says, "Oh, look what my God did to me." Only his friends say that.
Okay.
Yeah, his
How
friends
far
were
in have you
basically
gone?
saying,
Because he does seem to get after God about what have I done?
Yeah.
Why would you do this to me?
Yeah, he takes his case to God, and God, it says, adds even further to his torment by saying, "Well, how dare you question me? You know, I can do whatever I want with you because you're my physical object, you're my
Yeah.
possession.
Where
I
were
can do
you when
nothing but
I
you."
did this and that? How do you
Yep.
you don't know shit, Job? You don't know shit basically.
Yeah, I read that a little bit different, but I can see reading it that way.
But
I'm
I
just
don't.
saying,
Even
nothing that
then,
happened to Job was just.
right? But I'm reading it, and I get where you say like he's questioning God, right? Like, why did you do this to me? Like, I get that, but I don't think it's like a you're not worthy of worship or something like that. Like he doesn't understand it. He's accusing him, like he's demanding answers and like almost accusing him of being unjust. But he doesn't ever say like how do I explain that? It's almost like a Stockholm syndrome thing, right? Like he doesn't ever say like you crossed the
Right.
line or like this
It's
is too
terrible
much
PR
for
for
me.
God.
Or does that make sense?
Yeah.
Right, yeah, but the story is terrible PR for God.
Yeah, but there's I can't remember off the top of my head what's like that at the end of the story when God like cuts in.
I mean, I get
I
it, but like at
remember,
the same time, I would have to say that Jesus did the same thing then, right? When he said, my God, why hast thou forsaken me?" Right? So like in the same aspect, like Job isn't innocent of something that even Jesus isn't innocent of. Like, okay.
yeah, but Job, I'm pretty sure Job does accuse God of being unjust.
I think he demands answers. I mean, he could.
It seems to be an
I probably don't
implied.
remember it.
It seems to be an implied, but waits for an answer to why. Like to me, it seems like this. But why are you doing it? Maybe I'm wrong, and you've got your reasons, but it seems fucked up, God.
But I don't remember what version it was, but I do remember the line, "I cried for help, but there was no justice." That's what Job was saying.
Right, but there was no like, you did this to me. I hate you. Like, why did you do
Yeah,
this
no,
to
it
me?
is. It's saying that I called out for help and you ignored me.
Yeah, he says God blocks his path.
Yes, but he's pleading why. He's not like saying I hate you, is what I'm saying.
Right, but why would establish whether God is just or not?
And that's what I'm saying. Like I'm not saying he didn't question God. I'm not saying he wasn't upset at God. I'm saying he did not turn his back on God.
Right.
Well, obviously there was evidence for him to believe that there was a God, so he couldn't like deny the existence of.
No, but you can turn your back on it. You can refuse to.
Sure, and that's what his wife and his friends were telling him, but he never did. He remained faithful even though God didn't remain faithful to him.
And that was the point of the bet. So that's why I'm saying, like, even if he cursed at God, right? If he remained faithful to God, God still wins the bet. Even if he has to scold him, even if he has to chastise him. But I also agree with Serb that he almost had to end it there, because if he kept it going, he most assuredly would have lost.
It all sounds like poppycock. Because there's no good guy on the heavenly side. Tell me the one that has clean hands in that, except for the ones watching, like at the council. And even then, if they didn't speak up and go, "You're gonna do what to this guy?" It seems like a whole bunch of assholes.
Some of them probably did. They may have been outnumbered. Who knows? If you're being generous.
That's fair. It doesn't mention anyone objecting, but there could have been objections.
Or they weren't invited to the council table, right? They're back
I
home in the heavenly realm somewhere. Who knows?
I personally would hate to think that at any point the God would just be like, you know what? let's see if let's fuck with this guy. Let's really put it on him. Let's kill his whole family. Let's just see what he does.
Calvinists think he does it every day.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to talk about them. I'll get to deal with one of those tomorrow.
You know what time tomorrow it's going to be?
6 p.m. Eastern.
Okay. Ooh, the same time that me and Odin are supposed to be on.
I thought y'all's was an hour before or after. My bad.
No, ours is 5 p.m. Central, so which is 6 p.m. Eastern.
6 p.m. Eastern. Yeah.
Oh shit. Well, I'm pretty sure that this thing with I can't.
Okay.
That was already agreed upon with the Dave scenario or whatever. So I can't. But if you don't want to host it, I can host it myself.
I don't know what you're saying. I'm willing to do it anytime, any day.
Yeah, it's just that me and Odin won't be able to watch live, but as soon as we get
I
done.
asked you if you needed to change it for those considerations.
No, I did. I thought maybe you wanted to
of Odin and Hillary's.
No,
right, and I wanted to make sure that you would be able to watch them, instead of just being bogged down with dealing with me.
It'll be recorded. It's okay.
Yeah.
Look, you can be considerate, and so can I.
Okay, fine. Just tell me.
Not like Cerberus Hex over there. Chad. Can't believe what you did to praises yesterday. Everything was going fine, and then you showed up.
I showed up, and they're like, nope, we don't want this to be a thing. Then,
oh no, they shut that down, and don't think it was any other reason except you showed up. That was you. You did that. You peed in the punch bowl.
I'm pretty sure.
What'd you do to pee in the punch bowl?
He said hello.
I said hello.
Yeah, what were the exact words you used to say hello?
I really think it was hi. I'd have to watch again.
That's all it takes?
They were like, hi, Cerberus.
Well, that's a pretty decent reputation you've built up there. Good job.
Yeah, I'm just reading in Job 42:11 that all his brothers and sisters and everyone who had known him before came and ate with him in his house. They comforted and consoled him over all the trouble the Lord Jehovah had brought on him, and each one gave him a piece of silver and a gold ring. So they're all saying, man, this Yahweh dude really screwed you over.
Yeah, but they were saying that before, right? They were saying that before, too. They were like, oh, yeah, they were like, just denounce this God who's doing this to you. And he's like, no.
But
his friends are saying that Job was wrong, and Job should admit that he's wrong.
Oh, yeah, he admit that you're wrong, and that's why you're suffering.
Doing something wrong. That's why he's suffering. Yeah.
Yeah, 30 verses of come on, admit it.
That's another shitty concept.
Why did they have to die? Why couldn't his family just be removed from him without any explanation and then brought back to him? Exactly. Like why did they all have to die and houses fall on them and shit? That was It just seems unnecessarily violent for no good reason.
Didn't the Bible point out that innocent suffering happened when they asked why the guy was blind, and was it like a sin of his father's or a sin of his? And he said it was no man's sin, right? Like,
yeah,
right.
Like,
that's Jesus,
so
though.
Wouldn't that? Okay, that's true.
And that gets to be a really hard separation to make if you spent so much time thinking they're talking about the same, or that they're the same God or whatever.
Well, actually, I would actually say that there's a verse that if you finish that verse, it kind of signifies that it is, because he does say innocent suffering exists, but he says it exists. He says it's not for the sins of his father or his sins, but for the glory of God. So basically, like, that man suffered, so I could do this and show off my glory, pretty much.
I don't know that that's what it means.
It's funny because when God answered Job, he barraged him with a bunch of questions. Because Job,
now.
Huh?
Said I'm reading.
You're
them
reading
now.
them now.
Yes, I am.
Well, you could read them aloud to us if we could burden you with that.
It's a little bit lengthy. You're not going to want to hear it all.
It's really long. It's a lot of questions.
Okay.
I remember reading that. It was really long.
What, Job's conversation with God?
No, God.
No,
God
God
shows up
asking
on
him.
the scene and starts asking questions of the group, and specifically of Job.
Yeah. Okay. Where it gets real
But
flowery
no
and
man
verbose.
has seen the Father. Wouldn't that be an issue? The claim that no man has seen the Father, and
Several
then
times.
Yeah.
You have a couple choices there. This is not the Father. That's not what no man has seen the face of God means.
Or that story is completely bullshit.
Also a possibility, always.
Yeah, because I think Job actually literally says, "Now I've seen you with my eyes."
You know what's
I think God appeared to him in the form of like a storm or some shit like that.
You know what's most frustrating about that conversation, in my opinion, is that not
I
only
will as soon as you tell me.
Not only does God refuse to answer Job, right? He doesn't give Job any answers. Job's asking, "Why did you do this?" But it seems to be hinting he wants to know, because he wants to know if he sinned, if he did something to earn it, right? And God, not only does God refuse to provide the answer, but apparently God is so good at gaslighting that at the end of the conversation, Job, quote unquote, and this is according to biblical scholars, which you don't agree with, I understand. But by the end of the conversation, Job, quote unquote, realizes that the fault is not in God for not answering, but in himself for expecting an answer.
And I just came across that exact part. Then Job answered the Lord and said, "Behold, I am vile. What shall I answer thee? I will lay mine hand upon my mouth. Once have I spoken, but I will not answer, yea, twice, but I will proceed no further."
And God still asked him a bunch of questions even after
I'm
that,
reading
right?
those now.
Yeah, God is like, fuck no. I'm still gonna ask you questions type shit.
He gets pretty emotionally aroused at being questioned about this thing he's decided to do without good cause.
I heard the keyword emotional there.
Yeah.
That was supposed to be a poke in your rib, Batman. You're supposed to respond.
Respond to God being having emotions.
Yeah.
Oh, I never said he didn't have emotions.
Just say he didn't have any morality.
Yeah, I said he's amoral.
Well, if that could definitely be the God that's talked about in Job. Sure. What a piece of shit.
Oh, I still disagree with that. I still think that he gets far too involved to be considered amoral. I think he presents a good case for immoral in Job.
Yeah, that could be true, but he may not be aware that it's immoral to do that, because, like Odin said, if we're just livestock, you know what I'm saying?
No, I don't know what you're saying, because what person who has the livestock? Yes, I get the calling the herd and all of that with the flood and all of that. But what person who owns livestock is like, "Oh yeah, my cattle really fucking love me. You don't believe me? Go torture that cow."
Yeah, you got a fair point. You've got a fair point. Let's go burn it with cigars.
I mean, who fucking does that?
Oh, is that your calf? Let me kick it to death in front of you. Ha!
Like, exactly. Like, go slaughter its family right in front of its eyes. Kill its baby in front of it. Torture the hell out of that cow because my cattle love me. Who does that?
But the Hebrews accepted this as their God.
Okay, but I'm saying,
constantly worshiping this sort of thing.
I'm saying if you are a being capable of emotion, even if you look at us like livestock, that is a really good case for immoral.
Right. What I'm saying is, okay, like, this is going to sound bad. This is like Goodwin's. I'm going to go to Goodwin's, whatever it is. I'm just saying, it makes perfect sense now that that sounds so bad. That the Jewish people were put, treated like livestock in the 40s. You know what I'm saying? Because that's just kind of the pattern that this God that they serve gets to do.
That's awful. That's so awful.
They
God,
put them
you're gonna
on
get
railroad
Richard's
cars
channel
and
banned, bro.
No one
they
said
sheared
any
them,
bad
sheared them.
keywords. It's fine.
Yeah, sheared them of all their property and holdings, and then made use of everything that they could possibly do labor wise, and then got rid of them.
Okay, back to the point. Even if we're livestock, how is that not how is that not like very like psychopathic and sadistic and immoral?
Well, it
does
is.
that?
It
I
is. Well, the
mean,
Hebrew
yeah,
God does.
yeah. You like if first of all, right? The there are people, I guess some vegans or vegetarians or whatever, right, who see the mere idea of even farming animals and some of them owning pets as being immoral, right? It's you don't see it that way,
No,
right?
no,
Is
no.
you have
I'm
to
not.
not.
It's not. But that's
Uh,
not the same thing.
well, that's what I'm saying. It's based on perspective, right? An amoral being is not going to see it from your perspective.
No,
If
I'm
you
not
look at
even.
something, if you look at something amorally, right? Like if a butcher starts to think of his livestock, right, the way how he look at humans, right, then he's going to treat them differently. He can't
Okay.
be a butcher.
But
Whoa,
that
No,
was
whoa,
no,
whoa,
no, no,
that
no,
whoa,
that
no.
whoa.
no 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 no
Wait,
stop that
wait.
you're that was my point though. That was my point. Okay, I can understand the culling of the herd reference you make. I get that, and I get that that can be an amoral stance, right? I really get that. But there's a very big difference between culling the herd and being the crazy person who says, yeah, my cows, they fucking love me, they adore me, and you cannot turn my cows against me. And if you don't believe me, there's that cow over there, and that cow over there comes up to me every single morning and eats straight from my hand, and there's no way you can turn that cow against me. If you don't believe me, go torture the shit out of that animal. Just go hog wild slaughter on its calves. You do whatever you want. You torture the fuck out of that cow because that cow loves me. It doesn't matter that it's livestock. It doesn't matter that I don't consider it a person. At that point, there's something wrong with me, and it's crossed the line from amoral to immoral.
I mean, sure, that's our perspective, but I'm not going to talk from
What? Wait,
from the perspective of
Let me
something
jump
that
in
is
on
wait.
this
not.
one.
I'm
Hold
not
on.
going to
You were
overtalk,
talking
but
about
let me
live.
jump in.
Sure, go ahead.
But the thing is, even the Jews, they say you have to slaughter the animal in the least harmful way. So even though they're going to do an amoral act, killing it for food, they're going to do it in the most moral way possible, using a sharp knife, all the other stuff. So that's the same way with us. Even an amoral God should not seek to maximize the pain and suffering.
And can I add to that, Hillary's, real quick?
Sure.
As someone who raises animals or whatever, my goal, even though I know that I'm going to end up consuming them, my goal is to make sure that in their entire life they only have one bad day. I don't have to love them each individually to try and make sure that they have everything that they need to enjoy their lives.
I mean, I get, like as I said, I get what you guys are saying, right? But our moral judgments is not going to matter to a being who this as being below it,
Right. So it can't
who's
expect
amoral.
it can't expect to be loved by creatures that have morality, have
I
conscience when
mean,
they watch this.
I don't think I don't think it expects to be loved by all of them, just simply because he understands that
Just
beings have free will.
just the suckers.
I mean, if it's a situation where it just wanted to be loved, it would just basically just create zombies who just like sit there
That
and just worship it all day.
well,
You
there
mean
is
like in
rumor that
And
heaven?
there.
technically
Yep,
there is.
yep. That's where I was going. Yep.
Technically there is,
Yep.
right? Like the what do you call them again? The ones around the
Apparently,
throne.
zombies is all he wants because
Yeah.
everyone else gets banished.
The elders that just keep worshiping and praise the Lord and you're great and all that all day long, all night long, forever and ever. That sounds like something that needs its ego fluffed. Was it something I said?
Oh wait, what?
None of us are disagreeing.
No, I mean,
Talking
again,
about
like
fluffing.
I don't disagree with you. Like I have the same opinion, but I'm looking at it. I can't look at it the same way. Like this for the same reason where I see ants as ants, right? I can't put I'm not gonna treat ants like humans,
Right, but if this
right?
God
Like I
created
don't
us,
see
why
them
aren't
as
we all
people.
narcissists?
How can you have it both ways, though? How can you say God loves you and He created a path for you to salvation, right? And He hopes you choose salvation. But you're also nothing more than an ant. So if you don't agree to be His zombie, you don't get to exist because He loves you.
Like, if you're in the image of this God, you would be a sociopath too.
Makes you wonder if there's 144,000 sociopaths, psychopaths, and what was the other word you used? Narcissists on the planet.
Oh,
Dun dun dun.
maybe, yeah.
Maybe they are the chosen ones.
But to me,
I
that's
mean,
having it both ways. You're delivering a message that this God loves me and is like providing salvation for me and for anyone who accepts Him, and that this is God's hope and He has this paradise waiting for you because He just loves His creation so much. But at the same time, He doesn't love you because you're an ant. And
Yeah, but Odin never said that about his God. That he didn't present that case at all. That God loves
that's
us and is trying to
true.
save us.
But He does say that His God has emotions. So
But
His
no
God has
morality.
emotion. Okay, so His God has emotions but no morality. So how does He know what love is, and how did He send Jesus, and how does He have love, and how did He even solve a problem, and why does none of that make sense?
which one you want me to answer first? Like, is that a statement or are you asking me a question?
Okay, so how does a God who doesn't have morality nor understand morality
Just
pick
I didn't being
a moral?
amoral doesn't mean you don't understand morality.
Okay.
You're without it.
It just means you're in a state of amorality. Like it's
You wouldn't
not
be able to
something
relate to it
it's
personally.
like it's not
But that's what I'm
something
saying. But if you
it's
don't relate to it, how do you understand
it's
it?
not something you
No.
consider. It's not something you would consider when you're making decisions,
Yeah, this is
right?
the
Like kind of like
path.
kind of like
Understands what morality is, but just doesn't feel any obligation to adhere to it.
yeah,
Then why Jesus' character? If
because
God of the Old Testament is amoral
Great
and
question.
He doesn't consider morality,
She's right over the
why
target.
why is Jesus the solution? Why is everything antithetical to Him the solution? And why and how does He create that?
so like I gave that answer earlier, right? When I said Jesus is a tool, right, to try to get us humans
Can I
to
paraphrase it? Can I paraphrase it for you?
So He created a tool that destroys Himself?
No, he saw the father is utilitarian. I'm going from Dean's perspective, not mine. The father is utilitarian, and so when he sees that torturing people didn't get the job done, he decided, what can I come up with? Oh, I know. I'll send somebody that says that actually I love them, and I want one of them to be saved and be happy, and that this is the way to do it is just by following, whatever I want.
A sheepdog.
Yeah.
Well, that's even worse because that just makes him an ineffective liar. But but to the point, like, okay, let's say he doesn't feel it, but he understands it enough to create it, right?
Mhm.
In creating it, he has to understand that he is in some way killing his own message, therefore killing a lot of what he seems to have wanted to validate his own ego with.
Kind of
And
seems like
it just seems right. So he created a tool that seems self-detrimental on one hand. Or on the other hand, it was an ineffectual lie was his best solution.
Well,
Either way, it's confusing.
well, the issue is, right, because at the end of the day, if it's a situation where he wants us to coexist in a way that is detrimental to for us, right? Let's just let's just say if he didn't really care about, let's say, finding different ways to approach us, right? Like for example, he's changed his mind on destruction, for example. Like when Moses convinced him to not destroy the Israelites whenever they built the golden calf, and he got mad and he said he laments and he said that he's gonna destroy them. Moses prayed and begged him to not destroy them, and he changed his mind. Right. So it's not like it's a situation where he wants us to
Wait.
just
Why did he change his mind? Remember the cause of his mind
because
change.
huh?
Moses
I was
appealed
talking
to
over
his
you. Go ahead.
ego. I said
Yeah, Moses said he was
Moses
like
appeals
silly.
to his ego.
No, Moses reminded him that he's going against that a promise that he made him,
Nope,
that he made with them.
that's not what he does.
He basically
says-
tells him, "You're gonna look ridiculous if you deliver them from the Egypt and then you kill, like from Egypt and then you just kill
That
them."
was not the conversation he had.
That does appear
Because
to be the text.
that would not have convinced him, because he's destroying his. So go ahead.
Are you sure? Because if you read it, when you read the text, Moses appeals to how he's like, what will the other nations say about you pulling your people out and they slaughtering them in the desert? You know, it's an appeal to, you're going to look bad. You are going to look bad.
But my thing is if he doesn't love me, why does he care to change his message to reach out more anyway, right? Like if I'm an ant, why does it fucking matter?
Well, he just said for utilitarian purposes, like to keep things his flock going the way he wants them to go for whatever purpose he's raising his flock.
But it's not. But that's what I'm saying. It's not. Jesus. Okay, that's why I'm saying Jesus is a failure at best. And I'm not saying because Odin is wrong about him, or because you're wrong about him, or because anybody's wrong about him. I'm saying because even if you look at the vast majority of his followers, they sure as hell are not even attempting to follow his message, right? And as far as this whole love message goes, they're very bad at that. There's so many congregations, so many churches built on hate and hate preachers and hate messages. It's ridiculous, right?
So why is Jesus a failure?
Because even his followers aren't following his message, right? Like his message has been lost.
But are they doing what the Old Testament God wants, though? And I would say yes. All that hate that you just mentioned, that's what he was trying to kindle for whatever method he used.
Well, that's if you put Jesus with God. If Jesus came here to destroy God, then I don't.
Okay, but that's not Odin. You're mixing up our perspectives. Odin isn't saying that Jesus came here to destroy the Father.
So he supported
She
God.
said regardless. She said regardless of what we think about.
Regardless.
Regardless, he's a failure. Because his message has been lost. Because Odin said that Jesus was an attempt to appeal to us in a different manner because the law wasn't working, right? So he said even if he didn't love us, he sent Jesus to say that he loved us because it was a way he was showing us how to treat each other. But we do not treat each other in this manner, so much so that his followers do not treat people in this manner. They don't even treat each other in this manner.
Who are they following?
Right. But that's what I'm saying. They claim to be followers of Jesus. So
right.
I'm not saying they're true followers of Jesus. I'm saying if
Yahweh doesn't care.
Yahweh doesn't.
That wasn't his goal. His goal is to get people to obey Yahweh. Jesus is a tool. They don't have to follow Jesus. They don't have to be lovey-dovey. They just have to be fire and brimstone, like Wesley.
But that's not the point. I'm saying Christians believe, modern Christians believe, that you are supposed to follow Jesus, that Jesus is the
They pay lip
example,
service to that.
and Jesus is the way. And I'm saying you have to be really ineffectual to have a group that call you God, but cannot even follow your directions. Probably don't even know most of them.
Wait a minute. Why does that make him ineffectual? What is it that you think his intent is, or what his work was?
I'm saying I'm not saying I think his work was anything. I'm saying Odin said that Jesus was sent here with a new
So you're
message.
just talking about Odin.
Yeah, that what Odin said to me makes Jesus ineffectual at best.
Okay, so Odin's view of Jesus is ineffectual. Okay, because you said all of us. It didn't matter which Jesus we're talking about or version.
Well, I
said whether he came here. I said with what Odin said, whether Jesus came here to destroy God or Jesus came here as God's son. Either way, he would have been ineffectual. Not that in your entire belief system, just in this scenario.
But I would say you just described a successful mission. The Yahweh got all that horrible hatred that he wants by sending Jesus. So to say
that's in your view that he wants the hateful thing. In Odin's view, he doesn't want the hateful thing. He's amoral,
amoral, yes.
Okay, but in Odin's view, he doesn't want the terrible things, and this is a new way to reach out. And I'm saying that was ineffectual.
Is that what you're claiming, Odin? That
so
Yahweh was a good guy?
Yeah, so like I said, right? Like in the beginning, he was hands-on. After a while, he started to use prophets. Then he started to use the law. Then he started to use kings, and he realized that none of those things were working. And so, to me, it seemed like Jesus was the way that he was trying to express to it. Was supposed to be the tool, so to speak, because I did use the word tool, right? That would be the ideal individual that we would live our lives off of and follow that particular message that Jesus.
And I said, based on
who's starting the next stream?
That idea, he's ineffectual.
Who's starting the next stream?
I'm not. I gotta go here.
Anybody?
No, you gotta go, Richard.
I don't have to, only if I want to act like I'm responsible.
It's a Saturday.
You probably want to be responsible. That does make sense. That seems prudent.
Saturday? What's Saturday mean? I don't believe in days of the week, per se. I work when I want, when I need to, when I've made promises, stuff like that.
I appreciate your hospitality.
Fair enough.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Later days.
Later days. In the never-ending conversation, and may it never end. Vive la conversation. Peace and respect to you all. Anyone who's in chat right now, you're welcome to hang out and talk more. I'm just saying goodnight myself. And I suppose I'll just leave it running for you guys if you guys want to keep going. It's not near 12 hours. So, good night, everyone. Thank you all. I look forward to the day that we're all absolutely marvelous friends. Good night. Oh, wait.